done the wrong day, or
You are on it. I'm impressed.
Thank you so much.
I think it takes just a few seconds.
Is there any cameras in the live stream, or is it just the
Yeah, over there.
Oh, nice.
Gonna make sure that my notes are immediately there. I haven't really read. Let me read through them. Thanks. Do you want to do the seminar location, or isn't just like what's really happening here?
Yeah, I probably should do. What's the best way for them to get out the back?
Through there.
Or they can go to their the best way to the back. Sorry.
The people who are like on the door welcoming people in, should they come in also?
The working.
Yeah, the DeSci London.
I think best to keep them on the door, or one person on the door. Yeah.
Right, what time should we give it 1 more minute?
Yeah, why not?
Is Vincent's just vibing with his camera?
Yeah.
See if he can tell. Oh yeah, so I'll say the seminar room is there. And I'll say a welcome talk from Alfred Brown.
I'm going to put who we are. Yeah.
DeSci London.
Got some water.
I've got some in my bag. I have some when I sit down.
So,
It's weird, isn't it? Like you feel fine, but then your body's like, What, sorry? Okay, let's get started.
okay.
Good morning, everybody. Hi, we're just about to get started. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to DeSci London 2023. It's so exciting to see you all here today in January in cold London on a Sunday morning. So my name's Sarah Hamburg. I'm going to be emceeing the event. So I'm going to be introducing people, telling people when their time is up. So if you're a speaker, it's nothing personal. We're just keeping to time. I've also got some health and safety information to go through before we start and before I start handing over to the speakers. So the fire alarm works on a double knock system. If you hear an intermittent beep, do nothing. However, if you hear a continuous siren, please leave via your nearest safe exit and make your way through either the exhibition space outside the auditorium, directly outside the building, or back through reception and outside to the fire assembly point. Please do not return to the building until you've been told to do so. The fire assembly point is Brill Place Park, and no fire alarm tests are expected today. Please let one of the events team know if you have difficulty in evacuating, so that they ensure that somebody is on hand to assist. And also, if anybody feels unwell at any point or needs first aid, please bring it to the attention of the organizers, who will get help. We're wearing t-shirts so that hopefully you can identify us easily. So I'm going to hand over now to our first speaker, Alfred Brown, who is the co-founder of DeSci London, and he's going to do a welcome talk for us all. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, as Sarah said, for coming to a really sort of grey January day in London. It's a pleasure to have you all in the city. I just thought I'd go through a little bit of who we are, why we founded DeSci London, some objectives for the conference, and then what we're doing beyond the conference to try and keep the DeSci community growing. But first, thank you everyone for attending, and the speakers for preparing, sponsors for making this happen. It's amazing that we've managed to turn this around. And yeah, thank you for the organizing team as well. They've been instrumental in getting this done. So who we are, we're a grassroots community which are motivated to bring around change within science. We're a super diverse group, and this conference was sort of extremely decentralized in terms of the funding. As you can see, it's sort of reflective of the interests, that there are a number of stakeholders in this. And what we're interested in doing is connecting people in academia, industry, with funders, and then obviously the software developers and builders. We run monthly events, and I promise you that maybe the crowd doesn't sound as interesting, but we have the most fantastic conversations. And so if you're around, please do feel free to come to one of our monthly events as well. So why London? We thought that it's one of the highest concentrations of academic talent in the world. It's got some of the best universities in the world. And so through that, we thought, what better foundation to let DeSci out into the world and introduce it to the people that are actually conducting the science and disseminating these concepts of decentralized science into the academic circles. So the objectives of the conference. So for those of you that are researchers, I would consider this successful if you go away more informed about decentralized science and how it could apply to you. It would be fantastic if you guys manage to get involved in some DAOs if you find them particularly interesting. And I'm sure you'll be seeing plenty of speakers that have really interesting projects going on. So don't hesitate to reach out to them and see how you can get more involved. And for the builders, I think this is a really valuable opportunity to actually sort of have this first-hand experience with the people that you're building for and see if there's that sort of product market fit. You want to build the right thing that's going to help the researchers do what they want to do. And so I think by having these interesting conversations, we should be able to achieve that. And aside from that, hopefully you guys may be able to connect with some potential funders and maybe make some new friends as well. That'd be fantastic. So beyond the conference, what we're trying to achieve is we're continuing our monthly events, which are fairly relaxed, informal gatherings where we get to introduce projects to researchers. And then also we're starting up a DeSci co-working space so that you can have those water cooler moments that you don't really get when you're working async and sort of online for most of your working life. So that's one of the objectives, keep DeSci co-working days. And then we're also hoping to start doing some unconference style things. So that would be sort of like peer learning activities and sort of allowing DeSci builders to leverage the community that we're creating. If any of those things sound interesting to you and you're wanting to support, please come chat with me about it. I'll be running around like a headless chicken over the next couple of days. So just stop me and have a chat. I'll be more than happy to speak with you guys. But that's all from me. Thank you so much for attending. Super happy to have such a full auditorium. And I'm going to hand over to Alok for our first talk. Thank you so much.
Flip it over to, let's show them up here. Awesome. Great. Well, good morning, DeSci London. How are we doing? Really awesome and a privilege to hopefully help open up the conference today. And thanks so much, Alfie and Julia and the whole team here at DeSci London for organizing such an awesome event on a beautiful day. I think the sun came out just for us here in London. As the team mentioned, my name is Alok Tai. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Vibe Bio. We are working in the DeSci space and we're a fairly young project, but excited to sort of share with you a little bit about both myself as well as Vibe and more importantly about DeSci as a whole. And I think the opportunity it provides to you as scientists, builders, patients even, and the opportunity to hopefully advance the field. So today I really want to share with you kind of our perspective from a non-technical standpoint, really, of what decentralized science is, and specifically crafted around the lens of an entrepreneurial scientist. Before I get into sort of the meat of the talk, would love to just maybe see it from a show of hands, the background of folks who are in the audience. How many folks are sort of scientists sort of by trade and training? All right, That's about 70, maybe 80%. All right, great. Cool. How many folks are sort of Web3 blockchains or software by background? Okay, about 20%. How many folks are sort of maybe part of a patient advocacy group or a patient themselves? All right, some representation. All right, great, cool. Thanks so much for indulging me on that. Always helpful to sort of see who's kind of in the audience.
What about data engineers? Investors.
VCs, do they really count? I don't know.
Data engineers. Yeah.
Data engineers.
Experimental data engineers.
Cool. So, yeah, I think we'll. Okay, how many data engineers? You want to raise your hand? No? Okay. All right. Cool. So, it's great to see sort of who's in the room. Just maybe to sort of anchor the conversation, I wanted to sort of share with you a little bit about my background. So, I personally, as I mentioned, I'm a scientist. I actually spent about 15 years at the bench doing research at a bunch of different institutions in the States. I spent a lot of time at the bench wrestling with experiments and liquids and measurements and trying to publish and eventually become an academic. But as life does, ended up actually moving to the software world and moved out of academia into building software companies specifically for the biotech industry. I was really fortunate over the past decade and change to build a couple software companies that worked basically through the whole range of drug development, from R&D through clinical development to regulatory. Those companies have gone on to raise about $100 million in venture capital, a few hundred employees, and are doing pretty well. But I think as life does, you get thrown a curveball from time to time. About a year and a half ago, my wife and I were fortunate enough to have our first kid. Though the pregnancy went okay, unfortunately, our daughter was born very sick and spent a long time in the hospital. Even though we lived in Boston with phenomenal medical care and phenomenal insurance, we were in a scenario where our daughter's diseases, though common and the biology well understood, unfortunately had no dedicated therapeutic options available to her. And as a consequence, she spent a long time suffering. So that's her sort of at day 3 or 4 of life, sort of in the middle there. Having been a scientist and now the parent of the patient, it was really surprising in a circumstance when we had such depth of understanding of the biology. Tens of thousands of people suffered from her diseases on an annualized basis in the US alone. It was really surprising why we didn't have treatments or even anything in development for her. And so it became a passion and an obsession for me to try to understand why in this circumstance where we have a fundamental underpinnings for finding treatments, why those don't actually exist. And as we started to pull back the onion, whether it be with biotech VCs or with drug developers or with academics, it became clearer and clearer that there was a circumstance where we should be able to do this. Over $1 trillion a year globally is spent on medicines, and there's tens of millions of really bright scientists, much like many of you, all across the globe working on different facets of science and drug development. But when you actually start to look at the structure of the biopharmaceutical industry, what we start to see is that in the landscape of overall disease, the vast majority of organizations and pharmaceutical and biotech companies end up focusing on a fairly small subset of the overall disease landscape. And the reason for that is that ultimately the types of projects that they invest in and focus in on are those that often are underpinned by perhaps a broader technology platform, have an existing market, as well as have an existing sales and distribution methodology that they can align to. Unfortunately, that often relegates the industry to a fairly small number of diseases, perhaps a few hundred. But for those diseases like that my daughter has, as well as millions of others all across the globe, there's many that end up being overlooked. But the unique opportunity that I think exists here is that in a circumstance where we understand the biology, there exists a measurable amount of unmet medical need, and there's no existing competitive threat at the moment, I think there's an opportunity to actually expand and extend the aperture of drug development and be able to reliably and scalably, hopefully, go after the 13,000 plus diseases that are out there. And so I think ultimately the core of making that a reality has to be empowering both scientists, like those of you in the room, as well as patients to collaborate together to make that happen. Now, fundamentally, when you start to look at how this process happens today, there's a tremendous amount of challenges for folks in your shoes. Now, for those of you who perhaps come from an academic science background are probably familiar with the fact that there's a limited amount of capital and funding out there to be able to actually bring your ideas to reality. So in the context of drug development, where you start in basic science, you advance into preclinical development, ultimately to a clinical trial step, and then hopefully to patients, what we often see is that the current modes of funding, whether it be academic science and grants, or even charities and donations, often end up carrying that work only to a certain point where it often hits what's known as the valley of death, which is that transition from going from an animal into a human. And so what we've also seen is that when you start to try and get medicines into patients and into people, which I think is the real aspiration of what I was trying to do, and I think what a lot of the DeSci space aspires, is that you actually need a very different pool of capital, expertise, and tools to actually be able to bring those medicines into people. So that's the fundamental, I think, operating principles that we start to see as being really critical in the DeSci space, and we think DeSci is in a unique place to be able to go solve that. So ultimately, in our view, decentralized science is about bringing together and solving those challenges that relate to people and expertise, capital and access, as well as tools and coordination. And ultimately, what we're starting to see manifest is that in this world, especially one that's highly global, highly digital, those three things come together in the form of a community. And some of the things that Alfie sort of mentioned that DeSci London is trying to do here, I think are great examples of how they can bring people and tools and capital together to help unlock these sort of innovations. But imagine now if it could be done at a global scale or in very specific areas based on interest. And so what we've started to see more and more now is that this community that brings together these three components can also start to do really exciting things, whether it be to ideate around ways in which to solve important problems like diseases and come up with new types of concepts, help evaluate and provide feedback on some of those ideas, as well as even start to match individuals to start to actually launch projects and start to develop these candidate products. But ultimately, I think those components of the community that I think differentiate from what we've seen today really stem from a component of openness, as well as an importance of having credibility at the table as well, because as we aspire to take these technologies and bring them to the real world, I think that's another piece that's going to be really important. And so DeSci as a whole, I'd like to think actually draws inspiration from a lot of the ways in which, let's take medicines as an example, have been developed in the past half century. In many circumstances where medicines perhaps weren't developed by pharma or biotech VCs, they were actually developed by partnerships that formed between entrepreneurial scientists and patients. Some of the most transformative medical outcomes have actually emerged from these sorts of communities. So whether it's the vaccine for polio, many of the treatments for cystic fibrosis, or even forms of hypertension, it was actually patients or individual scientists who actually came together to be able to advance, invest, and develop these candidate medicines. One of the most interesting ones that I think that's on this slide that you might all find inspiration in is the work of Martine Rothblatt, an electrical engineer whose daughter was diagnosed with a rare disease called pulmonary arterial hypertension. She went and herself licensed a drug from GSK, developed it, and today that company has, I think, a market cap of about $15 billion. It does about $1.5 billion in top line revenue. And so in each of these individual circumstances, not only is the science transformative and the medicine transformative, but also the financial outcomes have been massive as well, where you have unicorn-like outcomes that emerge from this sort of style of development. And in my view, one of the key things that's made this a reality has been the fundamental superpowers that these constituents bring to the table. Especially when it comes to working with patients, which is sort of near and dear to my heart, obviously. I think a key part of it becomes those patients can help support, drive urgency and focus for the organization, can help with key bottlenecks, whether it be regulatory or clinical trials or otherwise, and I think becomes a new adjacent approach to what we can do today. And so I want to sort of, again, paint this picture that though we can talk about disruption and wax poetic about tearing down existing infrastructure and systems, I really think what DeSci offers is a new adjacent approach that allows us to bring, again, these tools to the table of, again, tools, capital, expertise to empower folks like yourselves and other communities to develop the products and the medicines that they care about. And so I think the folks at Ultra Rare Bio did a really awesome job of actually now mapping this landscape and all the different projects and ideas that have since emerged here. And so you can see from this slide, and having been in this space for about a year and a half now, this slide was maybe 1/4 the size just a year and a half ago. We're seeing really exponential growth in what openness enables when it comes to empowering, again, scientists, communities, patients to go realize their own visions. So whether it be in the areas of academic publishing, to finance, to biotech, I think you're seeing a lot of really exciting projects, many of which are represented here today at DeSci London, as coming to the forefront to sort of chart this new territory. So I think it's safe to say that when you spend time with your peers here today and tomorrow, that the feeling that you get is one of optimism, is one of an eye on the future, as opposed to sort of being held back by the challenges of the past. So I'm going to spend a few minutes just sort of sharing with you a little bit about our perspective and lens at ViBio. What we're doing is we're trying to build what we call the Bell Labs for biotech, where we want to empower a community of both patients and scientists to be able to help develop new medicines. Now, we personally are focused on this facet of medicines with a real key initial interest in the rare disease space because of the challenges I've seen and the prominence of the community in that domain. But our hope is truly to be able to create this community and empower it to be able to come up with new ideas to solve these key diseases, help evaluate and provide feedback, and ultimately empower connections between individuals and empower them with tools, capital, and expertise to realize those solutions. As an organization, we've now been around for about a few months. We launched earlier in 2022. Have now also brought in several dozen proposals across different facets of therapies in the rare disease space and are actively sort of working through setting some of these up. One of the examples that I'll sort of share is with a rare neurodegenerative disease called Lafora disease. One of our first partners was with a patient advocacy group called Chelsea's Hope. Chelsea's Hope is a US-based organization that's focused on finding a cure for Lafora. Now, you can think of Lafora as basically Alzheimer's, but for children. A genetic mutation in terms of how glycogen is managed in the body results in the buildup of these plaques, glycogen plaques that build up in the brain. Unfortunately, after a child is diagnosed with that disease, within about a handful of years, they pass. And it's a fairly painful and gruesome death that results in memory loss, paralysis, seizures, etc. Unfortunately, no treatment for Lafora exists today, and despite interest in this space, multiple big pharma companies and academic institutions have yet to be able to get a medicine into a clinical trial. So having partnered with this community and seeing an opportunity by which we can bring these principles of expertise, capital, and tooling to the table, we partnered with Chelsea's Hope to be able to help them identify and advance a medicine for the disease, for Lafora disease specifically. So over the past few months, we've brought over a dozen different experts to the table with drug development experience, having launched multi-billion-dollar drugs like Spinraza, Velcade, Brineura, amongst others. We've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars and soon millions of dollars to be able to both identify and evaluate high potential medicines specifically in this space, and have now started to bring modern tools, whether it be machine learning driven design or RNA-based medicines, to now evaluate the right potential path to find a cure for Lafora. And so when we start to think about kind of what the potential is here, our community is really keen to be able to try and drive that first community-driven therapeutic specifically for this disease, and hopefully show what this broader model and process is in the real world for real patients. So, as I sort of wrap up here, my hope is to be able to paint a picture for you that though it might be bleak in academia and the scientific world and the public markets are in a highly volatile state, I think there is a huge opportunity for you as individuals and us as a community to be part of this new movement of decentralized science and to really truly enable a true global collective of patients, scientists, and investors. And so ultimately, what I think Web3 especially has shown us is that if you can truly bring together this vibrant, committed community, there ends up becoming resources and capital available to you. If you're able to bring capital to the table, especially in this domain, you can actually invest and actually own both the output and the work that's created, as a community. If that community has ownership, that community can also lead then the distribution and the access to that technology, and then ultimately also the underlying infrastructure. So hopefully I want to just leave on a positive note here and give you a sense of sort of what the future portends, but it's really going to be built based on the contributions of everybody as opposed to a select few. So would love to also continue the conversation on DeSci and these other topics. Vibe and our team is really excited to be able to sponsor tonight's happy hour. So if anyone here likes beer, which I'm told many in the UK do, we're hosting a happy hour at the Lighterman at 6:30 tonight. We're also running a workshop tomorrow on operationalizing these DeSci principles. So if you are working on an interesting disease area or have an interesting science that you want to pursue, we'll actually have a live case study with a real life project that we can workshop together as a team. And then lastly, and most importantly, we'd also love to have you as part of our community. And so, use the QR code and you can sign up for our community, and our colleagues will follow up. So thank you all so much.
Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
Great presentation, Alok. John Cumbers, SynBio Beta. I'd like to know if you could access any of the funding agencies and think about a shift in their mindset about supporting DeSci and seeing DeSci as something that is collaborative and additive to their funding pool rather than trying to replace it. Who would you like to access and to get advocates? What would the titles of those people be?
Yeah, I think let me give you a style of the persona that I think could be really important here, which is when you look at the overall funding landscape today, I think capital is, individuals who receive capital will do what the capital expects of them. And when you look at least I'm going to use the States as an example just because it's what I'm most familiar with and where I'm from, but there's projects like ARPA-H, DARPA, BARDA, where unlike traditional funding institutions like the NIH or the FDA or the NSF, they play very early stage, and their mandate is risk and platform. And I think those are perhaps the types of folks, whether it's at the program management level or the director level in those sorts of institutions, that I think are the perfect complement because they like to take big swings, they think in collaboration, and also the investments that they're making are intended to be platform type investments, right? What I think is really critical out of platform, especially from a software perspective, is the opportunity for others to take advantage of it in a composable way to solve the problem that they care about. And I think that's really where the complementary nature of funding and intent happens with DeSci. Yeah.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Don't be shy. I even have a box which I'm told is a microphone I can throw at you. Got a question? I'm not just going to throw it anyway, but okay. Well, oh yeah, there are some questions. Right, should I? I'll pass it along because I think it's too early to start throwing. But you can feel free to throw it.
Farad, you don't need a microphone. Hey.
Thank you, Alok, for the talk. So, one thing that I'm still struggling to understand is how will this model change the landscape for, in terms of the funding landscape with charities, for example? Mm-hmm. Is it going to be a competitor, or is it going to be a collaborator, or maybe it's even more than that? That maybe all of them will basically go towards this direction, especially in eliminating bureaucracy within their organizations and so on. So what are your views on that?
Yeah. I think I'm going to give you a similar answer to kind of John's point on the government side, which is I think it's going to be a very highly collaborative relationship. So for example, the work that we're doing with Chelsea's Hope, as well as a few dozen other patient advocacy groups, they're all charities, and they all accept donations from their communities and people that they spend time with. And I think, again, the intent to participate or support a charity is very different, I think, than one when you're supporting, say, a DAO or a token or a crypto, a DeSci project. And so I think it's actually going to be highly complementary. You look at the quantity of capital that's available from a donation standpoint. Again, the intent and the origins are very different than the $1 trillion plus pool of capital available in crypto. And I think the opportunity here is that the risk tolerance is also very different. One of the things I often talk about when it comes to building Vibe, and one of the common questions is, why do you build it as a DAO? Why are you doing it with Web3? I think ultimately there is a large pool of highly risk tolerant people in the Web3 space who want to take big swings. That is the ethos of Web3, right? And I think that is highly different than a grant funding agency, a charity, a biotech VC, as an example. So I think it is almost always going to be a highly complementary scenario. And I think charities, especially in current times, can see it as an adjacent pool of capital and expertise that allows to support them in their mission, but also helps give them visibility into a much broader pool of ideas, personnel, and tools to be able to realize sort of their goals as well. So I really, really think we as a community should reinforce the idea of collaboration and as opposed to competition in this case.
Thank you very much. I think we have time for like one more question if anyone else has one and you want to throw the box. Come on, don't be shy. Any more questions behind you?
For the talk, that was very interesting. Have you had any experience working with universities and traditional academic institutions directly, and how have you found that experience?
Yeah, so we have. A part of it comes from, say, some of the technologies developed at a university, trying to license them out. That's been sort of one of the aspects of the experience. The other is, we've built a scientific advisory board of Nobel laureates and a few other successful people who've come from academia. So we've sort of seen it from a different perspectives and lenses. I think where our interface with them in part comes from is that there is an overlap where much of the excitement that comes from academia still has quite a ways to go before it can sort of reach a commercial point or tap a more traditional source of capital. And so we become, I think, this really interesting partner to hopefully help, one, surface up ideas that are interesting. Second, connect those ideas with high potential needs, like specific diseases that weren't initially considered. And then third is sort of provide that infrastructure of expertise, capital, tools to help bridge that and show that those technologies and ideas can actually solve the problem. As you probably know, I'm assuming you're a scientist by background, right? As you probably know, a lot of that work happens sort of at the lab and PI level as opposed to the broader institution. And so those are sort of been some of the ways that we've interacted with them. But I sort of see those partnerships and relationships sort of growing and scaling from there.
Great, thank you so much, everybody. Right, so next up, thank you, Alec, very much.
Thank you.
So next, I was going to welcome to the stage Bianca, who's going to be talking about decentralized peer review.
So pretty much we just get this again, little Thunderbolt one, go in there. Wrong. Selected? Yeah, no, it's and then everything that's on your screen.
Also, just to announce that on the Sky stage, starting soon, there will be an introduction to DeSci by
Just
Joshua
introduce
from
this
DeSci
now.
World. So if you're interested in joining that workshop, please make your way over there now. You
I
can
think
go
you
to
see
the match
videos,
or you
right?
go out
No, I
there.
have nothing, no animation, nothing. And what should I speak?
So speak into this hand.
Here?
Yeah, here's good.
It's enough to. Okay, perfect. I can. Yeah, because I was expecting at 25 and then I saw it finishing at 12 and I was like, what?
Yeah, if you stay here, you'll be good. Basically, if the light is in your face, then you're being cut off by the mic a little bit.
But here it's like I can move around here.
And I think maybe feel free to move this a bit, like, because I had to.
Oh, my tiptoes. Ooh. Oh, you text me.
No, I did, don't worry. I didn't forget.
Yeah, I didn't come for the. Okay. Sorry.
No, no. I don't know. Okay, everybody. So this is Bianca Trevor, who is the co-founder of Ants Review, and she's definitely a DeSci OG. She's going to be talking today about decentralized peer review, and we should have some time for some questions afterwards again as well. So thank you very much, Bianca.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning, everybody. I'm very excited to be here. And also, yeah, thanks DeSci London for organizing this event and inviting me to participate. I am Bianca Trovo, and I used to be a cognitive neuroscientist. Previously, I did my research in this domain, and it was during my PhD that I kind of had an awakening around peer reviews, which became one of my main interests, and largely everything around meta science. And yeah, and it was in the early 2020 that I came across blockchain. I started studying on my own as a tool for solving a specific problem that I found in peer review. And that's how I started this project, Ants Review. And basically, yeah, it was way before DeSci was around, at least as a name, as a concept. But there were other projects too that were kind of like in this direction. So I put this slide. Now it's kind of trendy, right? So I thought, why should I make an effort? I asked GPT-3 to tell me what peer review is, and it's actually a pretty accurate description. Peer review is a process in which experts in a field evaluate the work of their colleagues before it's published. This process helps to ensure that only high quality, accurate, and relevant research is disseminated. In the scientific community, peer review is a crucial step in the research process, as it helps to ensure that findings are reliable and can be trusted. Peer reviewers provide feedback on the methodology, data analysis, and conclusions of a study, and make recommendations for revisions or improvements. The goal is to ensure that the researcher is rigorous, unbiased, and makes a meaningful contribution to the field. So I would like to point out that I didn't help GPT-3 to this answer, and it's kind of like a very good synthesis of what peer review is believed to be, and actually kind of an idealistic definition of peer review. And I would like to actually highlight a few things. The fact that there is this trust aspect around peer review, and the fact that it's believed to happen before the publication of a paper. And I will walk through these concepts during the presentation, and we'll see how there are different ways of doing peer review, and peer review has not been static as a process of validation of science. And here it's a quick it's a crash course on the history of peer review. And I used as a reference this really good article by Melinda Baldwin from Carnegie Mellon. And I was surprised because I used to believe that peer review was actually a British invention by the Royal Society of London. But it turns out that this is probably a myth. So at the time, nobody was actually systematically reviewing articles for publication. So peer review is more like an American creation of the late 20th century, mostly from the mid-70s. And so basically before, for centuries, so from the 17th, 18th century, there were multiple ways to disseminate science, and not just the journal. So there were pamphlets, there were like letters, everything was valid for communicating science and for taking credit for it. And in fact, there have been studies showing that actually most of the famous papers published by Nobel Prize winners were never peer reviewed. And actually, the pre-publication review was most common just in a different way. So it was more like first you get the publication, then people maybe suggest things. So the role of the review, that at the time was the referee, was more to actually make suggestions and advising rather than gatekeeping. And it's only in the 20th century, with the rise of funding from the government around journals, that we have this combination of refereeing articles and scientific legitimacy that is created around. So basically peer review was kind of born at the same time of journals, the way we know it. And in a way, it's all around this prestige that journals wanted to have in order, in a way, to have legitimacy for the money that they were using. And then it became a sort of black box system where the communication was not anymore among peers in the broad sense, but it was just among appointed peers. And we don't know what happens inside journals, at least from the public perspective. This is a very recent article that became very, very popular on Twitter, if you follow anything related to meta science and peer review, by Adam Mastroianni, who is a postdoc at Stanford. And actually this article was really a blast, and it got so much attention that actually he got threatened after this article by many professors who wanted to get him fired because of that. And basically the main points is that he says peer review was just an experiment that was running around for like less than 50 years. And at the end, there are three main points: that scientists actually do not care about reviewers or the peer review itself. They just want the paper to get published. So if the paper doesn't get accepted in a journal, they will just try to another journal. So basically, scientific publication is just a lottery. And yeah, once the paper is published, nobody cares about what the peer reviewer said because you normally don't have access to the review. And scientists take work that is not peer reviewed very seriously, like preprints and blog posts and so on. So it actually calls peer review as a sort of censorship that actually slows down truth in a way, because there have been several cases in which famous peer-reviewed articles published in high-impact journals actually turned out to be completely false, like the study about the relationship between vaccines and autism that was around for 12 years. So there was a follow-up after this, after all the scandal that this article generated, and this was all from December 2022, so very recent, like 1 month ago, less than 1 month ago. And so basically, one of the main problems and fears that the people started pointing out, especially researchers commenting on this blog post, was the so-called fear of the masses. Like, what happens if we abolish this gatekeeping system that actually ensures quality in science? Like, everybody will start printing Nobel Prizes at home. So basically, if we just upload a PDF and we call it a publication, he actually says that this could undermine this publish-perish system, because if there is no credit to be taken for the publication itself, nobody will try to publish just for the sake of publishing. So nobody will try to publish low-quality science. And there is another problem of anarchy, of having people who are not really doing science properly, actually, advocating that they have accomplished some scientific study. But the author says that actually there are lots of journals that are peer-reviewed and they do not have scientific content. Like, for example, there is a journal about creationism. So basically anyone can actually create their own peer-reviewed system. So I think it's interesting that what he says is that without a journal to vouch for me, all I have is my reputation and the quality of my work. And we will go back to this. There is another point of view that I think it's the majority, is the fact that peer reviews are actually useful. And there is a sort of scholarship around the value of peer review, because it actually improves the clarity of science, and it's actually a way of bringing different perspectives. And this has been brought up especially by Jessica Polka, who is the executive director of SynBio, which is a non-profit organization that emphasizes the role of preprints. And one way actually to have a functional peer review process is to have it already at the preprint stage. So for example, on this archive servers like bioRxiv, because preprints allow everybody to provide a feedback on a paper. So we don't have the problem of lack of participation, closed doors, gatekeeping from an editorial system. And so basically, and also especially after COVID, we have a rapid access to all the scientific research. And there are several companies, platforms, services that have been experimenting around the preprint feedback and discovery, both on the side of actually bringing recommendations on preprints, or actually creating a sort of peer review system around preprints. And I actually worked with SynBio from April to November, so around 8 months last year. And I participated as an ambassador and coordinator in these 2 initiatives. One is Publish Your Review, which is actually started in 2018. And the idea is to encourage basically authors of reviews to publish their reviews alongside the preprints. whenever they are asked to review a paper for a journal. Many researchers signed this pledge, and I think it's a really interesting thing because from my point of view, and at least after talking with many scientists, there is this belief that actually the peer review is kind of like owned by the journal. So you feel like you cannot communicate outside what you wrote inside the peer review process. But actually the peer review belongs as an intellectual property to the reviewer. And you can always communicate outside and sign and put your name on it, so it doesn't have to be anonymous. And so in a way, the peer review process has always been decoupled from the journal in its essence, in the sense that the journal is just coordinating. And then there is the crowd preprint review initiative, which was really interesting because basically provided some articles that were chosen by a community of young researchers on bioarchive in the fields of biochemistry, for example. We had a limited amount of time, like 14 days for people to review those articles. And then we were using a system, this was made with Google Docs, but everybody could put their own feedback in a very modular way. So we didn't have this standard one manuscript review thing, but multiple reviewers were giving input on different aspects of the paper. And so this was called a community review. And then other people were coordinating the summary of these reviews, and that were published publicly with the name of the reviewers. This paper actually got published. So actually, between the people who stigmatize peer review and say it's useless, and the people who actually think that peer review is really, really important, after talking with many researchers, looking around on the internet, on many feedback, I found like there is a common trend on the fact that people actually would like to see more decoupling peer review from the journal, and what is called the publish, review, create model. So first you publish the paper and then you have the peer review. Many people would like to have more open interactions and like an open dialogue between reviewers and authors. And it's something that some journals have already been experimenting with, for example, eLife. And actually very recently, eLife decided to abolish the editorial decision on the paper based on the peer review. So there is no accept reject, which was also very controversial. And before they were already like publishing the reviews alongside the paper. And for example, even the author, even Adam Mastroianni, that was, like demonizing peer review, he actually says many times, if the peer review system was more like a Reddit-like comments, like the best, let's say the most valid science would be on the top of the list because it would be more voted by the scientific community. And some people even mentioned decentralized system with open peer reviews, open access, etc. And there was a study, actually, a control study in 2017. They showed that crowd-based peer review has no difference from the traditional peer review system in terms of accuracy, and it's actually even faster and more inclusive. So when we talk about decentralized peer review, I think, so this already exists somehow through the preprints preview system. If you are on Twitter, specifically, there are some scientific communities that are very active on commenting on preprints. And so these are already some form of decentralized peer review. So there is already this community aspect of having like information that is community owned, distributed, that starts from early career researchers, is open access, transparent, and so on. And so we already have this peer-to-peer exchange. But what is missing is the infrastructure, is the fact that if you take down those platforms, if you rely on Twitter, on Google, so these are not censorship resistant. And also all the value that is provided, all this intellectual flow of information is not monetized, of course. So it doesn't really solve the system of like researchers having a precarious life, and also it doesn't solve the system of this value that is extracted by publishers for publishing on journals. And so what I think the missing point is for decentralized peer review to exist is actually a decentralized platform service that cannot be taken down, and it's economically self-sustaining. And I think a DAO would be the best way to organize this, in order also to have a trustless system, and in a way to be closer to the original spirit of peer review, which is to not trust anyone for their own words. So it was kind of like the idea behind Ants Review when it was started in 2020, almost 3 years ago. And the idea was that a paper is somehow an evolving organism. So it's not something static, set in stone, but emerges from the continuous iteration between the authors and the reviewers. So it should be like some sort of a sort of living document. And in a way, I think peer review is very similar to the blockchain validation process, in the sense that basically it's based on a consensus, and the more the validators, the more reliable the information is when it's put on chain. So in a way, public. And in an Ants Review, what we wanted to have is an incentive mechanism based on the blockchain system, and this to reward the reviewers for their work. So we created a bounty at the time. But the idea to ensure that there is no bias is a voting mechanism based on quadratic voting or up-down voting, in which also the reviewers themselves are evaluated for their work. And another idea was to combine also open peer reviews reports with anonymity through cryptography, in order to prevent biases due to retaliation for reviewer identities in case of younger researchers. And this project is still on progress. And what we created when we had the MVP release in 2020 was mostly the incentive part. I think the hardest part is actually to prevent like gaming. And I think it's a problem that we have in most blockchain Web3 system. Yeah, another question would be, is it necessary to pay reviewers? After the past events in crypto, it's something that is recurring, like, is it the best way to incentivize people to do peer review? So I leave it as an open question. And I would like to give some room for discussion and thank like the people who sponsored my participation to this conference, and also a few conferences I participated to recently, recognizing preprint peer review and the future of scholarly communication. And this is a nice description of what Ants Review protocol was, again by ChatGPT-3.
Thank you so much, Bianca. That was absolutely fascinating. I think we've got time for one very quick question before we move on to the next talk. Anybody have a burning question for? What the box is? You have microphones as well. Otherwise, oh yeah, we've got the box there. One question, anybody? Otherwise, there's one down here. Okay.
Sorry.
We'll do two quick, very questions. Very quick questions.
Great talk. I'm John Fletcher from Cambridge Cryptographic. I'm going to be talking about something connected later, so please come to my talk at 5:30 or so. But I was just wondering, what do you think about the type of review they do in open source software when they, has that influenced you at all? They talk about whether they should accept a pull request, etc.
Like if there is some similarity between the way people
Yeah, that's
do
right, because it's
open.
completely, people just discuss it in an open forum in a similar way to they do it on
Yeah.
Reddit, and that's been going on for quite a long time. It seems to work quite well.
Yeah, so I was actually thinking in a way to recreate a system like on GitHub, for example, like decentralized GitHub, where you have all the issues and the pull requests, and in a way like a version control system. I think this would work very well. And it already exists for coding, and probably in computer science is more like.
It's slightly easier in computer science, I
Yeah.
think, but
For life sciences, I think it would be harder, but I think it's more a matter of like mentality and try to change. Yeah. But it didn't influence. It was not the original motivation, but it kind of influenced my way of thinking about a decentralized peer review system. Yes, totally.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks for your question.
So I'm just wondering why do you think MetaArchive, etc., aren't updating these features and aren't like updating their websites, and they still look like, you know, how they were 10 years ago? Like, why aren't they, you know, how are we getting all these startups coming up that end up using the preprint servers and downloading all, you know? So like, where's that gap?
I mean, bioarchive has been really updating the way of doing things. There are some services that are completely integrated through bioarchive, like TRIP, for example, transparent review process. But it's not very used, and I'm surprised because it's exactly what I would have liked to see, and what I wanted to do with Answer Review, because there's also like an evaluation score system for the reviewers. I think it's a problem of culture. Okay. And everybody wants to do their own thing. So, but in a way, many of these projects are complementary. So it's nice because you can actually use all of them. And yeah, okay. I don't know much about archive. I don't see an interest in doing that specifically.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, thank you for all your questions as well. Thank you, Bianca.
Thank you.
On this stage, we're going to have Andre Chagwadira from Fleming Protocol, who will be talking about patient DAOs, the new driving force behind biomedical research and translation. Meanwhile, on the other stage, we will have DeSci in action, accelerating research, distributing rewards, and meeting societal needs by Martin Wilson and Natural IO.
Yeah, great. Hey, how you doing? You all right? Good to see you. Yeah, no, yeah. How are you doing? You all right? That was actually really good. I was like, wow, that's nailed it. Okay. Yeah, I kind of practiced it to be 15 minutes, but sometimes when you're nervous, you waffle. So yeah, just kind of say hurry up and
So there's a clock here, but I can definitely give you like 10 minutes with my hands.
Yeah.
And then like if you go on 15 minutes, I do 15 minutes. So
cool.
And then hopefully the final questions.
Cool. And where are you sitting? Just so I can. Okay. Sweet.
So this should work to flick between.
Cool.
And there's a little pointer if you want on this as well.
Pointer? Okay. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I'll just yeah.
I'll work it out. One thing I would say is try and stay within kind of the square, just because of the microphone.
Yes.
And because it's being live streamed, and this is like the square that we're live streaming from.
Cool. Thank you. No pressure there.
It's quite chill actually here. I feel like it's much more chill than I thought it would be. It's quite relaxed.
Yeah, obviously like beforehand when you're walking, like, oh fucking hell, but actually it's Washington Square. It might be live. Might be kids watching.
Kids will be watching.
Yeah, sorry about that. Cool.
Okay, so let me know if you're ready and I'll get everyone seated, or if you want to give it another minute.
Yeah, maybe just give people a break and give them time to relax and breathe, meditate for 30 seconds.
I think actually there's one more talk before
Was there like Alfie mentioned about interviews or something?
There's like, I think, a podcast thing going on somewhere, but I'm not sure about that. Probably best asking Alfie.
Yeah, sure.
I'll just give everyone a heads up.
Cool.
Hi everybody, we're going to get started in 1 minute. If you'd like to take your seats, please.
No one listens to me. So. Don't like the game. No one listens.
You should have got a horn to blow into it. That tends to work.
And then Alfred's like whistling, and everyone like.
Hi everybody, please sit down because we're going to start next month. Everybody, settle down, please. Okay, thanks everybody. Okay, take it away, Andre.
Cool, thank you. I hope everyone can hear me. Thank you for the organisers for organising this event, and thank you for attending. My name is Andre Tagodura. I'm one of the co-founders of Fleming Protocol, and today I'm here to talk about the role of patients and DAOs in accelerating biomedical innovation going forward. So just quickly, I'm going to just define what I mean by patient DAOs. So in essence, these are ways to enable patient communities to collectively tackle unmet needs in a way that industry isn't currently doing. And some of you may have heard of something called Patients Like Me, which is a peer-to-peer network of patients where they help to, in essence, help each other to manage their disease. And you also find that some biomedical institutions like AstraZeneca, also the FDA, for example, collaborate with these patient peer-to-peer groups in order to look at the safety and efficacy of new drugs and therapies, but also to accelerate innovation and find new areas of unmet need, as well as new products to develop. So in essence, patient DAOs are going to be that. They'll be underpinned by patient peer-to-peer networks where there's offering peer support to each other, but this will also be the basis to identifying unmet needs within those patient communities. And because we're introducing DAOs and Web3 tools, so there's also going to be an element of funding involved. So when they identify an unmet need, there'll be the ability for the patient community to fund those ideas and accelerate them in a way that hasn't been before, and that'll be managed in a decentralized way. And finally, there'll be scientists who are a part of this ecosystem as well, who are able to work with the patient peer-to-peer networks and collaborate to develop proposals that tackle unmet needs and receive funding for doing so. So just to illustrate the power of patient innovation, I'm going to talk about a diabetes movement called the We Are Not Waiting movement, which happened in around the 2012s. In essence, this movement came about because the biomedical industry were innovating too slow, and the products that they were developing weren't meeting the patient's needs. So for example, with type 1 diabetes, you have a pump and a glucose monitor. At the time, those weren't communicating to automate how much insulin should be injected, because that's a very cumbersome process, and that wasn't being provided, even though it was promised by the industry for several years. So in essence, the patient community took matters into their own hands. They collaborated in an open source peer-to-peer community online with other scientists and hackers to, in essence, create a device and system which better met their needs. And the result of that was a level of innovation which is never before seen before in the diabetes space throughout its history. In essence, this community that got together created the automated insulin delivery system, and there's been plenty of evidence since then that this system has improved the quality of life and the outcomes for people living with type 1 diabetes. And then several years after that fact, you find that people within the industry actually adopted this technology as part of their products, and this has now resulted in an industry of closed-loop technology, which is now valued at around 36 billion. So whilst this has produced like amazing results for patients as well as industry, this wasn't initiated by the industry who were meant to serve patients. It was initiated by patients out of necessity because they weren't getting the outcomes that they wanted. So I think to me this at least indicates that patient innovation has the potential to create large new companies and new ideas, which can be great for patients, but as well for the market. And you have the likes of, some of my slides cut off, that's fine. The likes of A16Z, for example, who are predicting that the next generation of big companies are going to be consumer health-related companies. And I think to actually realize these next generation of big companies requires engaging and working with the patient communities who they're trying to serve. But ultimately, the innovations such as the Open API, automated insulin delivery system, and other patient innovations, because of the way the industry is structured, it makes it very difficult for these patient-led movements to really scale and be more widespread. But ultimately, a lot of the innovations which are really groundbreaking and really change patients' lives tend to come from the widespread testing of the end user, because a lot of this information of their day-to-day lives and knowing how to improve their lives cannot be judged necessarily without their input from purely research and development within corporate entities. So ultimately, in order to kind of realize these next generation of big ideas and companies in the biomedical space, it requires and necessitates working with these patient peer-to-peer networks. Oh, that's a shame. It's, sorry about that. And just a bit more on the kind of science side of things. So I'm sure plenty of you have heard of Thomas Kuhn, who wrote that book on the revolutions in science. And one of the quotes that he one of the things he talks about in his book is that a sense of malfunction within a system is prerequisite to scientific revolution. I think it's fair to say that in the biomedical research space, there's plenty of signs of malfunction. So for example, I'm sure plenty of you saw the recent paper in Nature, which I think came out last week or the week before, where it talks about the fact that disruptive science has declined. And obviously that's a bad thing for the biomedical researchers, but also for the patients who would benefit from such research. And obviously it's been talked about today as well, but there's also limitations in terms of the funding available to scientists who want to do groundbreaking research, because most of it's held centrally by the industry, but as well as grant givers such as the NIH, because only a minority of scientists receive that funding. And all of these constraints and others ends up constraining the intellectual capability and capital of the scientists who are in the academia as well as industry. And ultimately, there needs to be a mechanism to unleash the potential to have the benefits that science can give us. Have a sip of water. So I guess there's a question about how do we unlock this intellectual capital amongst the scientific community. And I think some of you may have heard of Freeman Dyson. He has some really good observations about the domestication of biomedicine. And he recounted a story of John von Neumann in the 1955s, who was one of the first people to use computers with software to assess the validity of hydrogen bombs, for example. And von Neumann actually made the assumption that this power of computing and software would be reserved for centralized entities and wouldn't be domesticated to the broader population. But obviously, if you fast forward to now, that's not the case. There's computers and software in every household, in most workplaces, and that's led to a lot of innovation as well as new industries. So if Dyson found this would be a good analogy, and also sees the potential of this revolution in software and the domestication of software and computing to be the same in the biomedical space. In essence, he talks about a paper called The New Biology for a New Century, where we're going to be shifting from the mechanistic and centralized ways of doing science to a science which is more community-driven and with more open sharing of data. And he predicts that this will accelerate the rate of biomedical research and ultimately improve society. And obviously Dyson wasn't around when the term DeSci was coined, but I think if you look at his description of the future of biomedical sciences, I think what DeSci can offer in terms of distributing and allowing more people to participate in terms of funding and tooling, I think it's a very good way to usher in this new era of science that Freeman Dyson was talking about. So I'm just going to quickly talk about how patient DAOs will work, and this is what we're building alongside, predominantly within the diabetes space. So the first element is the element of discovery. So as I mentioned, we're going to be building these patient peer-to-peer networks, which will crowdsource information and data, which will identify and be the basis for tackling unmet needs. There'll be scientists as part of this ecosystem, which will then analyze this data and then co-develop proposals alongside the patient peer-to-peer communities. And then this will be submitted to the DAO, and there'll be a decentralized vote on whether that proposal should be funded and whether it actually generally tackles an unmet need. And we're looking to have some governance in there where we have due diligence from scientists and commercial experts who would be able to assess whether that proposal has a good basis. And assuming it does, the proposal submitters as well as the community would then co-develop the proposal to become a real-world product or intellectual property, which can then be licensed to the industry, or we can bring it to market, but that'll probably be at a later point. And whilst this system is meant to tackle unmet needs in patient communities, there also needs to be an element of making these actually reach the market and ultimately be commercialized. So when that happens, the idea is that the revenues that come from this will then flow to the DAO to make the DAO self-sustaining, but also reward the members who are participating in the DAO to reward their efforts in bringing these new innovations forward. And as well as creating the patient DAOs, we're also looking at developing tooling to allow these patient communities to develop their ideas into a real-world product and service. It's one thing to obviously fund the proposals, but they need tools to make these become a reality. And the first tool is actually that we're building as a decentralized clinical trials platform. And some of you may know the traditional clinical trial system is very cumbersome, it's very, very expensive, takes a very long time, and it's also very inconvenient for patients, and it often leads to not very much. But since the pandemic, there's been an explosion of doing trials more remotely. So scientists are uploading their protocols and trials online, and having people like patients participating through their devices and submitting data that way. So in essence, we're creating a platform which better connects scientists and patients in this way. And we believe that there'll be the ability to bring more patients into this system, speed up the rate of clinical trials compared to what they have been traditionally. And ultimately, that'll lead to benefits in terms of reduced costs, but also increasing the rate of therapies reaching the market, as well as having more patient participation. And this slide just briefly talks about the benefits of patient DAOs to a variety of the various stakeholders who will be involved in this. So for the first time, well, in a more substantial way, patients will have the ability to direct the research and funding agenda, which really doesn't happen as much as it should in the traditional system. Scientists who were previously constrained to these typical systems and weren't able to do innovative research will now have the opportunity to participate in patient DAOs to come up with new innovative ideas that can change patients' lives and also receive funding for that. And finally, industry can also benefit from this in the same way that industry benefited from the closed-loop technology that I talked about in the beginning of this presentation. They can collaborate with these patient DAOs to really genuinely tackle an unmet need in patient communities, but also create large economic opportunities for themselves. So in terms of what next, so I'm expecting that there'll be a large proliferation of more patient DAOs, and we've obviously heard from ViBio, which are looking at rare diseases, but there's others like Athena DAO, which is looking at women's health, and plenty of others. And in addition to this, there needs to be a composable system of DeSci protocols which continue to democratize the funding, but also the tooling to allow and enable more scientists to participate in the system in a more diverse way. And I think with this, we'll be able to build the ethical case for DeSci in the sense that we're able to have a system which genuinely tackles a patient need, brings in more scientists and does more innovative science, and hopefully in a more quicker and more efficient way. I think if we're able to build this case in the short term, we'll be able to bring and onboard more members of the traditional system into this better system. And in the future, to really get to the endpoint and where we need to get to, DeSci protocols need to, in essence, get the level of funding which is comparable to nation states. And if you look at the amount of funding which is currently in place for research and development, and also the trajectory of crypto in terms of value over time, some predict that that will happen at some point. Obviously, we're probably a bit far from that, but I think on the current trends, that will definitely happen. And finally, as Dyson mentioned, we need to embrace the domestication of science through tools which allow patients and scientists to participate outside of the traditional system and do groundbreaking science and enable patient scientists. And some people talk about the role of home DNA kits, which is probably still a controversial area, and there's probably a bit more work that needs to be done. But ultimately, I think if we're able to harness this in a way which is user-friendly and safe and have the right guardrails, I think the level of innovation in the biomedical space will explode because it will allow patients as well as scientists to do more innovative and groundbreaking stuff at home. So that's the end of the presentation. I'm just leaving you here with a quote from one of our partners at Night Scout, one of the founders, Ben West. I think this really encapsulates why we as a company are in this space and also why the DeSci space needs to happen. In essence, enabling new interventions and innovations which allow patients to live the life that they want to lead and making that more accessible to the broader population. So I hope you're able to join, whether that be Flaming Protocol or the general DeSci system. And yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andre. So does anybody from the audience have any questions at all? Yes, we have one down here.
Hi, that was a very interesting talk. So I was just curious on the clinical trial side, because I know that this was is a huge problem that slows down research. So are you collaborating with like regulators, and are these like clinical trials recognized by the FDA? Because I know that FDA is generally quite slow, and even if you have clinical trials, you still have to like be recognized in order to like get a medicine to market. So yes. I'm just wondering what kind of clinical trials are these, and what is the relationships with the still existing regulators?
Yeah, 100%. So we're not going to, because we're still at this early stage, we're not looking to do like really complex and advanced clinical trials that require, just a lot more factors to be in place. We're going to be starting off with more simple observational trials that can be done online in a more simple way. And then that will be the basis for us building a system which is more sophisticated to go through regulatory systems. And I guess to answer your question around regulators, so we haven't engaged them just yet, but for that reason, but we certainly do need to. But I think for the moment, we're working with our partners, some in academia and some diabetes centers in Switzerland who have a lot of experts in designing clinical trials. So we'll be collaborating with them to at least get the system to a point where we can do simple studies and build a system from that. But the end goal is ultimately to do what you've just described, but it's too early for us to do that at this stage.
Thank you. Thank you. We probably have time for just one more quick question. Do you want to throw the box? No, we're running with the box.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I'm curious to understand a bit more, how's the response been from academic institutions in terms of like, I'm a scientist, I love this idea of decentralized funding, but I work within an academic setting that has a quite bureaucratic and sort of narrow-minded view. I would love to be able to, okay, people vote on my project and actually approve it and say yes, but then there is the layer of the university and the institute getting involved. How have you been in approaching that, and what does the response like?
Yeah, you're right. I think academia traditionally is quite risk averse about certain things, and I guess crypto is no different. And I guess the answer to that is that we're starting off with the academic partners who have expressed an interest in working in such a system, such as the University of California, San Diego. So they're one of our partners. They also have a diabetes design initiative as part of that university, and we're working with them. So we have good engagement from that perspective, and they're also tied to a healthcare system with clinical researchers. So, but I guess not every academic institution will be that responsive, but I think the fact that we've got some academic links is a good starting point. And I think if we're able to build and show value in a compelling way, I think it would make sense. It kind of ties into the ethical case that I talked about. We need to kind of build the case that this is a better system and way of doing things compared to what's happening right now. I think we need to kind of start with what we have, and we have some really good partners, especially in the diabetes space, and also the center in Switzerland as well. So yeah, I think what you've highlighted is a very good point to bear in mind, but I think that'll be a process. But I think the process starts with finding established and recognized institutions which are interested in participating in this, and then building and in a way which benefits them as well as the community, but also developing some good outputs which will get the attention from the broader academic community.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, In a few minutes on this stage, we're going to have a talk on credibly neutral platforms for science by Friederike Ernst from Gnosis. Meanwhile, on the other stage, the side room, we have How the Science System is Failing Us and Why You Need to Understand DeSci by Isabel Thompson from LabDAO.
Just so you know, this might be on live stream. Okay, but it's being live streamed? Yes, it's now between talks.
Okay, sorry, I'm gonna get this out of the way.
I assume like USB-C?
Do you want a little clicker thing?
No, I'll just use my phone. Okay, that's fine.
So, it'll take a minute, they're gonna switch it up, but it's mirrored. Did you want like the version, or is this good?
This is completely fine.
Beautiful, all right.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Do you have any
Super easy.
questions?
Thank you.
In terms of timing, so you've got 20 minutes. Do you want me to like give you a 10-minute warning or 5-minute warning, or do you just, are you cool?
Yeah, I'm okay with the clock, so all good.
Nice. And then if your talk, is it going to take the full 20 minutes, or do you think we'll have some time?
I think it'll depend on how engaged people look. So it's I think I'm the thing between standing between them and lunch. So it's
We'll probably give them at least an opportunity.
of course, yeah.
So because it is live stream, the speaker box is like basically.
Okay, so not to move outside yet. Okay, cool. Well, it is kind of like, it's a little bit, it's not inviting to kind of walk over there with, the chairs and stuff.
I was told I was going to like MC from here, but then when I found this mic, I was like, I'm just going to. Did you travel from far today?
No. Well, I came from Berlin yesterday, so not very far. No, not London though, yeah.
Did you go to DeSci Berlin last year?
I sponsored it and I didn't make it. It's like, I was, but the Molecule and DAO people LabDAO also work from the same office as us, so kind of, we kind of catch up regularly.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah. I'm sorry, didn't catch your name.
Oh, Sarah.
Sarah, fantastic. Cool.
I'll just give everybody maybe 1 minute and then I'll try to get them sat down. Okay, everybody, we're going to just start the talk in about 1 minute. Okay, I think we'll get started, so over to you.
Hi, I'm Friederike Ernst. I'm one of the founders of Gnosis, and I'm here to talk to you about Gnosis Chain today. And I'm super happy to be here because not only am I a Web3 founder, I'm also a retired scientist. So in my previous career, I was a research scientist and actually ended up leaving science to co-found Gnosis. So who here has heard of Gnosis before? Okay, so that's actually quite a lot of you. Fantastic. So Gnosis has been around by Web3 standards a long time. So basically as a project since 2015 and as its own company since 2017. And we've kind of churned out a series of products, some of which gained very significant adoption in the Web3 space. And about a year and a half or 2 years ago, we decided that it was now time to focus on scalability because it became clear that lots of applications were going to be priced out of Ethereum, and this is exactly what happened. And while block space may become commoditized to a certain extent, our
premise is that truly decentralized block space will not. So this is where we're at. So truly decentralized blockchain space is what we're trying to offer. So Gnosis chain actually started as XDAI chain in 2018 and had nothing to do with Gnosis at the time. It had a proof of authority consensus mechanism, which means there were like 20 validators who got to build blocks. And it has a dual token model with a staking token, which was aptly named stake. This shows you how early XDAI chain was in the game. It's also, its chain ID is 100, so it truly is one of the OGs. And the year before last, I was going to say last year, but it's now 2023. I still have to get used to that. So in 2021, the XDAI and Gnosis communities started talking about a so-called token merger, which then actually went through. So the stake token holders received GNO from the Gnosis DAO treasury, and the staking token to the then renamed Gnosis chain became the Gnosis token. At the same time, we launched the Gnosis beacon chain because, as I said, we do believe that decentralized block space is going to be a scarce resource also in the future, and having by all intents and purposes a consortium blockchain with 20 validators that you know the identity of, this isn't what we were here for. So we launched a beacon chain to run along with the then Gnosis chain, and we did our very best to make staking so easy that people would do it from their home computers. And we were actually pretty successful. So basically, at the time that our merge happened, we already had 100,000 validators on Gnosis chain. That's a quarter of what Ethereum has. Now we also have a trustless bridge to Ethereum, and we still have much lower fees. So this is Gnosis chain. Why should DeSci build on Gnosis chain? Well, there's very practical reasons to build on Gnosis chain. So as I said, it is completely compatible with Ethereum. It's got trustless bridges. So while basically in terms of trustlessness and decentralization, Ethereum really is the gold standard, Gnosis is not that far off, but it kind of offers this at a much lower cost. So basically, if you think of DAOs, for instance, DAOs rely on on-chain transactions kind of coming through all the time because that's how the organization runs. And obviously this has become unfeasible on many blockchains, and on Gnosis chain this very much is something that happens and should happen. There's 1,500 plus DAOs on Gnosis chain, including some from the DeSci community, like the Vita DAO and Lab DAO are built on Gnosis chain. Gnosis chain has extensive DAO tooling. So basically, if you look at the things you can do, basically the toolkits you can use directly on Gnosis chain, it's really basically, if you have a DAO, this is where you should want to run it. And you also have cross-chain execution of governance decisions. So basically you can have like part of your decision process or your entire decision process as an organization on Gnosis chain, but still have it affect changes on Ethereum mainnet or any other EVM chain that you so choose. Those are like the very practical reasons to actually launch your DeSci product or DAO on Gnosis chain. There's also more covert reasons that I actually want to talk about mainly in this talk. And this is, I am having the same problem as Andre now. That is credible neutrality. Who of you has heard the term credible neutrality in the past? Okay, this is, like a fair share. So what credibly neutral systems have as their core tenet is that everyone who participates in them is by default has the same rights. And obviously, this is important for DeSci applications for several reasons. So one of those is just reputation, right? So basically, science in the real world, I'm gonna replace real world here by legacy world, was very much backed by nation states and universities and research institutes and so on. So basically, if you're a DeSci startup, you somehow need to demonstrate that you are to be taken seriously and that you're not someone's private plaything, right? So demonstrating credible neutrality, especially in times where we see factfulness becoming less and less important, and basically core institutions, trust in core institutions being eroded. I think basically having trustless platforms really is super important. It's also really important to eliminate platform risk. So basically, if you're on a blockchain that is run by a number of well-known parties, you have several risks. So for instance, if you think back of, you guys remember Facebook, right? And Facebook games, and basically it was a huge industry to kind of build your game on Facebook. But if you became too successful, you were deplatformed by Facebook because it was their platform, right? So for a platform to truly be a platform, it needs to belong to no one in particular, so that it can belong to everyone. So eliminating platform risk, super important, and credible neutrality, or credibly neutral platforms help you do that. So in a proof of stake system, the node, a validator is a node, which is responsible for storing data, processing the transactions of the chain, and adding new blocks to the blockchain. And basically, if external forces have any say in which blocks get included, or which blocks which transactions do not get included, this system is no longer credibly neutral. And this may not just be like from a business rationale, it could also be a jurisdictional thing. So for instance, if all your validators are in the States or in the UK or wherever, it's probably not a great thing. Same thing, if all your validators actually run their nodes in the cloud in the same services, probably also not a great thing, right? So basically, if you have 1,000 validators, but 800 of them actually use Amazon Web Services as their infrastructure provider, you're actually drastically reducing the resilience of your network. So we at Gnosis Chain, we have kind of bet our future as a chain on the fact that a geographically diverse community of at-home node runners is super interesting and important to kind of have a resilient network. That means basically if anything happens in any of these jurisdictions or on any one of the cloud providers, it doesn't matter because it's always just a fairly small subset of the network. So this is actually the current distribution of Gnosis validators. We're about to launch, we have validators in 56 or so countries. We're about to launch an initiative that will reward spinning up nodes in countries where there is no validator yet. We're aiming to get to 100. Obviously at some point there's a thing such as sufficient decentralization, but yeah, this is kind of part of the part of that mission to kind of have one validator, maybe not in every country of the world, but maybe like at least in 100 countries, right? So where are we at now? As I said, we try to make it really easy for people to kind of stake at home from, not quite from a Raspberry Pi, but from a machine that they have somewhere still in a back office that they can use to run a Gnosis node. We try to make it as easy as possible to kind of install that software. There's still a little bit of a way to go. We have tons of people who are non-technical actually running nodes, and they set them up themselves and so on. Probably takes about a half an hour to an hour. We're trying to get somewhere where you can ideally just stake from your browser. So you open a browser window and you're part of the network. The minimum stake on Ethereum is 32 ETH. That is a very significant amount of money. On Gnosis, you need 1 GNO, which is currently just over $100 US. We have lenient uptime requirements. So basically, if your node goes offline, you're not slashed. I mean, you are slashed a little bit, but not significantly. So it's even if your node is only up like 80% of the time, you'll still turn a profit. Current APYs are around 15 or 16%. And we also have a collaboration with DAppNode and Avado, which are basically just sellers of hardware that sell you little boxes that you plug into your plug at home, and they're plug and play. So you can actually run a number of validators on them. They actually come with, you can just download the packages from the website or the interface and run them seamlessly at home. You also see that in terms of numbers of validators, Gnosis is only second to Ethereum at the moment, and offers a incredibly neutral experience. The next thing is trustless bridges, right? So now you have your assets on Gnosis. How do you get them off Gnosis if you want them somewhere else? So there always the choke point is the bridge, right? So basically, who controls the bridge? And if you've been following the Web3 ecosystem over the past year and a half or so, you've probably read about the numerous bridge hacks that we've had. So basically, what Gnosis has done is we have funded the research for the first ZK light client bridge. So basically what that means is the tricky thing about bridging assets is your chain A needs to know what the state of the chain B is. So kind of you know whether the tokens that you're sending across have been received and cannot be received several times, or that they were actually sent from the chain, right? So basically you kind of need to have an understanding of the state of the other chain. The way that we go, so in principle, you can do that with a light client. So basically that's kind of a client that checks the state and confirms whether something is in the current state of the blockchain. In principle, you can run those on blockchains. It's just incredibly expensive in terms of gas. So while you might, I mean, it's a stretch, but while you might be able to afford to run an Ethereum node on Gnosis chain, running a Gnosis chain node on Ethereum totally defeats the purpose of having low fees. So what we have done is actually we've taken this this light client and kind of rolled it up into a ZK circuit, and the ZK circuit then runs on both Gnosis chain and Ethereum mainnet, allowing these chains to kind of always know the state of the other network and bridge assets trustlessly. So basically, it's kind of a trust model of trustlessly connected layer ones. So this is currently this bridge is live, and there's still bridges that are not of that architecture on Gnosis chain, but they will be updated in time as well. So if you look at what's going to be new for Gnosis chain this year. So last year we had the merge. So basically we saw that huge upgrade from a validator set of 20 to a validator set of 100,000. What we are working on this year A is account abstraction. To how many of you does account abstraction mean anything? Okay, small minority. So how many of you have ever set up a wallet? Okay, almost everyone. So basically, you know the experience. You start the wallet. It tells you these are your 12 words. Never show them to anyone. Never lose them, or all your funds are going to be gone. Right? Terrible onboarding experience. And I mean, you guys are tech savvy. I mean, if you want to roll this out to normies, if you want to bring this technology that enables like trustless collaboration to the larger masses, this is an unacceptable onboarding experience. So really what you need is something like sign on with your email and someone custodies your keys for you, and basically but you should be able to retrieve them at any time and kind of rotate them out for new keys. So basically what account abstraction at a technical level does is it kind of it changes the nature of the wallet that you have on Ethereum from an externally owned address to a multi-sig wallet where you can rotate out the keys that actually sign for that wallet as and when you need. So basically people can guardian keys for use. You can have, parts of keys guardianed by different institutions. You can have things like social recovery. So basically, if you say these 10 people are my friend, if 8 of them agree that this is really me and I've lost my keys, I want to be able to recuperate my account, then you can now implement that natively. So this is the first thing, kind of upgrading the usability of the network to kind of not exclude the 95% of people worldwide who are not comfortable. Who are not comfortable with kind of storing their seed phrase somewhere safe. And the second thing is privacy. So as you know, privacy is a huge gap in blockchain technology. Lots of things are out there in the open. We have a fully specified design for a shutterized beacon chain, which kind of enables you to tap into protocol level privacy that we will roll out this year as well. And the third thing is segmented block space. So when new blockchains talk to you and say, come to our chain because we want to for whatever reasons, they usually say it's because we have low fees. This is always true. But what then happens is if those chains become very popular, these fees are no longer low. They become high, and lots of people who were there from the get-go, because the fees were so low, are priced out. So basically what we are experimenting with is a design for segmented block space that means that basically if you hold some of the Gnosis tokens, so if you're a part owner of the chain, there should always be a reserved space for you on every block where the regular fee market does not apply. So basically, if you're early and you hold GNO, you know that you'll never be priced out. It'll be like kind of buying real estate in downtown New York in the 70s or something. So you know you can live in that apartment forever. Could also sell it for an enormous upside, hopefully. But if you know you have that real estate, you can live on that chain for as long as your application lives. Cool. Thank you, guys. Where to find out more? Here, obligatory links, so gnosis.io. Everything else is also linked on gnosis.io. And thank you so much for your attention and staying here despite the fact that I am literally the only thing standing between you and lunch.
Okay, maybe just one quick question, if there is one before lunch. Down here, yes, please, there's a box behind you.
Okay, it's not on yet. Oh, there we go. Cool. Thanks for your talk. I've got a number of questions, but I'll ask the most pressing one. You mentioned Ethereum and credible neutrality. Could you speak to the whole OFAC
yes.
situation? Thanks.
Yeah, so I'm not sure who's aware of the OFAC situation on Ethereum. Okay, so quite a few of you. So basically what Ethereum did, this is going to be a bit of a longer answer. I hope you don't kill me. So, so basically, what happened on Ethereum is that there's a thing called proposer builder separation, and that basically means the process by which blocks are built is actually de facto split into. Why was this done? It was done to kind of counteract centralizing forces. So basically, as we all know, proof of work, which we had until the merge, this was a huge factor for centralization, because kind of running server farms is basically has huge economies of scale. So basically there were a few large proof of work providers de facto who were kind of running the chain. One of the ideas of proof of stake was that proof of stake should not have these economies of scale. Turned out proof of stake has these economies of scale still, they're just smaller. And the reason why it has these economies of scale is because you can actually, there's a way to kind of extract additional fees from every block. We call them MEV. That stands for minor extractable value. And the MEV can be, it's kind of, it comes by reordering transactions, because you as the block builder can kind of propose, you can say which transactions should go in which order. So basically, and you can also insert your own transactions to kind of front run orders into those. So to kind of to make sure that to actually do that, to order them appropriately and insert your own transactions, you actually need to run really sophisticated software that kind of calculates on the fly which one is the best order and which transactions to insert for you to actually extract the maximal value out of that block. So what actually happened is there was a company called Flashbots who actually built software and kind of gave it to people to run. That meant that they didn't actually have to write the software, and they would just then send the blocks onto someone who would actually build it. So this actually meant that almost everyone actually used the Flashbots MEV, MEV guess, I think it was called, software. So Flashbots is based in the US, and there was an OFAC sanctions thing coming out against a on-chain mixer called Tornado Cash last year. And what Flashbots actually started to do is to censor transactions that were touching on addresses that had previously interacted with Tornado Cash, which actually happened to be quite a few. These transactions were then not included in blocks that were built by people running with the Flashbot software, which they were doing because it was much more lucrative than just running the vanilla software. So that actually ended up in a situation where like 80% of blocks actually ended up being censored. I told you, sorry, ended up being censored. So part of the problem here is that there's no social consensus about the fact whether validators should have an opinion or whether they should just be mechanistic things building the blocks, right? So as long as you take in principle, if you have the freedom to kind of read the transactions, you should be allowed to kind of screen which ones go in and out. At least we have no social consensus otherwise. What you can actually do is you can technologically enforce this. You can actually force people or encourage people to cryptographically encode their transactions before they submit them, and then only reveal them after they have already been committed to the block. This is the shutterized beacon chain specification that I talked about that we'll implement this year on Gnosis chain. Meanwhile, we have also launched a relayer on mainnet called get back to you on that. Agnostic relay. You can find it on GitHub. That actually runs the exact Flashbot code, but it does not censor transactions. So basically, if you want to extract the additional values in that block, which I don't think you should be allowed to, but doesn't matter. In principle, you can, so you can run that software, but you can do it without actually censoring transactions that many validators are currently censoring. Sorry, I warned you. Does this answer your question?
Does it answer your question? Right, okay, there's no more time for questions, but I'm sure you can find Federica later if you want to ask anything. Thank you so much. It's time for lunch now. So I hope you all have a nice lunch. Just to say, we'll be back in here at 1:30 from a very important talk by Laura from Athena DAO. We'll be talking about women's health research.
What happened to the music? Can you do me a favor? If you see Vincent and the Molecule Crew, can you get them to come in, please? Do you want me to go get them? I'm like, do you want me to? Well, with Vincent here, it's fine. It's fine. I think we can start. Hello, world.
Just waiting for everyone to finish.
For those watching online, we're just waiting for everybody to get in from lunch. And thank you for joining us at DeSci London.
Hi everybody, I hope you had a nice lunch. We should probably get started. We don't want to because there's still people outside, but we should probably get started in about a minute.
Alfie, go get them here.
Use your whistle.
Please. Let's get more people into women's health. I think we can start.
Okay, hi everybody. I think we should probably get started. So to introduce to the stage, Laura McKeely, who's co-lead of Athena DAO, and she's going to be talking about women's health research and overlooked opportunity in biotech. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you everyone for being here. I was saying that I was not quite prepared to give a presentation like this. I'm so used to Zoom. You're gonna have to bear with me if I fumble or make mistakes or say the words wrong. In any case, my name is Ramin Kine and I'm the core lead of Athena DAO, the decentralized collective looking to fund women's health research. Let me start by saying that I am not a scientist. So I am the living proof that you can, I'm a great example of how with decentralized science, you can organize around causes that matter to you. I have experience launching and growing consumer business and have worked with luxury brands like Louis Vuitton and consumer tech companies like Apple and Amazon. It was in my advocacy work in longevity that I became obsessed with menopause, and here we are. I'm sure you have heard about the infamous Valley of Death. Alok from BioBio actually mentioned it in his first presentation today. For those in biomedical research and biotech, the Valley of Death is an important theme. A friend yesterday actually said that pretty much everything in biotech is in the valley of death. Not to my friend. But I actually did go up and look up the definition. And the valley of death in R&D it's used to describe the period of the development of a product or service when a significant increase of investment is required, making the risk of failure much more likely to outweigh the potential future return. When it comes to women's health, we're nowhere near the valley of death. That's not a problem we have the pleasure of having. So rather than tell you about how criminally underfunded women's health research is, or tell you more of the horrible stats, such as how in 2020, 10% of the NHS's research funding went to women-specific conditions, I am instead going to make a case for how ignoring half of the world's population is one of the silliest mistakes in innovation and business that we are making in modern times. When you think that 1% of healthcare research and innovation is allocated to female-specific conditions, you can imagine that we're leaving a lot on the table. For example, menopause and its associated symptoms are not capturing global disease burden databases, which looks broadly at causes of death, disease, injury, and health risk factors. We're leaving a lot on the table, from contraception to menopause, basically anything that affects the odds of you being here. Because if you're not a woman, you have a girlfriend, you have a sister, and you have a mother. And speaking of mothers, this meme is going viral right now on Instagram, and it says, "Motherhood is not every woman's calling." And I added to that meme, but menopause will happen to all of them. Again, when you think of the total addressable market, you're thinking of half of the world's population in this one condition in women's health, menopause. I did say that I'm obsessed with menopause, so you're going to hear a lot about that. But women's problems do not sound sexy. Who really wants to talk about menopause? And if that's not your jam, if your thing is solving big world problems, you have to think that we're heading for an infertility crisis. Or how about something more incredible, like an open source artificial womb? And as everything starts with science and technology, there is a unique opportunity in change to work in women's health from the ground up, with decentralized communities, empowering researchers, and changing the current paradigm. Since no one is paying attention, there's a lot of opportunity. It's like it's like a blank page. From things like standardized women's health data sets, computational biology focused on women's health, academic publishing, and as I said, what about an open source artificial womb? At Athena DAO, we're first focusing on the areas of research that are most underfunded, such as ovarian aging, menopause, polycystic ovarian syndrome, and biomarkers for all of these, as well as endometriosis and uterine fibroids. So when I mentioned that 10% of women's health research goes into women's health, of that, 1% goes into these conditions. But given that half of the population will go to menopause, if you actually kind of do a very basic math, things don't really square. As a progress to date, we were selected as the first cohort of BioXYC, which we were very honored about. We've already presented an academic conference, and we just recently published a reproductive health report, which is actually our first public good. It was thanks to a Web3 tool, Gitcoin, that we were able to do this. We've onboarded about 10 to 15 active contributors in academia, venture, and research. And we have also run a series of talks with the leaders in the space. More importantly, and something that we're very proud of, is that we are already evaluating projects from institutions such as Harvard, Cambridge, and many more. We count with the support of many biotech and research institutions. And our goal is to become the leading global community-enabled platform driving translational and transformational women's health research, education, and funding. So with that said, we're actually going to have a panel on women's health research. And I have two amazing scientists with me today. I'm going to get them to come on stage.
Hello? Can you guys hear me? Yeah. So to do the Women's Health Research panel, we're going to start with the panelists introducing themselves, and then we're going to get going. Well, I started in biology and science through my passion and interest for longevity research, which was at the time very underfunded and very obscure topic that you couldn't get funding for. But that just motivated me more, and that's why I did my bachelor's in molecular biology and later on my PhD in aging. And it so happened that my project was more geared towards reproductive aging. And it was astonishing to me how little we know about this area. Let's talk about it. The ovary is such a good model to study aging with because everything happens so much earlier, but that's not really recognized in either field. And it was an astonishing area because there is so much more to be found out that can help so many people. And now I finished my PhD, I left academia, and I would like to help translate great research, both in longevity and reproductive aging, to the people who need it most. So I'm currently working with Athena DAO and Beta DAO and more traditional VC, which focuses on longevity projects.
Hi, my name is Julia Juric, and I'm a molecular scientist, and I'm a postdoctoral researcher at Gnosis Glycoscience Lab in Croatia. And actually, we developed a blood test that can detect early signs of perimenopause, and we are looking to develop it further to also evaluate effects of HRT, so hormone replacement therapy in women. My current position is product development, and I'm working on it very actively, as you can see. And I want to bring women's health and wellness and longevity.
Thank you. So you already know who I am, hopefully. If not, my name is Rami Kini, and I'm the co-leader of Athena DAO. You hear that there's not many use cases for Web3 from people who are not into Web3. And the reason I got into decentralized science because I thought it is really the best use case of actually tackling real world problems. Well, of course, that's what I would say because I'm into decentralized science. But I wanted to do kind of a live workshop to contextualize things. So I was around London and I went into a booth and I found this on the clearance bin, a menopause test for £2.99. So basically I said, need to cancel the talk because our work is done here. I mean, $2.99 from $9.99 and a menopause test that is supposed to tell me if I'm going through menopause. I know that this is not real. But since I have scientists here, this is an opportunity for them to talk about why this is not real, why it's an opportunity if we actually get evidence-based products, and why decentralized science can help tackle this, and also become, I mean, it's a massive opportunity because women are willing to take this test because they're desperate when they're going through this in their lives. And we're selling them crappy products. Why if we could actually give them things that do actually work? So Maria, we'll start with you. Why is this not real?
I mean, I'm sure it's real, but what does it actually tell you? It's a one-off measurement of FSH, which is follicle-stimulating hormone, and it is the hormone that's secreted from your brain, from the pituitary, to basically signal the ovaries to grow follicles. So it could indicate that you're entering menopause if it's very high, but that's mostly because the ovaries start producing estrogen, and estrogen blocks the secretion of FSH. So if you don't have estrogen, there's nothing to block you to get high levels. But if that test actually tells you anything, it's very controversial. Because FSH levels vary constantly throughout your menstrual cycle. It's a fluctuation up and down all the time. and it goes up dramatically when you hit menopause. But that would be a very distant point in time. So you can't do anything about it at this point. So we already know you have menopause and kind of confirm it with that. But it does indicate, I think, a big problem that these products are so needed, and women in that kind of market around menopause and around people who are trying to conceive, it's very exploited because they're desperate to find out, and we don't have anything that's good enough to give answers.
Just for context, I think recently the menopause market, and just what we have right now, not even actual real solutions, is valued at $600 billion worldwide. So that's what we have right now. But I think Julia can tell us more about why this doesn't work. It has to do with perimenopause.
Yes, of course. So menopause, as a word, means meno is menstrual cycle, and pause means stop. So it's when you're diagnosed with menopause, it means that a woman hasn't had her menstrual cycle for the past 12 consecutive months. So you're basically diagnosing something which is already, which you already have been gone through for the past year. But what I wanted to say actually is that today this hormonal test measures your FSH levels, but your FSH levels really vary a lot, and they even vary within one day. So when a woman does this test of FSH during the day, the levels could be fine, but when she wakes up during the night, all sweaty, having hot flashes, then if she does the FSH, it could be very high. So they are not reliable because they vary a lot. And although they're not reliable, UK government spends £9 million each year for this testing. Why they do this? Because they don't have a reliable test. So how do you diagnose menopause today? You have to go to your doctors, you have to do hormonal tests, you have to accompany them with the symptoms the woman has. And often the symptoms are quite similar to other diseases. For example, women experience brain fog, or they're having trouble sleeping. They experience anxiety and often get prescribed with antidepressants. But basically, you're not fixing the core problem of women, and that is the hormone deficiency which they are going through before entering menopause. And this is the period which is called perimenopause. And perimenopause can last, it actually on average lasts for 7 years before one gets diagnosed with menopause. And now today we know that in the UK it takes 6 doctor's appointments, it takes 7 doctor's appointments and 6 years to be diagnosed with menopause. And during the period, women suffer with all those adverse conditions. And what's most important, and what we see in our research, is not only the symptoms, it's actually what's happening on the molecular level, and this is increasing inflammation. And inflammation is the root cause of chronic diseases.
Okay, so everybody got a lot of education here on what's going to happen to all women as they get older. If you can imagine going through that, that's not something to look forward to. Because I know the women that have had it did not enjoy it that much, so it varies really. But one of the biggest things of why I got so obsessed with menopause is because I learned that women's cellular aging accelerates during this period, so it really affects our health outcomes. When you think of it at the turn of the century or before that, women would potentially die 2-3 years after having menopause because our lives were much shorter, 50 to maybe 60 years if you were lucky. Now women are spending a third of their lives postmenopausal, and after menopause there's an increase of heart disease, Alzheimer's, at risk increase of those diseases, as well as osteoporosis and cardiovascular disease. So women's longevity is greatly affected by this change, this biological change. Now, we've changed a lot of things in science. There's no reason why we can't change this too.
And this is where decentralized science can actually play a role, because this area is looked by investors, but with solutions that sometimes are about just management of the condition, or, oh, here's your patchouli oil to like feel much better, empowered, yay, love menopause. So when we're talking about, when I said in the earlier talk that women's health is a massively overlooked opportunity, is because there are very interesting problems to tackle with a huge audience that would be ready to try anything. Also, keep in mind that 90% of healthcare decisions at home are made by women. With this said, I mean, as working in venture formation at Apollo Health and being between Vita DAO and Apollo Health and Athena DAO now, what do you think, Maria, are one of the areas that we could work with decentralized science to tackle the issue of menopause?
I think his work it would greatly benefit for having a community of women who have direct interests in the projects that will be funding, the research that will be supporting, and the outcomes of it. And not only would they have the information, but they could potentially have ownership in all those projects, which is what we're all here about. So we are not only focusing on menopause, but a bunch of other very widespread conditions from PCOS, endometriosis, ovarian aging, which affects fertility. And as our lifespans, as you mentioned, are growing, our reproductive lifespan is staying the same, and with our lives changing and our priorities shifting, a lot of women are faced with the harsh reality that too much time has passed, there's nothing they can do anymore. And they still feel so young, so energized. It's like 40, 45 years, say, like you can feel like you're in the prime of your life, and actually your system is entirely gone. So I do think we need biomarkers more reliable than this, that are integrated in the healthcare system, ideally. And as Pops News, for example, they're given every year. You have to do it to track your progress. And what we also want to focus on is therapeutics. So we can do something about it.
Julia, you know a lot about biomarkers, so please tell us more about the importance of them and what you actually are developing with glycanage and menoage.
Thank you for this question. So basically, what we were looking at is how to some kind of make or find biomarker which would go beyond this hormone fluctuation. And hopefully we've been in the life biology for the last 15 years. So we're looking at immunoglobulin G, the most prevalent antibody in the blood, and we figured out that the activity of this antibody changes as people are getting older, so it's becoming more pro-inflammatory. And we made it into a biological aging biomarker. And then we were tracking men and women, and we saw that men age linearly, constantly, while women tend to be younger biologically, but until just right before the menopause. Before menopause and with entering the menopause, in a period of perimenopause, women tend to age 2.5 times faster. That means that their inflammation level, which we are measuring with our glycanage test, tracks the increase in chronic low-grade inflammation. And this was something very significant for us. We thought that this was a big discovery because the inflammation, in our case, tracked by this biomarker, so IgG and glycans, glycan technology, can also track the decrease in production of estrogen, which women is going through. So basically, we are now developing a product which is called menoage. And by testing your biological aging and the pace of biological aging, we can sense when we can work as a predictive biomarker and can tell you if you're aging too fast and if you're entering perimenopause. In this way, we will make women be aware that something is going on, and they can manage the information, and they can decrease the health deterioration and live more quality life in their years.
So I just want to contextualize why we have obviously a CSO of a femtech startup, because there was a process that, as I might have mentioned, and Maria did say when you're presenting herself, we're both Vita DAO alumni. And as a matter of fact, MenoAge was a project that was also went through the Vita DAO pipeline in terms of being up for potential funding. It didn't work out, but within Vita DAO, there's another opportunity and looking from another context. And why this is interesting in decentralized science is because, for instance, Black and Age and MenoAge are not just doing the venture part of it, but they also have the research. And where we can play a role is in actually funding more research to get more data points so that the actual startup does better. One of the reasons there's not enough femtech startups or enough funding is because there's not enough science. So science is everything when it comes to actually making progress. And one of the interesting things about a DAO is that we're not necessarily a fund. We're also not an academic institution. We're a hybrid of those things. And we can do things that funds can't do. And we can do things that academic institutions can't do because they're tied to the certain rules by their prestige or the things that they have to do within the context of their countries. We have, for instance, contributors from Singapore, here in London, in the United States, and hopefully we're gonna have more after this conference. But why I thought using the menopause test, which is such an unsexy conversation, I know all of you guys want to talk about computational data and algorithms and data assets and all of this, and I just want to tell you, all we want is a really good test that all these women would actually use if it was truly available. With that said, I know that a lot of people usually have questions about why a DAO, what are we doing, how are we doing it, so I'm going to open the floor for questions. Any questions?
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to ask, and pardon my ignorance if I'm missing the point here, is the test to work towards eventually coming up with some kind of treatment to prolong the pre-menopause phase, or yeah?
Well, actually, we are looking also to treatment options, which will be if the menopause, you think of menopause as a hormone deficient state in women, then the logical would be to supplement women of which they are deficient of, and this is estrogen, estradiol, and progesterone. And today we have magnificent products which are body identical hormones, so 17-beta estradiol, and we have micronized progesterone. Studies which have been done have shown that its use is transdermal, and this use, if the dosage is, of course, it has to be personalized, it minimizes any harmful things that you might consider connecting with the hormones.
Brilliant, thanks.
Hi, thanks. That was super interesting. I just wanted to ask you, when you said that you can do stuff that academic institutions can't do because of prestige and other, constraints, what are those things?
The main thing is being able to work with different research institutions. We're not tied to one, right? So if a researcher is in Singapore, they can do projects with us while they're out there at the research institution. If you're in Cambridge, you can still potentially maybe come and contribute to us and have another path to work on your projects. So the bigger thing is not the being tied, but the fact that we can be more collaborative. So we don't have one particular institution that we have to work with or we're tied to, and that's the big thing.
Yeah, and just another question, if you're a woman and you want to, contribute to this, or what can you do as a woman?
So I mean, every woman can contribute because, as I said, I'm not a scientist. But if you're a researcher and there's something that you're working on, not even tied to necessarily the conditions that we're looking at, you could potentially be one of your scientific evaluators. Or we also doing a lot in terms of publishing. We're going to publish a second reproductive health report. We're looking for more contributors to actually start working with us in different areas. If you are not a researcher and you are a communications person, you can come work in our communications and awareness groups. If you are a venture capitalist, you can come and evaluate the research projects that we're looking at to see which ones actually have the most potential. There's so much that can be done, it's just we have to do it. Right now we're focused on the science. We really are focused on onboarding the researchers, the scientists, the academic institutions. And when we actually do get proper funding and do more things, actually have the science very solid, our next step is actually the community. How do you actually reach women that are not researchers, scientists, the ones that are on Instagram finding information about their health? Because women's health information is not that readily available. How do you curate? How do you actually provide a service and actually make women realize that women's health research is so underfunded? It's actually a massive problem. Women don't know this for context. So guys, don't feel bad if you didn't know. Women also don't know this. So there's a massive education gap that even decentralized science has to fulfill. For us, it's another layer in trying to get everyday women into our community as active participants. Maybe for some of them, it's eventually when we have tokens or memberships, they can just join and say, hey, I'm putting instead of $5,100 to like this thing that doesn't mean anything, my money is going towards scientific research or getting better solutions to women. But the first step is join our Discord. It's too bad I don't have our page there anymore, and I skipped that page altogether, but you can find us on Twitter, follow us, share our mission to your friends, family, women in your life, men in your life that are into reproductive health or women's health. And I'm happy.
So, proving the point that men or many people don't know, can I ask just a point of information question, which is, and then I'll ask the question, which is, according to Jennifer Garrison's presentation on this topic, there are only 4 species, 3 besides us, that have menopause. Is that correct?
Like,
and
they're mostly whale, and they're all whales.
Yeah.
FYI.
So if that's the case, and a lot of the science is remaining to be done, and you were talking about the therapeutic space, how do we actually do the model organism testing? Like, how do we actually do some of the scientific understanding and testing in labs to see if the therapeutics work or how things are working? How do we understand any of that machinery?
That's a great question. So we could still do research in mice that can be relevant, and there are a lot of things that we don't understand that we need to do more research on. For example, why do ovaries age so much faster than the rest of our body? What actually happens? Because when you look at the curve of follicles or oocytes in your ovary, they gradually decline until you hit around 35 years of age, and then there is a steep decline. So what happens there? Is it some kind of a switch? Is it just damage accumulation that creates a bad environment, so they start dying more and more, and that triggers kind of a cascade? And all of those questions, I think, are going to help us find out about potential therapeutics in space.
Can you do them in mice?
Yeah, you could do, so why mice don't have menopause, they're not menstruating species in the first place. So menopause is the cessation of menstruation, but they do run out of eggs before their lifespan is complete. They also decline in reproductive function, so there are shared aspects of it.
I just want to say that if you read our reproductive health report, we tackle that subject there because there are researchers, embarrassing having here, but there are researchers that are actually working on models that induce the process of menopause in mice. I think what's the other rodent that Javier is working on? Yeah, the Nickel rats. And then the other thing on the reverse that Dr. Jennifer Garrison says from the Global Consortium of Reproductive Longevity, who is the biggest consortium in the world right now tackling ovarian aging, is she points out how tackling longevity through ovarian aging makes sense because ovaries have a shorter span. So you could do longitudinal studies, you could actually do more. It makes sense that even longevity researchers start looking at ovarian aging as a really good model. I'm sure this is one of the reasons that why Maria was actually, she told me, in her lab in Australia, doing little, what was it with little mice? The insemination. So she can tell you a lot about how you work with mice. Did that answer your question?
Great, okay. Any more questions at all for the panel? We do have a bit of time if anyone, oh yeah, there's one over here.
My question is, so we talked about treatment options, the hormone replacement therapy and so on. Would there be a cure? Like, what would you do? You know, and like kind of, you know, there is no, I just don't see a scenario where it's all gain. What do you lose? You know, so if you go with the hormone therapy, you know, what are kind of the things that you're giving up? Or let's say you cure menopause, there is no menopause. What is it that then you would kind of risk having? You know, maybe like increased risk of cancer or whatever it may be, right?
Well, first of all, menopause is not a disease.
We need to address that. It really, menopause is not a problem. Just when puberty exists, it's not a problem. It's something we exist to get through.
Yes, that's right. So menopause is not a disease. It's a physiological process when reproductive part of woman's life is ending. What the problem with menopause is, and especially perimenopause, is inflammation. So it is the part of the life where women experience very high inflammation. Inflammation is actually connected to 3 out of 5 people die of inflammation worldwide. So it puts a woman in high risk of developing chronic diseases. Cardiovascular diseases get 5 times higher risk. Women have 5 times higher risk of developing cardiovascular diseases. They have metabolic diseases, osteoporosis, osteopenia. And what we figured out is that we want to be working in preventative manner. So each woman will go through perimenopause and endomenopause. What we want is that the harm to the health of a woman is minimal during the period, so that woman, when enters menopause and lives for 40% of her life, is healthier. So she has to be healthy, has to be active in society. This way, the person is feeling much better. She has a better health span, and we save money for the healthcare. So this is everybody's gain, governments and the woman who is aware of this situation. Because now women are aware that inflammation is happening in the body. They see only symptoms and they think, okay, this will pass in 5 years, I can manage it, I can go through it. But what is happening is this health deterioration, and this is what we want to emphasize in women and make them actively act on preventing long-term health consequences.
I also wanted to say that we put a spotlight on menopause because it's just one area that has, I mean, half of the world's population going through it, right? But there are so many other things within women's health, like PCOS, endometriosis, metabolic health issues, so many things to tackle that could actually improve women's health condition. And these are areas that maybe we don't talk a lot about. There's a big taboo around women's health. So even doing this today here and just slapping menopause here to everybody to listen to it, it's a challenge because people don't want to talk about it. They don't think it's cool. And if I can appeal to the coolness, at least I'll appeal to the fact that I can tell you there's a huge amount of money to be made on actually helping people, women have better health. And women are very good consumers. I don't know why we are, but if you were giving us things that helped us, we would actually be happily spending the money because we already spend them on other things that don't matter. So I just say, well, this is an opportunity. It's not feel sorry for ourselves. I don't think so. It's that you're being very silly if you're not joining our cause. So please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm quite interested in this topic because I actually helped arrange HRT for my mum when she couldn't sleep when she was going through menopause. So yeah, I just wanted to know, is that kind of where the work ends? Like, is HRT an effective treatment for menopause, or are we still looking for better options for women?
So I don't think HRT is a treatment for menopause. It's a great tool to manage menopause, but it's not something that treats the underlying causes and can prevent it. But what we consider a moonshot would be something that tackles underlying causes, so running out of eggs. So we continue producing those hormones endogenously. So we want to find a way of how to preserve the eggs back in the ovary, but for this to happen, we need to have a bit of a forward thinking and start this treatment, if you want to call it that, at the time where we still have the eggs in order to preserve them. Otherwise, once you run out, there's nothing you can do.
I mean, think of it, we live around 80 years now, and women live longer than men, but our reproductive system is in decay times. So women are 25 years old, can't afford to have children, they want to have a career, and their most optimal time to have a baby is literally 25 years old. This is like a big biological conundrum we need to tackle just to also, and that's why they call it the Global Consortium. It has equality after at the end because it is an equality thing for women to also have the opportunity to, when they are financially stable, when they're happy with their careers, to maybe have children later than 40, which is not really a biological reality right now. And as I said, we have transplants, we have Viagra, we have things, I mean, we live 80 because we have vaccines. So we should have something for either extending our ovarian life, or putting it on pause, or delaying it. It's just, it should be there too. Any more questions?
Some good throw. Can you hear me? Hello. You can, oh, sorry. Which I think is a little bit more technical. Recently, Apple, with the release of the new watch, made a big deal, or sort of not big deal, but they highlighted the privacy aspect of the reproductive data, which the device was collecting. Given that there is a political angle to reproductive health, I'm wondering what measures are you taking to sort of keep that in mind as you sort of engage with people, whether it's clinical trials or the eventual stuff that you build to actually help aid folks through.
So thanks for that question, because I know in decentralized science we talk a lot about patients uploading their data and those things, and when it comes to women's health, there is an added risk, but we're not right now currently working with the consumer. So we're not going to be getting data from users directly. We're working with research institutions, and that separates the data layer from us in terms of privacy, because the research institutions do have very strict rules as to how data is collected and how it's distributed and who they can share it with, and we would be abide by those rules. Now, we also have the potential of working with startups, and we've had a discussion where maybe when one of the startups, they would actually say to the user, would you be willing to give your data for scientific research? But that's something that you put there as a preamble. However, if you do work in Web3 and the blockchain, it's tricky because data in the US, it's the right to forget, so the HIPAA compliance, you're not allowed to take people's data and then actually have it on a blockchain, which, as we know, code is for life. So these are technical issues that we have to tackle, but for the beginning, we're actually working with institutions, and they're handling the first part of the data for us, not like an Apple or app, which they are inputting. The information they're getting is what I would call the consumer, and we are not at that layer yet. Tell me in maybe a year and a half, and then I can tell you.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, guys. That was absolutely fascinating panel and discussion. So next up, we have Alexandra McCarroll and Joshua Bates talking us through the hackathon winners. So we've just got a few minutes before we transition into that.
Oh, just one more thing.
Also, Laura, one more thing.
I am around if you want to talk about menopause. No, I'm joking, but please do please do join our Discord or community or Twitter and tell everybody about anybody that in your life that is a woman, tell them about us. Thank you, and thank you to the organizer.
Do you get the t-shirt?
Yeah.
Next year.
Yeah, next year.
Next year.
So it is whichever input you prefer.
Oh, not too bad. So what I see on that screen, everybody else sees, right?
Yes. Okay. So unless you want to do like a non-weird.
Are you really sure about that color rotation thing? Because this cannot really be a Mac issue if it's just about the cable. So I mean,
it's not about the cables. It's just like the settings, like RGB versus like.
Are you really sure? Because this is not a Windows machine. This is a Linux machine. So I assume this could perfectly work.
It might work, honestly. It's not a huge issue. Like it would just be like this might be exchange or something. Like this would be instead.
Yeah, this doesn't matter. I mean, I don't care about those colors anyway.
It's just it's because they're feeding us. They're feeding it through YouTube.
This is a Zoom issue. This is a Zoom issue. This is not really your connection.
So like IRL, like here it's not.
Yeah, I get it, yeah.
Yeah, so do you note yours like
Mirror. No, this is absolutely fine. I think I can work with that.
You said you have a video. Is there sound?
Now, but this is not my video. This is the video of somebody else. You have to ask Josh if you want to play this. Exactly.
Play the video. You can play the video. Play the video, please.
This is HDMI.
The sound. The audio output.
Yeah, I think this should automatically be the case. Wait a second. It's of course not the best idea to have Linux users do that now, but we can. Oh.
Worst case, we can also just do this and have it play out of your computer. This honestly, this works too. This would work like that.
So actually somebody should hear something because okay, let's just try the speakers. This will not be loud enough. I tried HDMI, but this is also not working.
How are the laptop speakers if you just play it out of those?
Yeah, I tried that, but where are they actually? So this is really low.
How do people jump into it?
It's the audio setup. So there is no HDMI audio setup, otherwise we would have heard something. If you do this on the laptop speakers.
Left, right.
Yeah.
Left.
Oh, yeah, I think honestly it's pretty loud right now, but you probably be able to hear it. I think that's okay.
If we go to output device again.
There's only HDMI.
Yeah, if we keep it on here for a second, because I think my colleague needs to actually set it up in the case.
Because I mean, this is the default, right? Oh, sorry. No, this is good. Oh, wait a second. HDMI is recorded. This one should be good, right?
Just take 10 minutes.
Right. This is. I don't hear anything, so I guess this is not working.
Sorry, are we plugged in? HDMI.
This is HDMI. And the last option is actually You choose this one. There's nothing. There's no speaker. So I only have this option.
All right. Just do a quick replug, see if it picks it up again.
Yep.
Yeah, because it should be labeled as a crash from our system. It's not coming up at all.
Right. Here?
Okay, yeah, that's coming up. I think you bump up.
I did it already, this maximum.
Oh, max.
Left.
Okay.
I don't know if this video is loud enough. This is not my video, right? This is just Matteo.
Is
the sound okay at the back?
But I can...
We are about many people, 1,000 data scientists, working together collectively to solve difficult problems in the context of quantitative finance, using a scientific approach that's characterizing more and more the
Okay,
field.
yeah. Once everyone quiets down, and then we'll be able to definitely hear that.
So, okay?
Okay, yeah.
You cannot just this.
All right, yeah. Okay. Cool, yeah, I'll let my colleague know.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Yeah, okay. So today we're going to present the hackathon entries. So we had a DeSci hackathon on Thursday and Friday last week, and we hosted it in UCL Basecamp, KX, which is sort of like the innovation and enterprise part of UCL. And it was really great. I love hackathons. For those who haven't done a hackathon, it's a great way to like get stuff built in a very short amount of time. And I think combining this sort of scientist and builder element is really interesting, because then you can actually get stuff, get stuff built and then hopefully use. There's a few DeSci projects that have come out of hackathons. I know that the first in-person DeSci hackathon was at Denver last year, so that's quite exciting to have a whole year of sort of DeSci hackathons. So yeah, it was hosted by Phase 3 and by DeSci World.
So we didn't have as many submissions as we expected, but we did have 3, which was the threshold for today. So we are actually going to present to you 3 hacks today. The first one is by Matteo Manzi, who is from CrunchDAO, based in Paris. He has actually unfortunately had to go back to Paris, so he submitted a video recording of his presentation and his voice. So please listen to him carefully, and if you have questions for him, you can get his contact from me, or you can go to crunchDAO.com.
And tell them to be really silent.
And please be very quiet. The audio for this is quite low. Thank you.
Somebody's sharing the screen. There we go.
Hello everyone, I'm Matteo from CrunchDAO. Sorry not to be there in person, but thanks for the organization of the hackathon and of the conference in general. So CrunchDAO, we are about many people, 2,000 data scientists, working together collectively to solve difficult problems in the context of quantitative finance, using a scientific approach that's characterizing more and more the field. The idea is therefore to become something like the BlackRock of Web3. We have key members from key institutions in the field that we're trying to put together using a framework that I'll show you in a second, that will allow us to tackle these problems. So here in this QR code, you can find the links associated with our DeSci platform and our activities more in general. So let's jump into the platform. In the context of the hackathon, we produced this paper, which is a small paper, but I hope it shows the functionalities of the platform that we also enhanced. Yeah, I'll show you in which way in a second. But this is the paper that you can go through. It's something like the archive. You see, you can visualize the paper, the PDF. And we tried to put together a problem that's mirroring what we're doing in CrunchDAO every day. So it's a data-driven dynamical system problem that we solve using machine learning. And then there's a complex optimization step that's done building on top of the first one. So this incremental approach you'll see will naturally be compatible with the principles of the package. So the idea is that you can also use this integrated with Web3 technologies. You can use this platform to do something like peer review. So you can propose an edit. In fact, in the DAO itself, we had this problem of coordinating people to have things which are reproducible, and we need reproducibility because we need cooperation between people that don't even know each other. So you see here, I'm showing an example of a proposal I did in the context of this presentation, and here you see the editor of the platform that allows you to, I don't know, do something like adding a new section that, yeah, is for DeSci, so enjoy the conference. And then you can render it real time. You have the PDF that's generated in real time. And once you're satisfied with the edits you did, which is something like a peer review, it could be correcting a typo or saying this doesn't make sense. And you can push this using your wallet. So you have anonymity like in traditional peer review. And then you can submit the revision you did to the paper that integrates the continuous integration, continuous development principles in the generation of units of knowledge. So you see there's a backend which is basically living on GitHub, on Git in general. And one can then integrate, have a discussion, and most importantly, see how the author of the paper is addressing the criticism of the peer review. So even if the peer review is not accepted by the author, the fact that it's been opened is accessible to the public, which makes transparency really good. So the code I'm showing here is about the work for the hackathon. And the idea was to, in order to make things even more reproducible, we wanted to integrate data and machine learning models built for some previous work, maybe, that people can build on top of. So we have a script that's interacting with the gateway of IPFS we have. And you see that I can simply load the model that's been already trained, and I can show some results for it. And then, most importantly, people can come, take this model associated with some publication, and do some other work. So I take the output of the machine learning model, I run it through a convex optimizer, and I show some other results that could be interesting in the context of an incremental work.
Reach out to Matteo, he's just posted on the DeSci London Telegram chat, so do it there. Next we have Steph.
That was me. Have you just announced me or what? Is it my turn? Yes? Yeah. Oh, okay, very good. Good. Okay. Hello, everybody, and thank you for being here and listening to this 4 or 5 minutes of breaking demo. My name is Stefan, and we have been building something quite amazing at that DeSci London Hackathon, and we took care about decentralized, incentivized, privacy-preserving peer reviews. Now, there were actually 4 or 5 people on my team. I cannot even actually remember because I was so deep in the code that I cannot name them all. Everybody in the end can give a grand round of applause to Stephanie, who was building a white paper for us. We had another front-end developer who was unfortunately missing out today. And our idea giver was Jan Ole Ernst, who broke his finger today morning and cannot be here. But he asked me that I ask you to go tomorrow to his talk, which is at 10 a.m. in the networking room. My name is Stefan Adolf, and I hacked the last 3 days until the nights. So I was not supposed to present this. Bear with me if something goes wrong. So the whole idea is we want to have decentralized peer reviews. Here are the requirements for this. Issuers of papers shall request reviews on the papers on chain, and then they first denominate approvers that are supposed to verify the peer reviews on those papers. Peer reviewers post review proposals on chain. So if you want to review something, you're supposed to post your proposal on chain. And then finally, the approvers may approve the reviews. If something is unclear here, this is because it's just an invented workflow we came up with. I guess in real world, ARNT reviews, for example, it might look a little bit different, but this is what we found to be working the best. So in a nutshell, peer reviewers' identities So who is reviewing something shall remain unknown to the issuers, to the ones who write the paper. So there is no bias in the process of reviewing a paper. Peer reviewers also shall identify as trusted researchers. So we know that those reviewers are actually real researchers who are able to do a review. And peer reviewers, and this is the nice thing about Web3, shall be incentivized on-chain to submit reviews. And just a word on this one, we are building on preliminary art. First of all, ant reviews. We're using ant reviews contracts. We have rebuilt a little bit parts of them actually to make them work for our use case. But what's more important is we are using ORCID research identities. I don't know if you are familiar with those. So this is a centralized, a federated identity of researchers. And this is actually the old project of Jan Ole, who you have seen in the beginning. He has been creating a project called Retrox at ETH Amsterdam in April, and he was actually even a finalist that bound together those ORCIDs with Web3 accounts. We are using this in the demo I'm going to show you in a second. The last thing we are using here is a so-called cross-signed account disclosure scheme. So we could have went with so-called zero knowledge proofs. We didn't because nobody in our team really knew how to handle them. This is why we built around them, and I think we came up with a pretty interesting idea. Is this my last slide? Yes. So are you prepared for a demo? I hope so. This is all live. It can go wrong. If it goes wrong, I'll fall back to screenshots. If you go to this URL, which is live, it's called p33r of .versalab. You'll see all the reviews that already have been requested on chain. The last one is the one I prepared. I prepared it by clicking this button, uploading a paper to IPFS and storing the CID with us. So at the moment, the last paper is not reviewed yet. Trust me, I know that because I posted it. So assume I'm a reviewer. And I have prepared 3 accounts here. So this is the private address of a reviewer. This is the researcher who wants to conduct a review. Once I have connected this account, you already see that it's linking his ORCID. So this is actually the ORCID ID that's linked to the Web3 address on chain, to this address, okay? This is the preliminary art by Jon. So assume this reviewer wants to submit a review for that paper. He wants to stay private. And now we have to do a little bit of copy-paste here. So the cross-signing scheme is doing the following. This is the private address of the reviewer, who is the real researcher. He is creating another account for him, which we are referring to as his anonymous account. Then he's signing with that anonymous account, his private account. And then we are repeating the step. We are using his anonymous address, switch back to his private account, that is bound to that ORCID, and sign it with the public address. And this way, he can prove to everybody that he was that he is the person who is going to submit the review, even so, without disclosing his private identity to the broader public. And now you may post a link to the actual review. I'm using this one. This is a very, very good review, and all that is going onto chain. But of course, he may not post that using his anonymous account. Sorry, not his review, not his private account, but the anonymous account. So he's doing an anonymous proposal request on chain that other people can verify. This takes a while because we're on Mumbai, and it takes a while until this is finished, until the transaction is finished. One thing to note here, somebody else, the issuer actually, has posted 0.1 Matic bounty on that request. This means the reviewer who's creating the final review will get that bounty, and everybody may contribute to that request. So one thing here is, this is a private information that I'm going to download now. This is a so-called commitment, as we call it. This is something that the anonymous researcher may present to an approver, to some kind of entity, to prove that he's actually also owning the non-disclosed account behind the researcher identity. So if I switch to my researcher account, I'm done in 30 seconds. If I switch to my researcher account, to my approver account, I can approve this one. Here it is. I can. No, I lost it. No, I lost my file. Okay, whatever. So you must imagine. Okay, let's fall back to those screenshots just so you see how it looks in the end. In the end, he's gonna see that he can trust the non-disclosed public address by verifying the ORCID using the chain mapping, and approve this one. And the 0.1 Matic will go to the peer reviewers account once the approver hits the approve button. Oh my God. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefan. Sorry for the time delays. We have a project. We have a hard stop very soon. This is Michael from DB DAO. Everybody give a round of applause for Michael.
Hi, everybody. I'll get started here. Basically, my hackathon project was on, I'm sure like many people here, they've been fascinated by like ChatGPT. So I wanted to see like in the extreme, could ChatGPT be used to do like the entire scientific process? So, the goal of this project was first to like use AI to accelerate science and try and make it into a scientist itself. And the second part is like, can an AI generate more reproducible scientific methods than maybe a human can? And what is sort of the interaction of this if empirical data is needed during a scientific experiment? What does the interface between a scientist and an AI and empirical data look like? So so many people are familiar with the scientific method. You have a scientific question, you do some research, you generate a hypothesis, you have an experiment in methods, you do the analysis, and you do the conclusion. So we first started off with what are the main fields of science. We just wanted to get a general scope of what are the main areas. And then we asked it to come up with, for each of these areas of physics, chemistry, to come up with a scientific research question that's with respect to baking soda and vinegar volcano. So the next step was to generate a hypothesis for each of these different questions that it had generated. So ChatGPT was able to do that. And we went with the chemistry one. So we wanted to explore the acidity levels of vinegar, how will they affect the chemical reaction between baking soda and vinegar? And do higher acidity levels result in a stronger and faster eruption? So we asked it to develop a method to do it. So it said, it came up with these, to test this hypothesis, gather the materials, prepare the volcano, measure the acidity levels, prepare the volcano mixture, test the different acidity levels, analyze the data, record the observation, and do the conclusion. So we asked it to then create a form that could be used for anyone around the world to be able to fill this out. So it created this method, so we wanted to do this like decentralized experimentation using ChatGPT. And so it came up with, first you need to measure the acidity levels of the experiment. We need to look at the ratio of each of these things. So those are the 10 questions that someone would have to fill out on a survey. Then I created this thing called DB-DAO, and DB-DAO requires a schema to be used to collect this data set. So I gave it an example on the right-hand side of what DB-DAO requires as its schema, and then asked it to conform the reaction experiment here in the survey to the JSON object that DB-DAO requires, and it just popped that out right immediately and was able to do that. And then I just copy and pasted sort of that code into our API, and it was able to create this like form that people could fill out on the chemical reaction of baking soda and vinegar in the volcano experiment. So now we have this sort of like methods and experiment thing that anyone can fill out. So we actually did conduct the experiment. So we got the baking soda and did this aluminum foil. And then very quick, some baking in it. It worked. And then from the results of that, we filled out the survey here of the acidity level, the ratio of baking soda to water, how was the strength of the eruption, how long did it last for, would we recommend this to a friend? These are all the things that it came up with. It added it to the row. And what's cool is this row is an NFT actually, so people can purchase this individual data point on OpenSea if they're interested, or IPFS, or they can see the transaction of that data point on Arbitrum. This is all done with DB-DAO. And then we exported that one row from DB-DAO back into ChatGPT to do analysis on it. And then we asked it to write a research report on the vinegar volcano, and it wrote up the entire report based on the one data point. We also, if anyone's in New York, we host a DeSci meetup once a month, and you can find out more about it here.
Thanks, Michael.
Yeah.
Thank you to all the hackathon winners, and now we're over to Vitalik and
Yes, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to the hackathon winners. So now for a very
USB-C,
special
right?
recorded session, we have Vincent Weisner interviewing Vitalik Buterin about decentralized science. Round of applause, please.
We can just stop, but maybe we ask if you can hear it in the back to just like in.
Effects staging, right? And what if all those numbers are off by a factor of 2?
Very back.
What if there's radical cultural change that causes people to have like much fewer children? There's just so many different curveballs that could happen. What if we do discover evidence of alien life, like even if it is bacteria, right? And that just creates a big philosophical awakening in people. There's just so many of these big unknowns.
Hey, great to have you, Vitalik, for this conversation about the intersection of science and crypto called Decentralized Science, hosted at DeSci London at the Francis Crick Institute. Yeah, maybe we get directly into it. So on decentralized science, I would be curious how you define decentralized science and which aspects of it are you most excited about?
I guess I view decentralized science as a collection of ideas that basically have to do with trying to answer the question of what are some ways in which emerging open and decentralized technologies can make science better, can improve science, the institutions of science, in a broad sense, can improve how people who are doing science can collaborate with each other and get things out to the broader public. So I think some examples of this would include, one is just funding, right? So the interesting thing about, I think, cryptocurrency is that, first of all, it's just a very effective fundraising tool by itself, right? Because I've used cryptocurrency to donate money to various kinds of charities, like some of them doing, giving money directly to the poor, some of them, doing existential risk research, some of them also, doing longevity research or doing other kinds of science. I think my most recent, really big and significant one was donating some amount of money to Impetus Grants, which is doing longevity. So just crypto as payments, I think, is one big part of it. And just in addition to providing more funding for science, I think it's fascinating in how it provides for more diverse funding, right? Like it's not just the traditional institutions, it's also a pretty wide array of individuals that can provide funding in a lot of cases. Then going a bit beyond that, there's things like DAOs and things like quadratic funding and all of these different tools that try to create a more crypto native and more structured approach to funding different kinds of science projects, right? So quadratic funding in general, it's this kind of decentralized and democratic way of choosing where the funds from a particular funding pool go. So one way to think about it is it's like a matching system, right? So if people donate to one project, then the matching pool also contributes its money. But the unique thing about quadratic funding is that the match is greater the larger the number of distinct people that contribute to a project, right? So if project A, let's say, gets $10,000 each from 2 people, but project B gets $1 each from 20,000 people, then project B is going to get a much higher match than project A does. And there's some really interesting mathematical reasoning for why quadratic funding is economically optimal in a certain sense. And if people want to read up on my explanation of that, I'm on my blog, vitalik.ca. I have, if you just Control F for quadratic, you can find my post on the quadratic mechanisms in general. And then I think we also want to kind of go a bit beyond quadratic funding by itself, right? Like there's the concept of DAOs in general, and there have been more and more DAOs. Like there's Vita DAO, there's other kinds of DAOs now that are trying to organize the process of deciding who to fund in all kinds of more structured ways and even going beyond just the funding question. There's also potentially the concept of using like blockchain traceability or NFTs or soul-bound tokens or anything like that to try to do a better job of just maintaining the graph of like who contributed how much to what, right? Because one of the big issues in academia is the whole peer review system, and the way that by itself has basically turned into its own game that is unfair in a lot of ways and gets exploited in a lot of ways and exclusive in a lot of ways, and creates a very misaligned behavior as people try to chase citations in a lot of ways. And the question of like, can we both try to make better versions of or like what the peer review or what the citation graph tries to do and what the peer review process tries to do, and also use blockchains to, and these tokens to really kind of weave that into the process of doing things and the process of funding things, and really make rewarding people for any contributions to the things that lead to important results downstream be something that happens much more seamlessly and much more automatically. Retroactive funding by optimism is one good example, right? So I think just zooming out of it, it's this large collection of things that people are doing with blockchains, with DAOs, with cryptocurrencies, and with soul-bound tokens, and with ZK and all of these different tools that try to like reform or replace or improve on all kinds of processes in like how we do science as a civilization.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I think maybe we want to double click on public goods. So I think it's really interesting to see like the first experiments with quadratic funding, also showing some, of course, of like the ways that it could potentially be improved. So I would be curious on public goods experiments like quadratic funding and retroactive funding, which experiments would you like to see in the context of science that you haven't seen yet, or also potential improvements to quadratic funding or retroactive funding that we should attempt?
Yeah, I think science is actually a great place to try to do experiments and like more sophisticated forms of retroactive funding, because science is the one place where it's like more obvious than anywhere else. Like I think it's true everywhere, but it's particularly obvious in science, like just how complicated the contribution graph leading to any particular result is, right? Like if, let's say, someone invents some new zero knowledge proof protocol, usually that protocol itself is a version of some other idea, and it uses some particular polynomial commitment scheme that was invented by someone 2 to 10 years ago, and then it builds on top of this other result, and that polynomial commitment scheme also builds on top of other results, and it's basically people building on stuff that's built on stuff that's built on stuff that goes all the way back to RSA and Shannon and other stuff in the 1940s to 1970s, and ultimately stuff even long before then, right? And there's more of a tradition within science of like being explicit about that graph, which I think is fascinating. And what that means is that it's an opportunity to try to solve what I think might be one of the critiques of retro funding in practice, which is basically that like the last step in a particular chain that leading to some outcome gets funded, but some of the less glamorous intermediate steps don't, right? And so everyone has a big incentive to try to like play up how big their contributions are and like be really loud about what they're doing. And that's like trying to reward not just people directly responsible, but also people who are responsible for kind of the parent and the grandparent of a particular result, and do that in a way that's incentive compatible. It's I think a really fascinating thing to think more about, and I think in the it's a good idea in every space, but in the decentralized science space in particular, it'd be interesting to really try to start.
Which ideas from decentralized society, also called DSOC, that you coined with Glenn Whale and Pooja, and broadly in social technologies, are you most excited about in the context of science?
I think there is definitely a big overlap, right? Because DSOC is in a lot of ways all about like exploring the non-financial ways to try to encode different kinds of relationships. So, we have things like popes that encode, whether or not someone intended a particular event. We have, things like proof of humanity. We, have a bunch of various attestation protocols that people are working on. And I think all of those have a big place in DeSci, right? Because, as I was mentioning before, one of the big things that I think the DeSci space could do is really try to do better things with having a higher quality kind of contribution graph, right? And that's something that we could get more of automatically just by having more of that kind of information committed to in the chain everywhere, right? So the more of there are these public commitments of what contributed to what, who participated in what, and who was a part of a particular community, the more it becomes possible to do more of those kinds of experiments, right? So I view DSOC as being a space that's going to create and really kind of build out a base layer that will make available information that a lot of these decentralized protocols are going to end up making use of.
On decentralized society, I wonder, do you see the first use case being mainly around identity and cell-bound tokens, and then enabling a bunch of other use cases? Like, what could some MVPs of this look like if a builder is listening who wants to build something at the intersection of DSOC and DeSci? Like, for example, there's Gitcoin Passport, which I think is interesting, but there might be other identity solutions or other DSOC ideas that one could build.
I think the other really natural one is basically trying to think through and figure out what it actually would mean in practice to have some kind of pope that's the proof of attendance token that represents contribution to some particular piece of scientific research, right? Now, which it could mean that you get one by being an author of some paper or some post. It could mean being an being involved in a particular community or at a particular event that's doing research in a particular area. I don't know yet, right? But that's one of the challenges that's worth figuring out.
You mentioned earlier some of the amazing initiatives that you supported. Maybe could you paint a picture of kind of the areas of science that you're most excited about and why you're excited about them?
Sure. So one that I've obviously been excited about for a long time is longevity research, right? I read Aubrey's book, Ending Aging, when I was a teenager, and I was immediately convinced and definitely really inspired by the vision. And since then, that's always something a space that I've dreamed that I could somehow be helpful to. And so I started donating to longevity pretty much as soon as I started having significant amounts of money. I tried to continue being more supportive of different groups in the space in various ways. In addition to longevity, one of the others that I've started going into recently is COVID research, right? This was actually one that kind of happened accidentally in that, I got these dog coins back in 2021, and I needed to send the dog coins somewhere. And right at that exact same time, India was getting hit really hard by the COVID situation, right? This was late April, early May 2021. And there was this group called Crypto COVID Relief India that was just starting to help India try to make its way through the crisis. And I sent some dog coins to Crypto Relief. Like these are the Shiba Inu tokens that I got that had just somehow balloons to a really huge market cap. And at the time, I thought that it was not going to be a huge amount of money, and so I didn't really think much of it. But they ended up being able to get far more money out of it than I had imagined it would be possible. Right? Like I imagined they'd be able to get like maybe 10 or $20 million, and then Shiba would crash to zero. But they ended up cashing out like a bit over 400 million USDC. Then they started funding a lot of projects in India, and then I also started working on this effort called Balvi with some other people who were into infectious disease science and really understood the COVID situation that I knew. That would also simultaneously use some of that money for some more kind of potentially speculative and high risk, but also potentially really valuable projects, right? So this is basically like full spectrum COVID support. So it included projects that were working on masks, projects that were working on vaccines, UV irradiation, air filtering, wastewater surveillance, just like the entire spectrum of figuring out ways to detect COVID. Testing is the other one, both better like antigen tests and like lab tests and PCRs and everything in between. And then, finally try to deal with COVID and treat it and make it less of a problem in the event that someone does get it. And what was interesting was that, Balbi did end up funding a lot of different work. It even ended up funding a lot of open source work, right? So one of the things was RadVac, which was an open source project that was working on vaccines for COVID. And they were one of the early ones that started working on nasal vaccines, right? Because they, there's this fact about COVID that the place where it's like easiest and most practical to stop it actually is like basically in the upper respiratory system. If like you don't get that, then like basically you're not actually going to create a vaccine that completely stops COVID, because like you could easily get it and pass it on to someone, even if the rest of your body outside the respiratory system is immune, right? So if you want to make what's called a sterilizing vaccine, then like, you have to get pretty close to the source. And also like nasal vaccines, they don't require an injection, potentially easier to administer, potentially like you could just give them out to people and less scary and all that. And they were one of the earliest projects that were doing that. There were a bunch of other projects as well, other vaccine projects, other projects in a whole bunch of other areas. So what was fascinating there, I think, was that one, just cryptocurrency ended up being an extremely convenient funding method, especially for all of these different international things, right? It's just so much easier than sending a bank wire, even with the controls that we had. Like we had a multi-sig wallet and multiple people had to sign off to prevent the money from getting stolen, right? Like, which definitely adds like a bit of bureaucracy and checking, but like even with that, it's just so much easier than sending bank wires for everything and dealing with all kinds of banking systems, that it arrives instantly. Then the other one, I think, is just like the value of a model of philanthropy that's more willing to trust people, right? Like a lot of donors to these projects say, try really hard to inject their own opinions into everything and basically say, hey, you have to put all your money into this and put all your money into that. And there's no way I'm going to let you spend anything on overhead, because everyone agrees that overhead is, totally unacceptable and bad. And, these things end up actually like hamstringing a lot of people, right? And with Balvi, we were trying to be lean, trying to intentionally not do that. And I think that led to a lot of good outcomes, right? And then I think it also counts as a science, even though it's not biology, but the whole zero knowledge space, right? I feel like I've been trying to support the zero knowledge space in multiple ways. So one of them is obviously, Ethereum Foundation funding a lot of zero knowledge research. I did actually contributed a bit myself to a couple of zero knowledge projects. Actually, a tiny feature credited to myself ended up like making its way into one of the original Plonk protocols, which I thought was kind of fun. But the other really big thing was just making these explainers, right? These blog posts that tried to make the math behind zero knowledge protocols and a whole bunch of other cryptography really accessible to people. And there, what I basically felt like I was doing was trying to fill what I thought was like this missing middle niche, where on the one hand, you have academic papers, which are just like horrible and unreadable. And like part of the reason why they're horrible and unreadable is not because, academics are like bad people who are elitist. No, there definitely is some elitism. It's just because, the incentive structure encourages writing to a particular audience. And I think changing the incentive structure is part of what a DeSci is supposed to be about, right? So, either you have PDFs that are basically unreadable unless you're almost part of the same lab. And then on the other hand, you have pop-sci writing, which is extremely accessible, but it just like doesn't explain, pretty much anything, right? It's like, trying to explain physics to people and then, so there's this thing called a light cone, and you can imagine a light cone by imagining something like one of the pyramids of Egypt, except it's circular. And it gives an image in people's head, but it doesn't actually help people understand the science in the sense of being able to getting insights about how the world works that would help them actually understand or predict anything. And I wanted to fill the big missing middle of writing that's both accessible to some number of people and yes, you'll have to know a bit of undergraduate math, and yes, you'll have to work hard, but at the same time, you can still understand it, but still actually being accurate and actually describing the whole protocol. And I think part of my vision there was definitely just inspired by my own experience as a self-taught person in a lot of areas, and just being frustrated by all the unreadable PDF papers and the extremely superficial pop-sci material, and trying to create something better for people who are kind of not taking the conventional university path, and that's good. Ended up getting a lot of good feedback around a lot of those pieces, and it feels like that's turned into more of a trend with a lot more people writing that kind of stuff now, which I think is good, right? I think educating people, decentralized education about science really should be viewed as being part of decentralized science, right? Popularizing knowledge, and even popularizing knowledge across disciplines is so valuable, right? Because so many of the important contributions, I think, come from intersections of different disciplines. So those are, some of the things that I've done, and I, definitely look forward to doing more things in the future.
Amazing. Yeah, what strikes me as unique with your kind of efforts is just the variety of different approaches, even from the Ethereum Foundation to Balbi to some of those very academic efforts to much more non-traditional ones. What has been some surprising learnings between, for example, how something like Arc Institute even, or Empathus and Balbi is set up, and being kind of in the trenches with something like Balbi? Be super curious, which learnings you incorporated from, for example, Ethereum Foundation and other things into setting up Balbi, and how you structured, which might be different from a traditional foundation or grant-giving body.
Yeah, I think being lean is one of the learnings, right? So basically, another one is setting up an organization that is explicitly not trying to have an infinite lifespan. And I think to some extent those two are connected, right? In the sense that there was this, I think it was Venkatesh Rao, for this one of the newfangled internet philosophers who has a lot of interesting ideas, but one of them is, I think he called it neotonism. It's like the opposite of the Lindy effect, where the Lindy effect is saying, I trust things more if they're old because they've stood the test of time. He's saying I trust things more if they're new because they haven't been corrupted by the inevitable pressures of social entropy yet, right? And like part of the reason why, structures gain entropy over time is because like they go through, disasters, and those disasters lead to calls for, defending against things and creating layers of accountability and defending against more problems. And over time, that just leads to structures that have like good defenses against leading to problems, but also unfortunately, good defenses against being able to move quickly and do new things as well. And like the thing that the Ethereum Foundation and Balvi have in common is that they're explicitly not entities that are meant to survive forever. I think with the Ethereum Foundation, it's like more open-ended, right? But there's definitely a big strand to the original vision that says that like, well, maybe the thing's going to disappear eventually, or maybe the thing's going to turn into a DAO eventually. And Balvi is explicitly intended to start with a pool of money, spend it, and then say that we're done, right? So like explicitly say that the goal is to disappear so as to not have the pressures that lead to creating some of these permanent bureaucracies and avoid the pressures of kind of people, more and more people trying to exploit it over time. So that kind of approach, I think, has been fascinating to see. Another one is just appealing internationally, right? So one of the big differences between crypto and a lot of other frontier tech industries is that, like, if you look at AI, for example, AI is completely based in the Bay Area. Like, OpenAI, Bay Area, Stable Diffusion, Bay Area, DeepMind, and like the entire kind of Google Alphabet bubble, largely Bay Area, right? Meta, it's in there. It's like huge Bay Area dominance. Crypto is not like that at all, right? Like the Ethereum Foundation is legally based in Switzerland with a major satellite in Singapore. It has a large number of developers in Berlin. It has people in the US, and even within the US, actually, Ethereum's primary American hub is Denver, which is, it's like, neither SF in New York nor one of the kind of mainstream contrarian hubs like Austin or Miami. It's like, hey, Denver. And it's like, right in the middle, and it's there and it's cool. The Zcash is also there, by the way. Well, technically, the Ethereum Foundation is more in Boulder and Zcash is more in Denver. But like, to me as an airplane person, if it shares an airport, it's part of the same city. Then, Canada, we have developers in Taiwan, we have developers in all kinds of European countries. Justin has been creating more and more of like a research bubble in the UK and places like Cambridge, strong community in Taiwan all the way through, more and more of a Chinese community growing, right? And more and more of a Latin American community growing, and a lot of Ethereum people in places like Argentina. So crypto has been, I think, just practically more successful than most tech industries at international diversity in that way. And I think like Balvi in particular also had that always as part of its vision, right? I mean, Brett Balvi had Crypto Relief, right? And that Crypto Relief was about supporting, India. And this was happening at a time when I remember one of my kind of bigger disappointments, right? Like the whole India crypto situation was just bubbling up on Twitter. And I remember like, even in the US, like almost nobody was talking about it except for basically a couple of Silicon Valley people, right? And this is actually one of the things that I still respect Silicon Valley for. Like I thought the Silicon Valley elites were like more on the ball and like recognizing that there is a problem happening in India and trying to think through like what they could do to help than like pretty much anyone inside the Biden administration. And it was only when the Twitter noise became really just like unbearably loud that they came out and made one kind of a statement, right? So that was I thought a kind of testament to like more non-political organizations' greater ability to care about things that go beyond the kinds of countries that you and me and probably even most people listening to this are going to be based in. But then Balvi itself, went all the way beyond India and supported, stuff in Thailand, stuff in the US, stuff in the UK, a lot of stuff in Latin America, stuff in China, stuff in all kinds of countries. And I thought that was, it was good that we did that. And it was only possible, I think, because of the international networks that we leveraged. And international networks that were actually only available to me because I had made that decision, 9.5 years ago to start roaming around and be a crypto nomad instead of being based somewhere. So yeah, being international, I think, is really key. Being willing to trust people and processing grants quickly. That was something that the EF definitely has done at various times. It sometimes has done, sometimes it takes longer. I think, obviously not always the right approach for the long term, especially because if you do it too much, then eventually the grifters kind of catch up, and that's probably one of the main reasons to eventually become more careful. But when your goal is scaling up quickly and when your goal is helping a lot of people quickly, and especially when you start off being kind of not an established donor in a space, it can be a good approach. So yeah, those are some examples, and hoping that those aren't just the models that we're going to be stuck with. I hope that things like DeSci and reputation systems and POPs and all of these things are going to do an even better job at helping to solve the problem of for example, who is trustworthy and what kind of people are worthy of more of a fast-tracked process, right? And trying to really get closer to the Pareto frontier between accountability where it's necessary and giving people the freedom to do their job in places where that's obviously the right approach.
Yeah, totally agreed. It's kind of crazy that how much of the science and everything else is centering around, for example, SF or Boston, and how many cities and places it's kind of leaving out. Kind of shifting gears towards scientific progress. I would be curious on your takes on what is broadly holding back progress, maybe in a scientific and technological sense globally, but also kind of related to that, which scientific breakthroughs you're most excited about to see in your lifetime. And hopefully your lifetime is fairly long, but that might be one, of course, breakthrough that might extend the amount of breakthroughs you see in your lifetime. But would be super curious, especially also under this lens of Tyler Cohen and Peter Thiel and others and Patrick Collison saying we are in a stagnation and that we need to get back onto the track of growth and scientific progress. Be curious on your take.
Yeah, I think there is a bunch of factors. Probably the biggest is always just the fact that public goods are chronically underfunded because it's hard to create a business model for them, right? If you're just a small actor and at a global scale, everyone is a small actor, then you only get at most a few percent of the benefit, maybe even a fraction or percentage point of the benefit of anything that you fund, right? And that is just always the biggest problem. And that's a problem that humanity's been stuck with, and it's a problem that is going to be hard to get past. But if we can get from funding things that only funding things that have a 10,000 to 1 benefit cost ratio, and then all the way down to funding everything that has more than, let's say, 100 to 1 benefit to cost ratio, that's already a huge amount of progress. Other things, I think, definitely exclusiveness and silos, right? The fact that there's a lot of knowledge that's sort of generated by particular academic communities, and it's stuck in particular academic communities, and very smart people who would be able to contribute just don't have that knowledge be accessible to them, because we've invented a path that basically says that you only get the required background knowledge by age 24, only if you're wealthy and privileged enough to go through a particular university path. And the reality is, if you enable people, there's lots of people who make huge contributions when they're 15, right? So trying to create paths that are accessible to more people and, across wealth levels, across age levels, across, kind of regional and national levels, I think is something that's going to be really valuable. Ideology is also, I think, another one, right? There's the whole line, and I think Tyler Cohen is one of the people who is kind of reblogged things about this, that basically sometime after World War II, and then kind of going further over time, a lot of people became much more conservative in certain ways about the physical world, and there was this mentality that actually kind of keeping the world pristine is good, and like large-scale intentional human change is by default a bad thing, and the physical world is something that we should not touch, and that like we see that in a lot of different contexts. So like that probably massively reduced the amount of research into nuclear power, for example. It's similar things are definitely reducing the level of interest into longevity research. Similar things are reducing the level of interest into just all kinds of areas that we're improving as human lives ultimately involves changing either ourselves or the physical world. But the big irony is that the digital world ended up being completely exempt from that mentality. And so we basically had a couple of decades where a lot of the smartest people basically went into creating social networks, creating all kinds of these like internet-y tools for and creating all kinds of just ways for people to play, in some cases increasingly negative of some internet games with each other. And lately we've been seeing a backlash against that, which is interesting, right? Like we've been seeing a lot more interest in solar power, a lot more interest in nuclear power, a lot more interest in nuclear fusion, a lot more of just kind of like human positivity, and even positivity about large-scale human intentional action, right? This is one of the ideas that I feel like Palladium does a good job of promoting, for example. Also, the rise of the developing world, right? Because the developing world, I think, that never really went through the same phase of like getting a little disillusioned with everything that the rich country West did, and been seeing like a lot of Indians, for example, getting into science with some very different perspectives. And also like the crypto space by itself, right? Like one way that I think you can critique the crypto space, and you can say, look, oh, actually it's just part of the exact same phenomenon of people in the 2000s and in the 2010s, like just forgetting about the physical world and thinking that they can do everything they want by just creating new tools for people to interact with each other digitally. And I think one of the interesting things about network states, for example, is that like that is an instance of people with a in a lot of cases definitely kind of like crypto ideological lineage, but like rediscovering the fact that the physical world is important. And aside from network states, probably another example is like the radical exchange movement, which has definitely a different ideological bent, but I think it's also about physical spaces to some extent in the same way. And there's a lot of crypto adoption like crypto inspired people going in that direction too, right? So I think just having an ideology that's positive about the collective human ability to improve our understanding about the world, and even have an impact on the world and on physical space, and an understanding of what it means to do the right thing and not do the wrong thing in those areas, without just like falling back on saying like let's not go here entirely, is one of the things that I think is like changing and slowly coming back, and I think is going to also bring more people into science in the future.
I'd be curious on kind of like this century broadly, like people like Holden Karnofsky called it potentially the most important century for many reasons, including, of course, like the existential risks and AI progress and broader technological and scientific progress. What's your view on kind of like how you could imagine this century to play out, especially in regards to, for example, AI progress, the singularity, or specific existential risks from AI to others? What are kind of like top of mind for you for this century?
It's a good question.
It's
I
kind
think
of like a vision or forecast.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that there's a lot of curveballs this century, right? So, like, I mean, 2020 to 2022 have been this like crazy long 3-year period of curveballs, and some a lot of negative curveballs, and some curveballs that are either positive or negative depending on your views on AI risk. But definitely lots of curveballs either way. And over the next century, there's just all these different potential curveballs where we just don't know yet, right? So one of them is what the AI future is going to look like. Like basically, are we in more of an Elisa Yudkowsky kind of FOOM world where it's just inevitable that some AI project, once it gets powerful enough, is just going to self-improve until it can basically control the world, and it's up to us to make sure that it controls the world in a way that's agreeable to us, despite us being very, very far away from being good at at being able to put concrete goals of any kind into AIs at this point? Or are we in more of a Robin Hanson world where there's no single AI that's particularly far ahead of all the other AIs, and so we're going to see a politically multipolar world going into the foreseeable future? And then there isn't really an existential risk, but there is just this ongoing battle of offense versus defense technology, and our job is to try to make sure that offense doesn't overtake defense by too much. Or also, are we in a world where the current LLM approach is basically that plus scale literally is all we need? Or are we in a world where we're already starting, GPT-4 is going to be close to the last major piece of progress that we get from LLMs, and otherwise LLMs are exhausted and we need some really significant more innovations. Another curveball is geopolitics, right? So obviously last year has seen a really unfortunate negative curveball in relations between Europe and Russia, and the next 2 decades, or we could easily see a very negative curveball in relations between the US and China. We could see a very negative curveball in relations between India and China, or nuclear proliferation, right? That's another one. This is something no one's expecting, but what if just any one of these countries that has a big grudge against the United States just decides to go and sell nukes with full plans for how to build more of them for $10 million a pop to a bunch of randos, and we're up to having 30 nuclear states within 2 decades, and some of them start declaring a nuclear war against each other. Bio is another curveball, right? So we have one big COVID, which I guess right now the smart people are still confused and it's still 50-50 about whether it was a wet market or a lab leak. And but lab leaks do happen all the time, and it's we could see more of them as we see more labs, and we could see more intentional ones at some point, right? There's just but then on the other hand, what if it turns out that longevity does get solved literally 20 years from now, and what's that going to do on what's that going to do to Peter Zeihan's demographic projections, right? It's everyone has these numbers that say oh, in 2100 India is going to have a population of 1.4 billion, China's going to be 0.7 billion, US is going to be 0.45 billion, Africa is going to be somewhere around 4. But what if we fix aging, right? And what if all those numbers are off by a factor of 2? What if there's radical cultural change that causes people to have much fewer children? What if there is the combination of having a richer society and having one tier more of automation suddenly makes it more practical for every family to have 5 kids each? There's just so many different curveballs that could happen. What if we do discover evidence of alien life, even if it is bacteria, right? And that just creates a big philosophical awakening in people. There's just so many of these big unknowns, and a lot of the ones that I've mentioned are negative, but I think we could easily see a lot of positive unknowns as well. I'm Yeah, it's definitely going to be a really big century, and it's definitely going to be a really important one. I think, I mean, obviously the 21st century is more important than any century that came before, but the question is like, is the 22nd century going to be even more important, right? Like, is this the final boss of humanity, or are we really at step n-2? Or do we really have the model wrong, and we're going to see, extremely radical change that like looks very radical even from the inside continue going forward for millennia? I don't know yet.
Maybe to close off to kind of like also the audience of builders in decentralized science, you mentioned some of the ideas you would be excited about. What are maybe some other ideas you haven't mentioned yet that also for like the DeSci London Hackathon you would be excited for people to see build?
Makes them excited to see build. Yeah, I think one would definitely be some kind of like, whether it's attestation-based or soulbound token-based or Pope-based or something, some kind of solution for trying to like assign credit recursively for things. Possibly an implementation of retroactive public goods funding that tries to incorporate those kinds of ideas. Possibly, what else? Something on the education side would be interesting, right? So like trying to, whether proactively or retroactively, public fund education in different kinds of scientific disciplines, and different ways of trying to evaluate like which ones of those are actually effective. Prediction markets, actually, this is one we didn't talk about at all, right? But this is, I know Robin Hanson is like really into this, and this is one of his big primary ideas, but it's like there's just such a natural tie-in, I think, between decentralized science and prediction markets, right? And like basically using them as a way of like trying to predict what paths in scientific research are more likely to be valuable. And retroactive public goods funding, to some extent, like it'd be like saying that kind of implies prediction markets, right? Because the whole idea is that, you're going to have investors that try to like participate in these retroactive rewards, and that's how the stuff gets funded. But like prediction markets more generally and their applications to science is another interesting area. And, with layer 2s and polymarket, I think, prediction markets are getting more and more viable and more adoption. So expanding them would definitely be really interesting. So yeah, those are, a few examples, but otherwise I'm sure people can come up with a lot of their own too.
Amazing. Yeah, I'll collect all the also show notes and things like the DSOC paper and other things we discussed. Maybe it's like the very last one. Is there a specific like book, blog post or like podcast you would recommend people specifically in the context of science that you enjoyed recently?
It's a good question. 80,000 hours is always good. I feel like there's a lot of just very interesting and very smart people in talking about all of the different areas that that we brought up today. I don't know. I feel like it would be interesting to just like have a podcast focusing on decentralized science, particularly at this point. Like, does something like that exist yet? Maybe you should start.
Yeah,
one.
This actually will go up also on the DeSci podcast. So we also had like a long conversation with a bunch of different people. I'll share the link in the show notes, but we have a bunch of other also conversations coming up, and all the talks and workshops from DeSci conferences are already up. So find in the comments. And for example, Pooja's talk I really enjoyed on the intersection of DeSci and DSOC. So I think that's a good related one. But thank you so much, Vitalik, for taking the time, and yeah, wish you a great day. It was great to chat.
Thank you too. Have a good day too.
That we're going to push everything back a little bit, so you're still going to get a decent break, and we'll start again at 4. Just before you all go, we're going to have a couple of quick words from John Cumbers, SynBio Beta, who's sponsoring the afternoon break. If John's around. Otherwise. Okay. Oh, there he is. John.
Thanks everybody. I won't keep you long before now in the coffee break. I wanted to just start with a big round of applause for Alfie and all the volunteers who made today possible.
10 years ago, I started a community called SynBio Beta, and it's an innovation network for synthetic biology entrepreneurs and investors. And for the last 10 years, we've been running events all around the world, both here in London and in San Francisco. We have our main event coming up in May in the Bay Area, and one of the tracks is DeSci. And I'm particularly passionate about DeSci for a number of reasons. One is I came up through the academic process. I have a PhD in cell molecular biology, and I see everything that's broken in academia being able to be solved by this community, by everybody in the room. We've talked about publication, we've talked about funding, we've talked about education, and particularly the benefits sharing of commercialization of that research through startup companies and investment. So I'm very passionate about that, and all of the DAOs that I'm hearing about today. I'm also passionate because of what Vitalik was just saying about decentralized societies and network states. And we know that science and technology can fuel economies of these new network states, and that's something that I want to bring about. For 7 years, I worked at NASA, working in their synthetic biology program, technologies for food production, biomaterials production, all thinking about how we can use these technologies to build sustainable ecosystems on other planets. If you combine what we can do with finance and crypto with what we can do with DeSci with crypto, sure, we're in the middle of a crypto winter financially. I think that DeSci is going to be the phoenix that's going to rise, and I think you and all the work that you're doing to make this community better and to build these tools are going to see a flourishing civilization throughout the solar system. So thank you all for coming, and enjoy the coffee break. Thank you.
I'll give you till 23 past in total, so that includes questions.
Okay.
So I'll just introduce
Okay.
Hi everybody, I think it's best if we get started, so I hope that you enjoyed your break. So next we've got Irina Timoshenko from Bacalao. Over to you.
Hello everyone. So today is my talk about Bacalao, which is open low-cost compute for decentralized science. And I'm from Protocol Labs, and in Protocol Labs, our experience is in decentralized peer-to-peer storage solutions. So you might heard about like Filecoin and IPFS, and a significant portion of our team are researchers, or they have background in academia. And so even when Protocol Labs created their first solution, IPFS, the main users were researchers in mind for that project. And also my background is in performance optimization research of parallel queuing systems. So branch of operations research and also like signal processing. Sorry, I put quite a lot of names here. And I'm quite familiar with the systematic challenges that researchers are facing in academia, and how unfair that people who want to make this world a better place, but they, because of their structure of academia processes, sometimes it's very painful for them to work and to do the work that benefit the whole humanity. So it's quite nice to see the kind of this movement and this conference appears decentralized, and how many decentralized organizations has appeared in the last 2 or 3 years. And yeah, we today offered the solution is Bacalao, which is offers like a decentralized open compute as a part of open infrastructure in Protocol Labs. With the key features is linked data by hash. So you can freeze your information and get this content address and hash link it and reference it into your like papers. So you will have this immutable content. And we call it content identifier, right? So this link to your immutable data. We also offer open access, so it's already there, open access to your data and open compute, right? So IPFS is widely used in various open science projects. And as a result of this, we also offer reproducibility of your research, so you can get fully reproducible pipelines where you can run your past experiments. So you can think of it as a totally frozen virtual machines and containers or functions that you can rerun and use all the data pipelines and verify the past experiments that are done by someone else. So we'll see example in a moment about it. And it's also available to the data scientists at the moment, right? So quite a lot of integrations already happen with the Jupyter Notebook, IPython, and Wolfram, where they integrated already with these content identifiers. And also, this means that you can use all your available tools, Web2 available tools, where people spend like millions of their personal hours in developing SDKs and tools. They are all available in Bacalao, and you have this Web2 experience of like tools in the Web3 decentralized world. So this is like very powerful. And so the Bacalao offers this like, compute over data, over this decentralized data, and some of the challenges that Bacalao solves is working with very large data sets that it's can be very difficult to move across networks because every universities are quite like siloed, and there is no access outside of universities to the data set. So and also network has like some limitations. We'll see example in a moment. And so Bacalao offers this solution where instead of downloading the data and moving it between organizations. You send your computation, your jobs to where the data lives. So where you host these like petabytes and like terabytes of like large data, if you need to process it, you just send it to the where the data lives with Bacalhau technology. And so our vision is Bacalhau transforms the data collection and processing by giving scientists simple and first-class distributed tools and unlock new collaborative ecosystem. So, for example, let's look at the example of the collaboration that Bacalhau offers. If, for example, previously before Bacalhau, there was this data set that is available, even if it's public, and some researchers do some experiments with it. They did research on it, and output of the research is private, so it's within the like institutions. So if one of the researchers decided like to to tile some of this data, and another like scaled it, and the third researcher just like grayscaled it, when the fourth is coming in and she wants to combine some of these outputs, like what is currently happening, that she has to go and like read the papers and reproduce it herself, so which takes a lot of time of her time. And with the Bacalhau, every output of these experiments is immutable and is public. So every output of this data has its own like fingerprint, as you see here, this like hash. And now, if you want to use outputs of some experiments, you just use those hashes, and you can access this data. And because the data structured in that way that if you hash your data and you get the kind of output, and you request this hash again, if the data changed, the hash will change again. So it's automatically automatically verify your data with these hashes. And if she decides to store it in an open distributed way, in open access, she can also do it by publishing it on the PFS. So Bacalhau offers like familiar tools and SDKs. It's simplified. It's very easy to use. So we try to offer you the same local experience, and it's also we offer collaboration between universities. So a bit of like technical deep dive on the Bacalhau platform. And so as a researcher, you send your compute, your script, or your algorithm, whatever you want to your algorithm, what you want to process with the data, you send it to the Bacalhau network, and it's just like as easy as say like Bacalhau run my job, and Bacalhau will automatically do all data administration for you. You don't need to worry about anything regarding to the data. And it offers results for you, and results are open, and you will have like all the inputs, outputs in different files, and errors as well. And it's published there, and you decide if you want to keep it there published for anyone else to use, or you want to delete it there. So it's up to you. And it's really easy for researchers that just with this command is Bacalhau get job idea to get the results back. And also, so this is very simplified and easy to use. Kind of CLI and user experience. And also, so how these nodes decide to go for, how these nodes are choosing which job to run. So every node, not every node, but nodes will bid on your job. And think of it as a self-sustaining marketplace where nodes might offer lower cost or lower price to run your job. It may be because the data lives somewhere nearby, or they have just like idle processor, idle servers there they want to use instead of like being idle there. So also Bacalhau treats WARs and binaries and Dockers as a first-class citizen. So you can you can wrap your computations in a Docker or create WebAssembly binaries. And yeah, you can also get very heterogeneous hardware that is not available for you or within your institution or university. So you have like GPUs, very high memory, RAMs, and just like do it as batch processing as it's over here. So you just like run Bacalhau Docker run, and then you get the Bacalhau list, you get the results of your computations. So if you want it now, this is already available, and it's already running, and we have several examples of academic research that's been running on APFS, and these are some of these examples. And let's go into one of these case studies, which is Eureka, and the problem that they tried to solve was through this like Max Planck Institute with some combination of other universities. So the project Eureka launched like 2 years ago for measuring Earth temperature. And so the problem that they tried to solve is that climate scientists struggle to measure accurately temperature of the ocean when clouds appear. It's hard to go through the clouds. And the problem was that hard that they had to involve 20 different instrumentations and ships and planes. And every of this instrumentation produced a lot of data, a very large amount. And what previously was terabytes and petabytes of data that lived in siloed universities and under different like data protection laws in different countries, what they decided to do, they decided to combine all of these together and one second, and use and publish all this data on APFS and allow these Bacalhau computations to run over this data. So it's not only like that they got they passed these data protection laws and academic like ownerships of the data. They let other researchers to use outputs of the data, and even now it's available on APFS. You can get like full access to the most of this like raw data. And so yeah, this is how they merge it together and run computations on Bacalhau. And we would like you to try it. And if you would like to run it, please come and collaborate with us. So this is our website, and you can come and join our Slack. This is our Twitter, and this QR code is our newsletter. So yeah, come and collaborate, and thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. So we've got a bit of time for questions. If there are anyone's got a question. Yes, let me throw the box at you. She's going to sound really mysterious to anyone listening.
Oh, yeah, but by the way, also, we have our head of product who came from the States, specifically for this data science conference, this Wes. Please also like come and say hi to him. He's also like, he's very focused on collaborations with DeSci, all the startups and institutions. So yeah, he's one of the person that you want to talk to. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the talk. I don't know if you may have mentioned it, but like I was just curious about like how do the people offering the computes get like rewarded somehow as well?
So at the moment it's for free because so we just like built it and we offer scientists it for free. So in the future we are researching now how to make it self-sustaining marketplace, but we will still have quite a lot of for scientists and for scientific work, we will have quite a lot of kind of funding available. So at the moment, it's even for free. In the later, we will make sure that scientists can run their work on it, and yeah, it will be all available.
So we'll explore some like funding mechanisms.
Yeah. The funding mechanism at the moment is free.
Great, and we've got time for maybe one more quick question in the back, well, middle there. Yes, can you pass the parcel style maybe, or just, I don't know about, okay, cool.
Thank you. Super interesting. I was wondering if you could talk a bit more about the compute process. So if I'm the researcher and I see the intermediate result and I want to change the compute, how does that process work?
Okay, so when you just, as a researcher, you run, so over here, you send your computations, you put it in a Docker container, right? And you run over, and you send it to Bacalhau to run. If you get results and you want to change something, you change your script, you wrap it again into like inside the Docker container and you send again. And also you have the outputs, you see exactly what's happened after each run. So you have the same experience as if you run it on your local machine, if you run it on your laptop or in your desktop environment.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you have any questions, come talk to me or to Wes, Floyd.
So now we've got a talk on decentralizing AI. We've got Hitesh, Richard, and Jakob from Algo Vera.
Are you going to be all talking at once, or are you going to be taking turns?
Taking turns.
Okay, cool. So you can just like translate this square here, just because I couldn't live stream. Whoever's talking.
Hey everyone, my name is Hitesh. I am one of the co-founders of Algo Vera. Algo Vera, we've been researching what it means to decentralize AI and how to achieve it. We've been doing this for almost 2 years now, and we'd like to share some of the thinking, some of the applications we start building, and some of the research exploration that we've been doing. By the way, we're going to be covering a lot of content in a very short space of time. So we also have a workshop at 4:30, which we can go into more details of any of the things that we chat about here. So one of the thinking perspectives that I want to sort of share with this audience, the scientific community, is this view of thinking about AI as a medium to augment human intellect. And I'll specifically focus on this second part, because there's like 2 parts, which is the medium part, and the second part, which is the augmenting human intellect part. And a lot of the work on augmenting human intellect came from this particular man, which is Douglas Engelbart. And this was sort of the motivation for doing this work was when he sort of realized the complexity and urgency of human problems were growing faster and greater than our capability to deal with those problems. And that's what sort of kickstarted the work on human intellect, augmenting human intellect. And I should also mention that Douglas Engelbart was one of the early pioneers of personal computing. He painted the whole sort of vision on personal computing in the 60s. So just to kind of give you an intuitive sense of what it means to augment human intellect, I'll give you the definition first, which is the idea of using technology to enhance and extend capabilities of human mind to improve the way people think, work together, and solve complex problems more efficiently. And a good analogy, or like sort of a way to think about it, is what happens if we augment human intellect and take a step backwards in actually improving our human intellect. So something like this would be if you were to strap a brick onto a pen, and every time you had to use a pen, you had to use it with that brick. Imagine how slow that would be to sort of write and sort of have discourse, have review, form criticisms of people's work and share that sort of analysis. Pretty soon it's going to get slow in terms of the intellectual progress that we can make. There's another point of that, in that the way that we interact with these tools can also change the way that we think. So actually using a pen that is attached to a brick slows down our thinking, in that it takes so long to actually get our thoughts onto paper and sort of manipulate our thoughts. It becomes much more of a slow process in actually being able to think. And that's why when you get sort of the ability for the digital media, where you can go into certain parts and start forming your thoughts there and edit it and copy and paste, it just opens up a whole new way of sort of thinking and working. And so I'll go into a little bit more into the conceptual framework that Engelbart kind of put forth. So this is the basic, human. You have some conscious part, you have some unconscious part, you have perception, you have motor abilities, perception to get information from the outside world, motor abilities to manipulate the outside world. And then human societies developed complex systems like languages, customs, and tools so that we can deal with larger tasks and problems. So, you have like the language forming, skills being acquired, and then also tools that you start interacting with in the outside world. And one of the things that you can think about is separating out this complex systems that we've actually formed into human systems and tool systems. And what's really exciting is we have like this two new forms of technology, innovation that really can change both the human system and the tool system. One is the maturity in AI we have as a potential tool to augment our abilities in human intellect. And the other is sort of the human system, and that's why I'm particularly interested in sort of the DAO field, which is sort of reorganizing the way that we do work and collaborate, which is, I think, more in the human system side, albeit it's sort of aided by technology. So we really need to think about how we can boost our capabilities as individuals and organization to deal with a more growing, complex world. And we think sort of AI and DAOs and crypto is a really great combination to start thinking about new ways to augment human capabilities. So Richard will talk some more about some of the applications that we're doing. So I'll hand it over to Richard.
Hey everyone, so I'm Richard. I'm the other co-founder of Algovera. And what can you see here? Oh. All right. Okay, so so Hitesh explained a bit about the motivation for why we're building what we're building. And I'm gonna kind of change gears a bit and talk a little bit at the practical level. What can you do today to augment your capabilities personally and also of communities? And so I'm gonna talk about personalized ChatGPT for communities. So first of all, oh, this is an old presentation. So first of all, why do we want to personalize ChatGPT? Why not just use ChatGPT online? And the reason is that it's useful when we're using these assistants for the assistants to have context about what we want to do. So some of you will be familiar with this. If you want ChatGPT to perform a certain task, such as writing an email, for example, maybe you'll give it some context about the person that you're writing to, or maybe some context about the history of the conversation or whatever. And so what if we could, use knowledge bases that, a lot of different communities are building in Web3 and use those and dynamically bring them into the prompts when we're interacting with these models. So that's why we want to personalize these. So there's a few different approaches for how we can go about this in order of like hardest to easiest. So some people still train language models from scratch, but by far the most common is like fine tuning at the moment. There's a bunch of people exploring reinforcement learning with these models. But something that not a lot of people talk about is prompt engineering. And I really think that prompt engineering is a paradigm shift because for the first time, you don't need to do any training whatsoever. And you can just like be clever with the prompts that you pass into the model to elicit certain behavior. And so this is what most people think of when they think of prompt engineering. This is a prompt that you might put into like a text to image model, for example, writing, Unreal Engine, Ultra HD to try and get the image perfect. And honestly, like when I first heard the term prompt engineering, I thought it was a bit of a joke. But then I dived under the hood and it kind of blew my mind just what was possible. So the reason that we need prompt engineering is that large language models are really good at general purpose text generation. But as I mentioned, sometimes we want to generate data based on specific context. And so this is one form of prompt engineering called retrieval augmented generation. And you can kind of think of this like a two-step process. So the first step is like knowledge retrieval. And then the second step is to like do some sort of generation. And so like we just use the LLM for its like language modeling component and also like maybe some reasoning as well. Okay, so let's say, for example, we want to use our knowledge base with an LLM. Let's say we have some docs. What we can do beforehand is basically embed these docs and store these in something called a vector store. And then when we ask a question to the model, we can embed that question as well. And then we can see which docs it's closest to in embedding space, and maybe retrieve the 4 docs that are closest to us. And these should be the docs that are most relevant and most similar in meaning. Then we can insert these docs into the input prompt along with the question, and then pass that into the language model so that it, you know, not only has the question, but it has a bunch of relevant context that has been brought in dynamically. And it's not just like knowledge bases that you can use with the input prompt. You can think of this like a knowledge module that dynamically retrieves knowledge, but you can also do more stuff. Like, for example, maybe based on the question, you realize that you should like pull in some Google search results, or maybe you want to use a calculator, or maybe you even need to like run some physical simulations and then pass the results into the input prompt as well. So there's a bunch of like dynamic stuff that we can do in this input prompt, and you can start to think of this input prompt a bit like a program. So this is a way that you can use existing Notion docs to create a proof of concept for a personalized knowledge assistant in less than about 5 minutes. So all you need to do is export your docs. You need to run a script in jest.py to like embed all of the different docs. And then you can run qa.py to run this pre-built prompt engineering workflow, which will work and pull in data from your docs. So I did this with the Algovera Notion. Like I said, I built this in less than 5 minutes, and then I just started testing it and asking it certain questions. So I was really impressed with this. So for example, what are Algovera grants? What hackathons does Algovera run? What is the link for joining the Algovera Discord? What topics have Algovera talked about in reading groups? And an interesting one is like, what is the history of Algovera? It said, I don't know. So it didn't hallucinate or make up some information in this. It actually, it said, I don't know, which is great. And that's because that information wasn't actually in the docs. So I've just showed you a use case for like something like a community management assistant, which was built using our community Notion docs. But we also have other Notion docs. Like we're fundraising at the moment, so we have like an investor wiki. And so I thought, wouldn't it be cool if we built like an assistant that can help us pitch to investors? And I can just send this to investors and they can ask a bunch of questions about, you know, our round and all that sort of stuff. So I've built that as well. We also have like a consultancy brochure. So I'm thinking, can we build a consultancy bot that like answers questions about prospective clients? And the one that a lot of people might be interested in here is something like a research assistant. So one of the hackathon winners talked about ChatGPT for research. What if like we built a ChatGPT that could dynamically pull in different research papers, or maybe some other stuff? Maybe it could run simulations, do some calculations. The possibilities are really endless. So we're still building this. We've got like a bunch of POCs, but like what we really want to do on our platform is to hook up a bunch of data sources. So we want to hook up, you know, Discord, Discourse, Obsidian, you know, maybe discourse graphs, you know, maybe YouTube videos. And we also want to integrate Web3 data sources as well, like data sets on the Ocean Marketplace, IPFS, Ceramic. We want to like connect archives so they can dynamically pull in that. A really interesting thing about doing this retrieval augmented generation as well is that it's quite easy to reward the authors of the people who wrote the docs, right? Because we're retrieving like the 4 closest docs to a question. If your doc is used to like answer a question in a community model, maybe we can give out rewards to the people who wrote those docs, for example. So that's really interesting as something like ChatGPT that actually rewards the contributors to the knowledge base. We're also working on like interfaces and even like UX improvements like memory. So ChatGPT has memory about the previous questions that you asked us, so you can ask follow-up questions. We haven't integrated that yet, but it's something that we're working on. Yeah, so we're basically building a platform where you can create, deploy, and orchestrate a bunch of different AI assistants. You're able to like connect different data sources like through APIs and stuff like that. We also provide consultancy services for building these AI assistants. We have a microgrants program for funding proofs of concept. And we have an active community in general for pushing forward decentralized AI. And so if you're interested in like building some of this stuff, it's possible today, and we'd love to collaborate with you. And now Jakob's going to talk a bit more about some of the research we do on decentralized AI.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Jakub, and today I'd like to give a short overview of the broader meaning of decentralization in AI. So this is the outline of today's talk. First, we're going to talk about what decentralization actually means in the context of AI, and then we're going to dive into specific examples like decentralized computing, data. Then we're going to take a look at decentralized model building and workflows, which is at the core of what we're developing at Algovera. And lastly, we're going to briefly discuss the significance of decentralized AI within AI research and DeSci. The core of Web3 is decentralization of both different technologies and societal artifacts. And the same goes for decentralized AI. Here I've broken the problem down into three categories that we're going to dive deeper into in the coming slides, namely the infrastructure layer, i.e. how is the model trained? Is it trained on one GPU cluster on AWS? Or is it trained on a distributed network of devices that have some kind of consensus mechanism that maintains data privacy and security? And similarly for data, is it stored on just one server? Is it stored on IPFS? Who has access to it? And so on. The next category is engineering, which I would further subdivide into model development and deployment. Model development in this case relates to the way that data scientists and developers use the underlying infrastructure to build new AI models and products. And model deployment is about both how the infrastructure is used to deploy AI models, and at the same time, how the end user is interacting with the AI models, which relates to topics like composability, AI workflows, and rethinking the AI business model altogether. Lastly, we have the societal impact of AI decentralization, which I would further divide into the human-AI interaction and then into the pure research category, as in how can the decentralized AI stack help increase research output, collaboration, and participation in the AI and DeSci community. So let's take a look at these sections more closely. Decentralized computing is probably one of the most rapidly advancing parts of decentralized AI. And along with data, it's probably the most important part of the decentralized AI stack because it ultimately represents a move towards a fully decentralized cloud where resources such as GPUs are more accessible to individuals, researchers, and early AI startups. The Web3 side of decentralized compute introduces a trustless way to train AI models and have consensus within communities or even the wider network on the usage of the compute resources. And this is also related to topics like AI governance and even AI research. And you can imagine certain communities having semi-private compute clusters within a wider network, but that is perhaps used for a singular purpose, like training a specific LLM on incoming text data from Discord or anything else. The other side of the decentralized infrastructure is the notion of decentralized data. And with it, the various protocols for decentralized storage, as well as data sharing, provenance, and the retaining of ownership of different data assets. Decentralized data is connected to decentralized compute through projects like IPFS, as the last presenter talked about, because Bacalhau is building on top of IPFS, and also other data protocols like Ocean Protocol, which creates a number of ways of selling data fairly without losing ownership and also running compute over data. So this would be a very brief overview of the decentralized AI infrastructure. And now we get into the higher level overview of the system, and we consider how that infrastructure is used for the development of AI models. I would argue that this infrastructure allows for a completely different way to build AI models. For instance, you might need to build your models in a modular way to account for the fact that your training data might be distributed. And the same goes for training and deploying on the distributed compute infrastructure. Because of the underlying Web3 components, it may be also possible to decentralize the entire AI business stack. And it allows for people to focus on specific components of AI development so that you don't have to build an MLOps team and a DevOps team and an R&D AI team every time you have a new idea you'd like to explore as an AI startup. Of course, you'd probably want to do all these things as you scale, but at least in the early stages, you could use existing components of the pipeline that are built by members of the community who can now continuously earn income on their models and tools. reflecting their utility over time instead of treating AI development as a kind of one-off trade where the engineer gets a salary but really no ownership of the tools they create. I think this can really increase the level of collaboration within AI and move us slightly closer to the vision of fully decentralized AI Legos that you can just play around with and sometimes stumble upon something new and useful. This goes hand in hand with how the end user is interacting with the AI models. When you have AI Legos, it is suddenly much easier to build many different workflows that automate tasks that would have otherwise been too complex to solve. This is at the core of the Flow platform that we are developing at Algovera, which we hope can, on one hand, provide a space where developers can add many different workflows and get rewarded for doing so, and at the same time, a space where users can easily use these workflows in their day-to-day lives, or easily build new ones from the existing components. In the last minute, let me quickly go over what this might mean for AI research and DeSci. And I like this meme so much, I added it twice. I'd say the two biggest value adds of decentralized AI to DeSci are, on one hand, decreased barriers to entry in terms of getting training data and decreased costs of training ML models, and at the same time, an increased incentive to collaborate within domains where data privacy is a fundamental concern. So less grant funding is being spent on acquiring data and training ML models, while at the same time, researchers are more incentivized to collaborate. I think there's another point in that because of these decreased barriers to entry, this allows for a much wider exploration of topics within contemporary AI research that aren't currently as developed because they don't perhaps have the clear-cut commercial applications that make them attractive for grant funders. And this may equally well be a consequence of just onboarding more people to DeSci and incentivizing them to collaborate. Basically, I would say that decentralized AI, same as DeSci, has the potential to greatly increase research output, accelerate research, and democratize the process of scientific discovery. And I'd say that's pretty exciting. So with that, I would like to extend the invitation to our Decentralized AI workshop, which has now been extended by 30 minutes. So we have a full hour to just talk about decentralized AI. So I would encourage you to come if you have any thoughts or just like to chat. Thanks a lot and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Jakob. Thank you, Algovera. So unfortunately, we don't have any time for questions for these guys, but as he said, you can go over to their workshop. So next up, we have Michael Gear and Helene Guillaume talking about decentralized access to the world's health data. So if you'd like to come up here.
Because here's a map. PC. Got it. I might want to put my charger in as well.
I think we'll try to go shorter and have some questions.
Okay, so I'll tell you. Yeah, no, there is a speaker. Okay. There's an online speaker, but they're going to sort it. Oh, they have it? It sounds like
so it's 20 minutes for the whole thing? 20 minutes. Yeah, if you give me the 5 minutes, then we'll try to get some time for questions.
There's meant to be an online speaker as well. That's Helene. I just spoke to them. They said that it's possible they're doing it, but I don't know where she is.
I'm here.
Are you calling her? No, they've done it. They're doing it in the AV room. Yeah, but I don't know where she is. Oh, there she is. Perfect.
Hello? Good?
Awesome. We got Helene's audio?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? It works?
Perfect. Nice. Yeah, so I'll start off really quickly. I mean, this is such an awesome collection of folks that a bunch of us see each other around the world at different conferences. Like I saw Laura at Web Summit. I see Lawrence in the most random cafes around the world with VitaDAO. I luckily see Avi all the time. Now that he's more in London. I will point out the last VIPs is my daughter Nina. and my wife Marina, and also one of the Humanity team members, Rita, sitting over there. So, yeah, so Helene, maybe if you want to start off just giving your background, and I'll give my quick background, and then we'll jump in.
Hi, I'm Hélène, the founder and CEO of Wild AI, and I am here today because of what we're doing together with Humanity, which Mike is going to delve into. And what we are doing is we are the platform for women to perform. The way it works is that we are an app. Women log into the app and we collect data from wearables and daily questions, aggregate these two, and based on that, it gives us a readiness score from which we give personalized recommendations on how to eat, train, recover with their menstrual cycle if they have one, or if they're menopause with their symptoms, or if they take any type of birth control with their symptoms. So we have a lot of data sets that are very personal from women. We are able to adapt to them, and we're doing continuously research as well on our own data, as well as with researchers from universities, and now as well from third-party apps like Super Sapiens, continuous glucose monitor, on what can we actually learn from these data sets. A very quick example, the typical graph that we know of a woman is that she peaks, so a menstrual cycle, in the middle you have ovulation, towards the end premenstrual symptoms, and then start again with the periods. She peaks at ovulation, and then her performance dips. And what we've discovered with our data is that actually some women have the opposites. So they actually dip at ovulation time. So we try to understand why is that. Is because they have ovulation pain, and for them ovulation is a hard moment. So we are able to actually learn continuously with our data. And that's us in a nutshell.
Awesome. Yeah, and then so my background was, like actually a few of us, was dating sites and social networks. So I wanted to be an astronaut. I went to Moscow, met a guy. We created a big dating site called Badoo. But then, like all of us, we eventually understood that the cliche that if you don't have your health, you don't have anything was very, very true because of unfortunate kind of situations with different family members. And so we jumped in to create Humanity. And so Humanity allows you to monitor your rate of aging, because I was sitting around with amazing people like Avi and other people looking at longevity. And my big question was, how do we actually actively monitor this? And then actually start to find out, as Helene was talking about, how do we actually personalize this towards the actions that you need to take? Because if we can continue on this route towards trying to find the one size fits all, it's the wrong route, and we should all just recognize that right now and just start personalizing. And that's what AI and data can do. And so I think Helene can walk us through kind of a few of the problems. There's a ton of problems with not having access to data, but she'll walk you through just a couple of them.
This is pretty dramatic, but lack of data is killing people. And we can actually save people with more data sets, more health data. For instance, lack of data, I'm specialized on women, obviously, but lack of data of like testing things on women means that we are using drugs that are actually not tested for us. And when you look on a medical drug box, it's written not for pregnant women. It's not necessarily because it's actually bad for pregnant women, it's because it's not tested on them. But equally, it's not tested on women who take a certain type of pill, a woman in perimenopause, women who have endometriosis, etc. It is generally not tested on women. So we actually, and through COVID, that some vaccine was actually increasing the possibility of having blood clots. But that's also true when you take a pill. So what happens when you combine both? And that is only for one vaccine, but it's actually true for a vast majority of drugs. So the fact that we don't know enough can kill people in that sense. Or to give you another one, dummies in cars, crash tests, are tested with male dummies, which are big and taller and bigger than women. And so actually the mortality rate for women in car crashes is higher because it's just not tested on us. So yeah, lack of data at creation level can lead to killing us, but also it just leads to a huge opportunity, meaning that we can learn so much and provide such a better personalized approach and better service to to individuals, women, but equally men of all different type of profiles, etc. That's why we're very interested as companies, humanity and Wild AI, in this really hyper-personalization of your own data sets. The first step probably in like your personalized medicine. And I love this book of Eric Topol, The Patient Will See You. We own this data, so we actually could really know more about our own bodies and act better. And if we go to the next slide. So yeah, probably a lot of you have done research or are still researchers. And a lot of our work as researchers is actually, what kind of data can I have? How can I get these data sets? And then our favorite occupation as well is how can I clean the data, which is really fun part of the job. And we all do that siloed individually. So, I don't know if I'm still live.
Yep, we still got you.
So in my company, we're doing that specifically on women. Mike is doing that specifically on longevity, collecting a certain different type of data sets. And we are having these conversations together and thinking, is that not actually a loss of opportunity if you're doing that, I'm doing that, and actually all the other researchers are doing this collection of data set, all siloed? Is there a way actually for us to collaborate? Obviously, I cannot sell my data because we're a European company, GDPR. Mike cannot either, but is there a way for us to become more than what we're doing? And if we go on the next slide. So I was saying, like, there is this big lack of data in female, but we are working towards advancing that. And so today we are solving certain type of things for our women, specifically on activity, nutrition. But then I'm asking myself, how relevant is Mike's company, Humanity, for our women? Our women also want to explore longevity, and they're looking at various other type of expertise. And so that's where we were on, like, all these past years' conversations throughout COVID, and which leads us to over to you, Mike.
Yep, awesome. Yeah, and just a little background. So me and Helene, when we were in the starting phases of starting both Wild.ai and Humanity, we actually spent a ton of time going around and speaking to different people doing federated learning and different ways, because we already knew, because of people on our scientific advisory boards, that last one about, like, you know, Steve Horvath and all these people I was talking to with the longevity field, they were spending 90% of their time, literally 90% of the time, collecting these data sets, these DNA methylation data sets or whatever it is, and only 10% of their time actually doing it. And I think Al Guevara did a very good job in the last presentation of actually showing, like, yeah, all these amazing tools are now accessible by all of us. It's not going to matter if we don't have the data. So we need to start opening up the data at the same time. And so as Helene and I kind of went deeper into thinking about what we wanted to do, we basically came up with this proof of concept that we're now constructing. And so just really quickly, so Humanity has our real data. We have, you know, over 100,000 users. Wild.ai has tens of thousands and building really quickly users. And as Helene was saying, an amazing data set on both of them. I put this kind of third party just as a representative, like there's a lot of great research being done or clinical trials. And so those are creating amazing data sets. And so as we went around to the federated learning folks, I spent a lot of time with, like, DataMind and different organizations. The thing that we kept on running up against is we're like, I just don't know how easy it's going to be to deploy this kind of privacy preserving stuff across a bunch of people that just don't work in data privacy. So, like, a bunch of consumer apps, a bunch of, you know, different folks. And so and I think I was probably, you know, pushed a little bit in this direction with a friend that worked on the protein folding team at Google, but at DeepMind. But what we wanted to do, we said, hey, let's not actually let any of that data out. Let's not let any access to it. Let's actually firewall it completely. If you are a user of Humanity, you gave me your data, it's with Humanity. If someone comes to if that person comes to me and says, hey, delete it, I delete it. It's not anonymized, it's not sent off anywhere, it's actually still just where the person gave it to us. But what we can do, and deep learning has kind of, like, one of the side products of deep learning is actually learning all the relationships between all the variables. what we can do is actually each of us start creating synthetic data sets. And so what we're doing right now is humanity is creating a synthetic data set. It's one of the things that Rita's working on quite a bit. Wild.ai will start creating a synthetic data set, and we'll bring other partners. Actually, part of this is a call to action if anybody else wants to do this with us. And the next step is right back to the federated learning. So we're going to spin up our federated learning servers. We'll basically train across all those synthetic data sets. And I think there's been a part of this, and I just want to emphasize the synthetic data. I think 5 years ago, there was a lot of arguments about why you should, synthetic data is just not as good or even close to as good or usable as the real data. Those arguments don't hold a lot of water anymore when you actually dig into the power of the deep learning that's available. And so this is what we're building. I think the importance of it is really that all these AI tools will have access to all this data, and the impact of it will be the size of the impact of the internet. Is you need to be able to, the end goal of all of this is not you're a researcher at this university and you put in an application, and of course we're going to give you access to that data. The impact, the end goal of all of this is every single person in this room, every single person in the train station over there, every single person on the street can actually get access to the synthetic data, run models. They heard about ChatGPT yesterday. They can start running, something similar on top of this data that night because they got some extra time before they got to meet their friend. Like, that's the level of massive impact change that we're trying to do with this, and the synthetic data ends up being a big part of that. This is just a fun one because I was coming through a DeSci, just because you got to do something with ChatGPT. So decentralized science, and I just highlight the things that are so important. Increase the diversity of perspectives. But the last one, more accessible to researchers and communities have traditionally been underrepresented in science. So it's not just that you have more data on females, it's that you give all the females on Earth the ability to access it as well. You attack it from those two sides, massive impact. And just to give you, so this is real data in these charts. It's not very readable, it's early days. But basically, what you're seeing there is female, male, and then, the definition of overweight and normal weight. And those are different actions. So high intensity exercise, sleep, steps, that's what we're seeing in our data already. And you can see that the bars are not the main takeaway, the bars are not the same shape. We are different. We see that very distinctly in the data that we already have. And Helene is seeing the same in her data. So we need to stop acting as if we can all do the same thing and be the same level of health. And all this comes back, and just to kind of reemphasize what it can bring us, Helene, if you want to just speak to what can this diversity of kind of data actually bring to wild.ai?
So our ambition as a company is to be the platform in the world to be able to provide women of all ages, life stages, and ethnicities with the tools and knowledge to perform. So big ambition, it doesn't exist yet, but we actually multiply our capacity by being able to extract knowledge from what humanity does and other companies. So that is really, for us, we see that as the inception of this huge potential of decentralizing the learnings and be able to apply that for specific use cases, each of us as companies.
And our mission as humanity is, the small one of giving 1 billion years of, health back. By the models that we're using, we've already given back 40,000 healthy years. It's about extending health span. And so, that's what we're doing. I think it's a call, like I said, it's a call to action to, and I can already see a few people that have already spoken that, we should all be working together on this. And if anybody else wants to come and ask more questions afterwards, please find me. But I think we have time for questions right now, just from the audience.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have time for a couple of questions. So, okay, you and you. Who has the magic box that is also a microphone? If not, I can. Okay, here. That was impressive.
You got to get one of these boxes. It's fun.
Hello, hello. Hey, thank you for the presentation. I guess I'm one of these people who haven't been so deep in ML for the last couple of years. So I just wanted to follow up and ask if you could say a few words about how you generate the synthetic data and how you test it, and then why, with the recent advancements, it's not so problematic anymore that it's synthetic.
Yep, probably better question for Rita, but I won't throw her on the spot. I'll give you I'll tell you what we're doing in the project, and then maybe afterwards we can dig deeper into like which GANs and stuff that we want to be looking at. So what the process is right now with the proof of concept is we already train models on our real data. So we train a model to see what group of actions, we're stratifying what group of actions for what type of person affects this endpoint, which is your prediction of future disease. We give it as a rate of aging, it's less scary. And Helene does very similar things. She's modeling to see what we know women should be doing at different times of their cycle and all the other data to figure out how they're going to train better and perform better. And so what we're doing is we're creating those two synthetic data sets, and then our same teams, so we're not firewalling the teams, but we're not, the people creating the synthetic data are not really talking at that moment with the people that are doing the modeling. And so then they're just going to run their same modeling on the synthetic data, see how those two results end up with the real data, right? And Helene will do it on her side. That's the methodology. I think it's actually maybe an open question. I mean, it's one that Rita's working on, is what is the best way? I think the hardest thing that we're dealing with right now, just to be quite open, is just time series data is harder than static data. So that's what we're trying to get right. So.
Thank you. And then if you can pass logs. Oh, okay. So time for one more question if there is another question anywhere. Okay, yes.
Hi, I was wondering if you could talk a bit more about the data, what kind of parameters you collect, what are the labels, how do you guarantee data quality? Thank you.
Helene, do you want to take that one?
For on our end, what we take is two sources, wearables and manual inputs. So from wearables, type of wearables we partner or integrate with Oura, Garmin, Apple Health, Fitbits, and the likes, and then manual input. So the data we get is activity, resting heart rate variability, body temperature, sleep patterns from wearables. In addition to that, on a daily basis, we take things like how well did you sleep, subjective, do you have any pains, where are those pains located, do you have a period, do you have any negative symptoms, do you have any positive symptoms, do you feel very eager to train, things like that. Then we correlate these, and through the time series patterns, we are able to then start seeing, or you are able to start seeing through your reports, things that might come out. So for instance, you might identify that just before ovulation, you actually have a burst of energy, your resting heart rate is lower, and you do have a little pain in the right side of your belly. And so you might have never noticed that this is a pattern, but then we actually help you notice that as patterns. And then Mike, do you want to go over yours and then the rest of the question?
Yeah, maybe just an interesting side of that is I think when we started talking about this, and this is kind of one of my, not pet peeves, but things I always, like a lot of great ideas stop because someone says one thing in one meeting. And the thing that we kept on getting is the data is too noisy. There's too many sensors, there's different wearables, there's all this stuff. Actually, what we've seen as we've gone is as long as you're labeling every single thing, the version of the software, the version of the type of wearable, all that stuff it goes into the database and it goes alongside every single one of those readings. And so that's actually been very helpful for us to then internally calibrate, but I think it's also going to be very helpful when we're actually going out there and creating the time series. It won't just be a time series of heart rates, second by second or time period. It will be basically heart rate from this sensor, and we'll try to, as we get more data, we'll be able to get much more accuracy on the synthetic creation as well.
And actually, to add on that, we track a lot of subjective data, which is quite hard then to have a clean sets. But what the perceptibility of your own feelings is actually what is important. So we also actually rely, like how painful it is. It's very personal. You actually cannot understand what is pain for another person ever. But that actually does not matter that much for us, because how much it impacts your life, probably actually that's measurable. So there, like a lot of people ask us, is it a 2 for me today, or is it a 3? And we say, well, actually, like your own baseline is what you should base yourself on. And so that's for that. And for wearable data, as Mike was saying, it's actually what we found often is the number is actually different. So Mike has done the same. We've been wearing different wearables, and the numbers actually, the absolute numbers were different. My resting heart rate on my Aura, Garmin, and Whoop were different, but the variations actually were similar. And that was quite interesting. And so to be able to extract that from the noise and just seeing the variations is one way that we look at being able to analyze impacts of certain behaviors on the absolute numbers.
Cool.
Sorry, I think, do you think we have maybe one? Okay, go for it then.
Hi, Michael. So the synthetic data that you're creating, out, as you've explained, that the data extracted from the different variables could take slightly different forms. So when you're creating the synthetic data, which you're opening up to the community, are you then standardizing on the labeling, the representation of that data? We
will be, yeah. I think that's important. We are standardizing between, so right now it's a proof of concept between Helene and Wild AI and Humanity, and that's standardized. But I think, yeah, as we widen out, it's very important. We see that very quickly when you're even dealing between like Apple and Google when they name everything differently. So yeah, we will.
Thank you very much. So unfortunately, I don't think we have any more time for questions on this, but we are going to move to a really fascinating panel on this. Just to say that I wanted to remind you all that Happy Hour is starting at 6:30 at Alignment, and it's sponsored by Bio, and you can find more details on that in the DeSci London Telegram chat.
Thanks, everyone. See you, Helene.
Yeah. So for just undo this. So for this panel, we're going to have Michael back on stage. We're also going to have Sun from Flock, and we're going to have Wes from Backyard. So you guys are ready. So thank you for joining the panel. We're going to talk about, we do have 2 more speakers joining remotely, so we'll just wait for them to come up. But while we're doing that, I'll just introduce the panel. So we're going to talk about what are the existing and potential upsides and downsides of decentralized data. So first, an intro from all of you.
Yes, thank you so much for letting us participate. My name is Wes Floyd from the Backyard project team. We're very much focused on decentralized compute over decentralized data sets, so we're very passionate about this topic. It's near and dear to our heart.
Cool. My name is Jiahao Zhang. I'm the CEO of Block. Our company name is DeCi London, Federal Learning Blockchain Block. Also meaning a decentralized herd of things, right? So yeah. So what we do is we're creating a framework that's open, accessible for everyone, and then it's running with its own chain, off chain, and then privacy. Very similar to what I was talking about.
Yep, and you guys just heard who I am. So yeah, Humanity, Michael here.
Cool. We do have 2 more speakers joining remotely. To make sure that they get their intro as well. But before they join, let's just go through the first question. So first, please explain what you think is meant by decentralized data for the room.
I'll give some genres of decentralized data because I think it's a very fast-growing space. There have been technologies like OceanDAO in the past, which use, like, if you talk about like decentralized money or decentralized finance, the decentralization of data could mean ownership and fractional ownership of that data. that exist not in centralized systems, but in sort of pseudo-decentralized systems, which still give you some trust and some ownership, but much more fluidity and flexibility. And then also, one of the organizations that we're part of within the Filecoin community, FVM, is going to be coming out soon, and they're going to try to enable people to launch decentralized ownership of data in a similar mechanism. So I think it's sort of a range of technologies.
Okay, so as we are doing federal learning, so we are more streaming towards what's decentralized data. We want those data always stay in everyone's own device and never leave that into the tool. So yeah, that's why we need federal learning. So we make trainings, but then we do not need to access your data from any central server. So that's where I think what the fine of this decentralized data world should be.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I think where we'd love to get to is, in the end, is you're not even leaving the device, so get as far to the edge as possible.
That's really interesting. So starting with you, Michael, because I think you just spoke about this, what do you think are the main risks with sort of the security and privacy aspect, especially with sort of personal data and data that needs to remain, as you said, you're making synthetic data, but like, what are the main risks with that? So things like reverse engineering with synthetic data, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a longer conversation about whether you can reverse engineer synthetic data. I think over certain thresholds of kind of people in stratifications is not really possible, but longer conversation. I think anonymization has always had that big problem, is because we try to take different steps to add noise, or we take off different identifying factors, and I think a lot of that was a little bit of wishful thinking, because I think as the process is and if you can combine several data sets together, it was really always possible to re-identify people. I think one thing was a very pragmatic thing that we finally got to the synthetic data on, was that there was amazing work being done, it continues to be done by a lot of folks who actually allow for federated learning on the real data, and to have a lot of different protections, differential privacy and other things that you can do to try to protect it. What we came to is that it was beginning to be a little bit of a limiting factor to wait for that to be scalable. And it was a bit like when I got into Web3, because I ran the largest consumer VPN in the world, and I started talking with Jeb at Stellar and like everybody that had any kind of scalability, and we were all trying to do everything on chain, and finally we realized, hey, maybe we don't need to do everything on chain. And that was kind of the moment there. So I think that's similar, if we can do the synthetic data, so that I think it's avoid a little bit of privacy issues.
That's really interesting. Just because we have Ben on the line now, Ben, you could give a quick intro to yourself, and then also answer the question about, I think it's quite good because you're doing decentralized AI. So what are the main risks with sort of more sensitive data?
Absolutely. Let me know if you can't hear me. Otherwise, I will just keep talking. So hey, I'm Ben, one of the co-founders of Jensen. We're a decentralized machine learning compute protocol. Essentially, we want to provide access to GPUs, TPUs, any kind of machine learning capable compute to anyone in the world, and allow anyone that has that compute to offer it out to other people in a kind of fully decentralized way. I previously ran a data privacy startup as well, so a lot of these kind of issues are pretty close to my heart. I think one of the biggest sort of downsides of decentralizing data is just handing to individuals the choices around that data. There's been loads of attempts, I think, of people who've tried to monetize data for individuals and things like that. But I think people can quite quickly get a bit sort of paralyzed by all of the options that are available to them. And I think a lot of the work that needs to be done in this space is people building these tools and UXs so that everybody understands what they're doing and what choices they're actually making, what consents they're giving out, and things like that.
Okay, and so Michael, you spoke about the possibility and also the idea about the universal attack. So I've got another angle of it, because we're doing the data ownership stuff in Web3, it comes with some compensation in terms of coins or rewards, right? Then there's easily another important attack will be, that's the malicious guy or malicious copycat who just copy your data, because your data is valuable. And then if they are computing the same network, they are getting, let's say, same level of or similar level of contribution to the final result, and then you will get a good reward, right? But of course, there will be some mechanism to eliminate those multipliers, but also there are some ways to counter back. For example, I'm just adding one more normal distribution of noise to the data I copied from you, but then the data itself already looks different, and you can't tell because just my data, your data, and we both contribute to a good model. How can you tell it's different, right? So that's also why I love promoting. My blog on writing those papers about those game theory stuff and trying to eliminate all those malicious lines and showing our CSO will do this talk later. You can speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next question I'll go direct to Wes. How do you think decentralized data can create more efficient systems?
It's a really interesting area to talk about because traditionally data sets have been centralized. Consumer data sets, enterprise data sets have been consumer, and a lot of the processing technologies have built to manage centralized processing. A lot of deep learning algorithms rely on data being close to where the processing is happening, high memory bandwidth, and all these sorts of things. But what we're seeing now in the space, which is really interesting, is rebuilding those algorithms in a decentralized world, like what you guys are doing is a great example. We also see some folks that say we can do training of models of data that may live in different places. So if you have to decentralize, even geographically, part of your training set is in one country, part of it's in a different continent, then there's these newer algorithms that will allow you to train machine learning models over there. So I think what's happening is we have the incentive mechanisms, like the crypto incentive mechanisms that are enabling decentralization. We have the decentralized storage technologies, which are enabling decentralized data. And now we're seeing the research come along as well to enable that. And I think we're in a really fun place with its development. Yeah.
Thank you. Ben, how would you like to follow on from that? I think that's quite a good segue because you're on the AI side and Wes is on the data side. So yeah. Oh, muted.
There we go. I think I strongly agree that we're kind of seeing a lot more progress on the research side and techniques to actually do machine learning and deep learning over distributed and highly decentralized data. I think previously maybe when machine learning and deep learning was getting going and starting to be this kind of exciting technique, there was a rush to grab as much data as possible, collect it all in one place and train as big models as possible. It feels like now we're moving into that kind of world of like personalized AI, where we realize that we can train a big model on a big centralized data set, but then we can send it out and we can get huge benefits from training it at the edge or on kind of siloed data sets for privacy reasons or just for efficiency reasons as well. With federated learning, we've got it in kind of Google Keyboard right now. It's been running for a long time. It works quite effectively. I'm sure there's other applications within the iPhones on the computer vision side and things like that. So it's starting to get out there. And I think as people build more and more of these applications, the kind of knowledge spreads in saying, hey, federated learning is just an established technique. We know it works. We know it works on siloed data and edge data, and we can just kind of get it out there and do that. That's one of the things with Jensen we want to do for kind of general large scale training is show people that you can just use these disparate pieces of compute to train your model, and you can kind of use data at the edge without it having to be sent all over the place.
Super interesting. I've got an interesting one because this is a DeSci conference, which you would think is about blockchain, but a lot of decentralized data is not actually on a blockchain. So I want to ask, how do you think blockchain technology impacts decentralized data systems? Do we need a blockchain for decentralized data systems, or can we do it without?
Okay. Of course, when answering this question, certainly you don't have to, right? So there are already different schools of thinking when it comes to decentralized data in this Web3 world. People will put in data maybe on-chain or on a different mechanism like IDFS or Filecoin, right? It's fundamentally a different way to store those data or use those data. So it's already having different options for data today. And also when it comes to some centralized mechanisms like what Community just proposed, right? Have a centralized container for the data, but then synthetic data to be used in more safer way, like how should we call it, controlled environment for security. Yeah, so yeah, there are different ways, right? Already today, so of course, I wouldn't say that it has to be on blockchain. Any new technologies that can be proposed and that can be proved to be great, then we should have a look.
One other interesting anecdote is, so I'm relatively new to academia, so I'm getting to learn all about how these different things work. And having conversations with a group, there's a very large physics system in Switzerland that collects large amounts of data. And what's interesting about that is these billions of dollars that go into these sensors cost, it's time, it's money, it's all these researchers. And you think about what happens to that data after it comes off those sensors. Should that data immediately be available to the public? Should it be available to the researchers who are doing the research around it? And in today's, in absence of crypto economic incentives, it's kind of a binary thing. It's the researchers who built the system that have the first access to do the research on it and publish on it. But then, if you had a crypto economic incentive system and you could have these massive research systems beyond high energy physics in any domain that's very capital intensive, but you could make the data publicly available in portions and you could use fractionalization to let people pay for it in different ways, would that open up expensive research to other folks? It just gives more possibilities, I think, for capitalization of research.
But I think if we do our job right, I think we might accelerate towards a ubiquity of data. I hope this is not like a 20-year journey of trying to open up more data. I feel like if we do the right steps, we can do this quite quickly. I would see, I still am trying to get my head around all the uses of Web3, but the attribution and kind of the incentivization, I feel like the actual creation of the models on top of the data. So see the data as much more of a foundational layer. We did a great job the last 5 years. It's ubiquitous. We all have access to it, much like the internet. And then we're all building on top of it. I think that's, so all the same things that you were thinking of with incentivization of data and all that stuff, but I would see it actually playing out much more on incentivization of creation of models, attribution of who created that model when we use it in our system, all that kind of stuff is pretty cool.
I'd say I strongly agree with the incentivization points. I think it's one of the absolute strongest things that we have with Web3 tech. And one of the big ones for me and for us at Jensen is trust, ultimately. I'm not sure exactly how it unfolds for data. With compute specifically, we need essentially a third party that we can trust. When you're verifying that something has been performed on a data set, you have to know that somebody is checking that. The only way to do that in a large group of people without having a centralized party is via some kind of consensus of the group. And essentially Web3 and blockchain provides that consensus. I think when it comes to data, I'm sure the guys here can speak more clearly than I can on it, but I think around provenance of data and kind of proving that where the data's come from and it's the right piece of data for a specific task, perhaps that consensus and that kind of ultimate judge arbiter proof is useful in decentralizing data.
That's great. Just to bring it back to the DeSci conference, what do you think are the main benefits? And also, like, if we don't decentralize data, what are the sort of, everything will go terribly for science. So why do we need to decentralize data for science?
I think I'm an entrepreneur, I'm optimistic. It goes with most of the nature. I think we now have the tools to answer a lot of the questions that we have about health, about these things. It's like open up the data, give more people the opportunity to test their ideas, and then open up those results. I think we're actually there's a huge opportunity cost that we're now bearing every single day because we're not doing that. And I think that's why DeSci is so important, because there's no future we need to wait for. It's actually right now. The data exists on Earth. We have the tools. We have the brain power of 8 billion people. Like this is a time that we can just open it up. I think DeSci is the main part of that.
Yeah, and also science, right? Science is like everything. So it's a good opportunity for either tool providers or technology providers who can, in reach of a broad community of researchers in different domain-specific problems. That was something I actually had no idea about, but then today I heard someone talk about it. Oh yeah, there's a even decentralized data as well. So yeah, I think the DeSci as a central topic for this general community, I think that's important. Quite important.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about like recent public health issues over the past few years. You know, what would have been different if decentralized data was ubiquitous to those researchers and they had easy-to-use tools like the ones that people are trying to build now? Would that have improved the ability for transparency and those things like that? So I think if we can build better tools in the space, it can have a lot of tangible impact on our day-to-day life.
I think to me, it's the reduction in bias for the things that we discover and kind of research, basically. There's been a long time kind of in the past when we've had small sort of groups of people doing the research and figuring things out and deciding what kind of happens next in terms of science and research. One of the interesting things that we've seen in the deep learning space is we kind of see it as the three main sort of blockers to deep learning getting wider and kind of being deployed more further. The first one is expert knowledge. It's just people who know exactly how to build these models. The second one is data, and the third one is access to compute. The first one, expert knowledge, seemed to have been kind of blown away really, really quickly. There's so many people in the world that now know how to do deep learning, how to build models, how to deploy models, and how to train them on data. The data one has kind of been happening a little bit more quickly than compute. We're getting access to larger data sets out in the wild. People are doing kind of open source data set curation and things. And then we've got finally compute, which is simply a kind of access control problem, basically creating the rails between compute and people to allow those individuals who now have the knowledge, they're starting to get access to the data, and then they can get access to the compute, and they can bring novel kind of ideas around how to build those models and what we should look for. Whereas before we had the same groups doing the same thing for kind of decades, progressing research in the way that they thought should be done.
Amazing. I'd like to leave the floor open for questions because I think there's opportunity to ask more questions here. So please. The box is not on.
Hello. Oh, there we go. Cool. Yeah, cool talk. To bring it back to DeSci and to bring it back to the upsides and the downsides, which is the reason for this panel. When it comes to AI, I find that there's an analogy that can be made to the sort of biological side of science, where you've got an ecosystem and then you've got, sort of like the keystone species, which is sort of, which the rest of the ecosystem sort of dependent upon. To come back to your analogy, I think the keystone in this case would be the model, and then the data would be the rest of the ecosystem. So, if the model dies, the rest of the ecosystem, basically, or the data, the incentive kind of disappears, right? So now I'm curious, because what AI tends to do is that it kind of is this concentric circle that kind of gets, more and more tighter. Doesn't that eat into the incentives in terms of just how the whole ecosystem will kind of be kept alive, if that kind of makes sense?
I think so. Maybe one of your conjectures was different than what I was saying. I think the data, people have a lot of different reasons to create the data. They're using different apps. They're doing different things. I think the data itself doesn't live or die because of one use case.
No, incentives to actually create. Yeah, there's social incentives, but also they're monetary because people need to.
Yeah, and I think what we see from like the consumer side is that there's actually a lot of great reasons for people to give their health data to a lot of different apps because they get an n=1 value back. I'm actually not a huge believer in that we're somehow going to collect a bunch of health data because people want to contribute. Not because people don't want to, it's just that we almost don't need to worry about that because they're already giving their data for the n=1 value of many, many different apps and use cases. The question is whether we can then, in those flows, actually get consent to not share their data, but to actually learn from their data to create these synthetic data sets or create, these external data sets. That's the, and I don't think that, the good thing about that is, maybe to your question, is that the robustness of that is actually huge, because there's so many different reasons why you might want to give access to your health data. And as long as you're then okay to also give the ability to create synthetic data off of that, then that data, lives and can be used for many different reasons.
Cool. Yeah, the question of incentive there still like in an end state, right? Because AI kind of just sucks out all sort of value. I think that's kind of still remains a question to be answered.
I think there might actually be what we need is diversity of that data. I think there's probably, as AI and machine learning gets better, we probably need less of it. We just need it more diverse and less of it.
Then get to like one-shot learning, and then
what you don't want to do is end up with the result of all the computation is then held as the ground truth in the beginning of everything. I think the dynamic nature of continuing to collect more and more data, like every single day collecting new data on people is important, so that you don't. I think science has shown us that Alzheimer's is a great example of heading down one track without looking back. So I definitely agree that we need to make sure that we continually keep to the foundation, which is that dynamic every single day, new data.
Any other questions? Not further back. Maybe right from here.
Thank you. Great conversation, appreciated. So my question is around who can be using this data, or put another way, which organizations? Is it like pharmaceutical companies, health plans? Do you plan to engage with them in any way, or what's the plan there? More for humanity, I think. But anyone can answer. Sure.
So the vision of this thing is that everybody can have access, and so it's I think the overall good. You could say this about the internet as well, is if we were selectively giving access to people that had a good reason for it. I just don't think it's the right way to look at these systems. So I think, everyone.
My question is, so if we want to use, let's say I want to develop a diagnostic device using the data that's out there, decentralized. And so the issue will always, I think, be on the regulatory side of things, because these will not be highly controlled data sets, right? You wouldn't be able to use it to show the diagnostic efficacy of whatever you have. So you still have to go through the whole trial, basically the entire set of trials to launch a diagnostic device using that, that data. And also, like, for example, if you want to launch a diagnostic technology in the US, you need to show that it works based on the US data. So the population statistics must come from the US and not from anywhere else. So how would like this decentralized approach would, it may not be used perhaps for doing everything, but maybe for biomarker discovery and so on. Like, so what do you think is the number one use case that can be used now, and it will be useful for developing technologies that can be used in healthcare, for example?
Actually, we are leading this research collaboration with AstraZeneca, Google, together to collaborate with funding to do this. We call it public verifiable clinical trial, where you're not using any specific data, you just use your Apple Watch or any other wearables. I should just say one brand, right? Any wearables, yes. And then all the data, the track of the data are public verifiable on the blockchain. That's why we need blockchain to implement into this, because everyone can see it, can verify it, that your data never leave any of your own device. But still, the pharmaceutical companies or any clinical trial companies, they can get the result that they want. For example, they like to see time series analysis, and then see some outliers of your sleeping conditions, things like that, right? So that can be directly feedback to a model where they can get a result of their, let's say, testing drugs. So I know it sounds a bit too fantasy, like it almost sounds like you can do a clinical trial now with that public verifiable technology. You can do a clinical trial now without consent from patients because the data you never collected, so you never touched that data, right? Why should you sign that consent? But well, yeah, there's still regulations, of course. But at least with this blockchain and public verifiable technologies, that you can see that everyone can verify that this is true, that nobody's playing evil.
At the risk of taking too much time on the mic, just a shout out to one of our scientific advisory board members who actually pushed us towards looking at biobank data in the first place. Her name's Kristen Fortney, and she runs BioAge, and they just released amazing kind of a phase 2 data on a drug that they're making for sarcopenia, so basically atrophy of muscles as you get older. And what's happening right now in biotech a lot, not talking about AI, but use of data, is there's such a failure rate of you have an idea, you start going down that road, you even get it into trials. There's so much unseen failure rate of those drugs that's where a lot of the cost comes from. So right now in biotech, the thing that data is doing is it's basically drastically increasing the success rate. And when I say drastically increasing, it goes from 3% to 10%, but it's taking a lot of that failure rate out of it. I think eventually we're looking at a lot of in silico modeling, but yeah, right now it's more about, yes, you still need that human trial. Those steps, it's hard to change that, but your failure rate of the drug that goes into that process is lowering quite a bit.
I think it can play an important role in discovery.
Yeah, and actually, yeah, just more on BioAge, basically they went and took drugs off the shelf that pharma companies were trying to get a different indication from, but their data said, hey, that drug is actually going to be amazing for sarcopenia. And so that's why they started with that molecule in the first place.
Thank you.
Hello. On a slightly different note, how far, I'm sure you have started thinking already about how this data would be licensed, how would be available, do you, in your head, should it be available for everybody to do anything with it? Is it too early to ask? What do you think about this?
So I'll answer with a couple words, but then I think maybe passing it back, we like the data to be free, and I think that attribution is very important for many reasons. But the data free, but I think then there's a lot of stuff that can be done to actually monetize on top of that, but maybe different ideas.
Yeah, I think, John, I love your opinion, and I'll also say, ideally, I would love to see a nice spectrum or range of open and privateness, so that rather than being purely open data like New York City taxi cab data, or purely private data, which is my HIPAA data that I need to have consent over and it's extremely regulated, if we can build an ecosystem that has a range of these possibilities, or sometimes it needs to be somewhat anonymized, and sometimes it needs to be monetized, and sometimes it doesn't, that can open up so many possibilities. Because the Backyard project is primarily doing decentralized compute, sometimes on open compute networks, sometimes on private compute networks. We are also investing a lot in things like trusted execution environments, encryption of the data over public systems, homomorphic encryption technologies to try to get around some of that. So if we can make it a bit of a plethora for folks to choose their degree of openness, that would be lovely.
I know, Ben, you have some good thoughts on this and about individuals getting people incentivized.
Absolutely, yeah. I think from my perspective, ultimately, it's up to the individual what happens with their data and where it gets used. Previously, in the past, I've tried to build tools for individuals to directly control where their data goes and what consents they give. I think my opinion now is a bit more nuanced, and I think ultimately people will probably want to delegate out the kind of control of specific different sets of data that they have about themselves to other like-minded individuals through sort of like DAO structures. That's what I expect to happen. So we'll all have opinions on how freely different sets of data about us should be accessed, and we'll kind of control those opinions by forming groups together and saying, hey, this group of people all sort of share the same beliefs as me about health data. We'll sort of form a coalition and a DAO around that, and then we'll decide together what happens with that data. And maybe there'll be some individuals within that who kind of have more strong views, and we'll delegate out the kind of control to them. But I'll have specifically chosen to be part of this group because everyone is kind of like-minded. And then we'll see kind of more free access to data come from certain individuals who say, hey, my health data, I want it to be for the good of the world, give it to everyone. And other individuals who say, no, hey, it's more private to me, I'll give it out more selectively. And that'll happen for kind of all the data about ourselves. We essentially already do that now through our use of apps and tools and things. Some people are more willing to just jump on TikTok and give up their data in exchange for seeing videos, and some people aren't. I think we'll see a kind of more formalization of that process basically around the data that we give up about ourselves.
Just to clarify my, so our focus is to create the synthetic data. So we don't want all the user data to be open, although I think that's open choice, like my genetic data is in every single database. But our focus is to create the synthetic data, which is no longer the actual real user data, and then open that up.
Super, super interesting. I really, also the idea that you proposed, Ben, like the data trust aspect of data DAOs, I'm really, really interested in, and you can look that up if you're more interested. Just look up data trust online and you'll find lots of research about that. Thank you to all the panelists. You all did such a great job, and thanks for the questions. I really like the difference. You kind of all have a slightly different approach to this idea of decentralized data, which is really interesting. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. What an amazing panel that was. So we've got about 5 minutes now before the next talk, which will be by Dr. John Fletcher from Cambridge Cryptographic on the innovation game, science funding science. Just a quick announcement, somebody has lost a small black moleskin notebook. Wow, you already stopped it. Someone has lost a small black moleskin notebook. If you found it or you see it around, please hand it into the registration desk over there. Thank you.
I think there's one sort of moving thing, but it wouldn't really matter if it didn't move. It doesn't have any sound.
Okay, sound is most of the concern here, actually, more than anything.
Yep.
It's going to be mirrored, is that cool? Or do you have notes that you want to use?
For the what, sorry?
Do you have notes you want to use, or is mirrored okay?
Oh, it'd be nice to be able to see the notes, but it's, yeah.
No worries.
Otherwise I could just try and remember everything.
Sorry, about that. So, just escape the setting. Oh, it's full size. I'm just going to go to your settings. Then, displays, built-in display range, and we're going to go option. It's really not letting me do that.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. There's one. Sometimes there's an option to like stop mirroring. I've had same issue with this when I try and do my. It like puts me to mirror automatically. Are you trying to put it to
Non-mirrored.
For it to be second screen.
Yeah, second screen, and generally.
I think I might be able to try it. I think it's like there's some weird advanced maybe.
Use as.
Use as. Oh yeah, give it a shot.
Stop mirroring.
Yeah, if you do stop mirroring, I think it might do it. Yeah.
All right, there you go. So yeah, you can just pull your presentation onto the other one.
Brilliant.
That will be. This is the screen that everyone else is seeing, and this is the screen that you're seeing. And obviously, you're seeing.
Okay, I have to do my arrange thing. Yeah, otherwise I'll get confused. Okay, yeah, just now. That's. Yep. That's fine.
Awesome. Do you want it a little quicker?
Yeah, that would be great if it works. Yeah.
Let me just get that in there. It's gonna ask me to do like a little drive thing. Can you just the key next to the shift key, right? Oh right, skip. This is a normal one. This is a North American.
Yeah, normal's fine.
Yeah, right. And so this guy's one. There you go. So you should have a little pointer there. And
cool.
This should
left and right.
Slides.
Okay.
Logical.
Well, I still got a couple of minutes to just.
Oh yeah, wait, why is it not mirroring anymore? Is there a reason?
I think maybe it's just black.
Oh, it's black. Okay, that's your background. I was like, it's not working.
Okay, I'll just save. Yeah.
Sarah just ran to the bathroom. This is going to turn on.
Oh, so that's the wrong way around, isn't it? Because I want this screen to be the one that people see. Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I just got the schedule is a little mixed up. Now is this innovation, right?
Yes.
Like that's, okay.
Yeah, we're actually back on.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. We have a couple more talks. Next, we have Dr. John Fletcher from Cambridge Cryptographic. Yeah, that's good.
Were you the computer expert? It seems to be putting whatever I do. It makes the notes be on this screen and the main thing be on this screen, which is the wrong way around. So I wondered if there's a way to flip it. Yeah, that's apparently the wrong way around. Apparently that.
One thing you can do is if you go down to the.
Yep. Yeah, there you go. Oh, you've done it. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Thank you. No worries. Okay. Do I need to speak into the microphone? Is that a thing, or? Yeah. Okay. Yes, but I shouldn't just wander around anywhere else. Yeah. Oh, there's a yeah. I'll stay here. I think it's fine. Yes. Bit closer? Yep, cool. Fantastic. Okay, hello everybody. I am John Fletcher from Cambridge Cryptographic, and I'm here to talk about, oh, this is flashing on and off now, very distracting. Here to talk about the innovation game. So my background is in, cryptography and mathematics. I actually gave a talk in the Hauser Forum in Cambridge in 2014 called Incentivizing Science for Cryptoeconomics. So it's sort of, DeSci goes back, kind of further than some people think. And I've actually been sort of working on this on and off for 10 years. So it's quite a lot of culmination of quite a lot of work. We kind of get into the gist of it. So there's a couple of my colleagues here as well. There's sort of four-man team at the moment. And this is, just to preface it, this is sort of coded up and this is working. It's not just an idea. and I'll say a bit more about how you can get involved later. So I wanted to give my own perspective on what decentralized science is and how I see it fitting in to some other things you might have heard about, what it's for. Sort of justifying why things are really needed seems to be a big topic in crypto, because there's so much of an incentive to launch tokens to get funding for literally anything. And so I feel like you have to have quite a strong justification for why decentralization, blockchain, crypto, and those sorts of things are really required. And especially if you ever come to Cambridge and speak to scientists, they will absolutely insist that you justify as to why you need a token and why you need to make something decentralized and can't just run it on AWS. So yeah, it's good discipline. So I would say that the way I think it fits in is, you might have heard of this idea of open science, and I think that America declared 2023 that the year of open science, which seems to be quite a topical thing. And what is open science? Well, and why is it needed? Why can't we just do normal science and carry on as we are? One of the good things about the talks today is that you shouldn't need too much justification that there are some issues in science which they're a problem to be solved, at least. And my understanding of open science is it's really a response to that, a sort of a set of best practices to try and get people to move more towards what people believe science should be, kind of archetypally and in an ideal world. And in fact, a guy in the 1940s sort of formulated this. What's science supposed to be? Don't know if people have heard of the Mertonian norms of science. It sounds a bit abstract, but they almost they ring true, at least to me. Scientific discoveries should be evaluated just based on their own merit. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're a famous professor or a kind of lowly person, you just evaluate the arguments on their merits. Disinterestedness is that you should be doing it for the good of science and not personal gain. Organized skepticism, open peer review, expose your work to systematic critical scrutiny, and communalism. They originally called it communism, but they decided to change the word a few years later, and which is really that scientific knowledge that you discover should be shared with everybody, rather than you try and make it your own private property or keep it secret. Sort of archetypally, it should be sort of a shared enterprise. And it's interesting, there have been, going back to this open science movement, they've done studies of scientists around the world, and they're overwhelmingly in favor of these norms. So they still ring true. And not only is it believed to be a sort of, a way to produce better science, it also has an ethical sort of moral dimension to it. So scientists will in fact, believe that this is, quote unquote, the right way to run science. And they tend to get a bit sort of uncomfortable if if they're being pressurized by various commercial pressures, maybe to patent everything and keep it private. And most people sort of on board. This is why they went into academic science. Many people attest to that. The extent to which these norms are followed in practice is a completely different subject, and one of a lot more controversy. In fact, it's believed that they are not followed as much as they should, and that's what open science is about, trying to get it back to this ideal. So you also may have heard of open source software. Open source software isn't science, but it is a sort of collaborative technical enterprise. Open source software is really a phenomenon. It came about in the 1990s, early 90s, maybe even the late 80s. And they're really producing what is a public good, an open source code, on a private basis. So they're privately funded, they don't get money from the government, and they're producing a sort of public good, which is open source software, privately producing it. So privately produced public goods, I don't think many people thought they weren't really possible before then, and all public goods had to be funded by the government. In fact, that's not the case in open source. Is a famous exception to that previous rule. So I think my understanding of open science, maybe even decentralized science, is that people have this kind of feeling or intuition that something about open source software and its success, could rub off on science, and maybe we could do things a bit better. And one of the reasons is that open source software, it follows the same norms, even though it's not science, it follows the Mertonian norms of science. In fact, it seems to find it a lot easier to stick to them in practice as well as in theory. And that's not because open source people are sort of morally superior or more disciplined than scientists, at least as far as I know. It's something about the architecture of open source. It makes it easier to follow these ideals because it's difficult not to follow them. The incentives are aligned with following the sort of ideals of science. So just to go through a couple of them, universalism. I mean, originally for a long time you couldn't really even submit an academic paper, completely anonymously. Like if you were from Germany or something and they didn't like the Germans, then you're going to have to give a return address when you sort of send your paper into the publishers, and so it famously happened to Einstein. In fact, after the First World War, they wouldn't allow they were very resistant to his theory of general relativity being tested in Britain simply because he was German. Things about open source is like it's typical to just have a pseudonym. You can build up a reputation around a pseudonym, and obviously it wasn't possible before email, which is a very recent thing. Disinterestedness, so it's hard to be sort of in it for the money in open source because there is no money, of course. Well, not of course, but that people don't get paid for their contributions to the open source code base. Organized skepticism, they have a version of peer review, which is very public, sort of send up the pull request and people can look at it. If there was some maintainer saying, this was rubbish, this is rubbish, and everybody could see that it was a sort of excellent implementation of the particular widget that the open source project needed, then it would be exposed pretty quickly. Communalism is a public good, as I say, privately produced public good, and this is enforced by sort of ingenious application of copyright law. And they say everything that's put into the open source code base comes under the open source license, and if you want to use it in your code base, then you have to make your code base open source too. So you have to contribute back into the project if you want to sort of use it in that way. So these are kind of interesting sort of architectural features of open source. You might wonder whether science could benefit from some similar things. So it's not just scientists who use open source software. There's a bit more to it than that. Open source can give more to science in terms of its inspiring a better way of doing things. So I just wanted to quickly review 3 types of scientific research because what I'm about to say sort of applies differently to different types of research. Fundamental research, thinking about how black holes might work or particle accelerators in CERN, for example. Often there's no practical application in mind, simply trying to find out how nature works under the hood. This is usually publicly funded by governments, and as a result, the output is typically, it's a public good. They don't patent it because there's no IP that you can't file a patent if you don't have an application. And the value of it, though, it's not just done for despite what the government might tell you, for the love of knowledge for its own sake. You have valuable spin-over sort of technology from fundamental research all the time. Proton beam therapy, positron emission tomography, all these things came out of particle physics, for example. And if you don't know, they're very interesting medical technologies. So even though they don't know what it's going to be used for in the future, you get a sort of spillover into industry, and fundamental physics returns the investment that governments put in it because they tax the industry. Early stage applied, you might think it's something about, it has an application, fusion reactions, like how long are we going to have viable fusion, some kind of viable reactor. You don't know, it might be sort of decades away. So, and in that case, the IP is very highly uncertain. And interestingly, so that means that it's, the government has to fund it, and scientists typically are reluctant to file IP. One is because the value of the IP is very uncertain because there's not really much of a market for it, but also because academic scientists run on different incentives. They want to have priority of discovery for some great discovery, and filing out patent applications is actually quite time consuming and it slows them down. So because they run on different incentives, they don't seek IP protection typically, and most of early stage applied research is done in the public sector, and the output is a public good. Late stage applied research is really a kind of different beast altogether. If you're working on sensors for mobile phones, there's often quite a bit of private funding available for that. And in fact, if you apply to a research council, or government research council, and say, can I have some government funding for my mobile phone sensor research? They just say, why don't you go to the private sector for it? That this sort of stuff is funded. And one of the reasons why they say that, in fact, is because the market and the private sector usually allocates resources quite well. They're going to keep people to decent benchmarks, and if you don't do very well, then you won't get more funding. So they leave this to the private sector, but it does have a downside for academic scientists. They're breaking the norm of communalism, and typically the deal is you get some funding from the private sector, but you'll have to assign your IP to the funder. And this means the output is private property, and you have problems with patents, market failures, patent stacking. You might know about that, particularly in electronics and computer industry. So, late stage applied research, even though you can get market funding for it, there's still this issue when it comes to academic science. So what we're going to talk about, and what the innovation game is about a particular type of science, computational science. You might all know that, I suppose you should know that they have computational biology, computational chemistry, computational physics, computational everything these days. And it's really a pillar of science, along with simulations, go along with experiments and theory as one of the sort of pillars of science. And more recently, they've added a fourth pillar, which is inversion, which is really it's the opposite direction to simulation. So in an inversion, you want to take what's happened at a later time, and you want to infer what the state was at an earlier time, which gave rise to that final state. So that sounds a bit exotic, but there are very many familiar examples of it. Like any scan, for example, is an inversion. You want to take the output from some radiation bouncing off something, and you want to say what was the original, what did it bounce off? You could infer what happened at an earlier time. So MRI scans, CT scans, all sorts of these things. Computational biology, protein design. You may have heard of protein folding, which Google is big on. Interestingly, scientists typically don't want to do fold proteins. What they really want is the amino acid sequence, which, when allowed to fold, will go into a particular target structure. So that's the inverse problem. They want to know what amino acid sequence to get, and protein folding alone does not tell you that, but protein design does. Computational chemistry, materials, there are all sorts of inverse problems. So science itself is in fact an inverse problem. Like typically, what you want to do is infer the underlying mechanisms of nature, given some measurements of some probing radiation or some kind of output. And simulation is just, is relatively, it's sort of adjacent to what they really want to do usually. They can use it to check their hypotheses, but they can't use it to solve the problem. And the amount of data that you have available in science now really becomes infeasible often to do the inversion by any other way but on a computer. But inversion algorithms are very inefficient. So this is an example, like simulations can do amazing things these days. This is all simulated on a computer. What is harder would be to take this sort of dust or whatever it is, of particles lying on the ground in a particular distribution, and say, can you give me a plausible original structure that came from, right? That's a much harder thing for a computer to do. So it can do the forward time direction, but computers find it much harder to do the inverse time direction. But once you've got a candidate solution, you can quite quickly check with a forward simulation as to whether that does indeed reach the necessary final state. So that's what an inversion is, simply going backwards in time. Just another example of a cool thing you do. I mean, I think a lot of the time we've got to bear in mind that the things that people talk about a lot, great achievements of science, no doubt they are great achievements, but they don't talk that much about things they can't do. For example, they talk a lot about protein folding. They don't talk so much about protein design because it's a harder problem. They talk a lot about MRI scans, but I mean, the MRI scan at the moment is about a cubic millimeter resolution, and I think there are something like 100 billion neurons and connections in each cubic millimeter. So, to study those with it's certainly in a living patient is something that scientists very much would like to be able to do, but they are orders of magnitude away from being able to do that, and that's simply because they have the data, they can't invert it. The algorithms aren't efficient enough. So there's a huge amount of stuff that we could be able to do, which we'd like to be able to do, which we cannot do at the moment because computational science is still in a sort of rather embryonic state, especially with regard to inversions. So this innovation game is about computational science, all computational science, chemistry, physics, biology, it doesn't really discriminate. And it's primarily about inversion algorithms. And to show you, this same diagrams appeared in several different papers recently. This is just, I think, the most recent one. Paradigms of science. Initially, it was just empirical, people dropping feathers off the Leaning Tower of Pisa and that kind of thing, just sort of writing down what would happen, I guess, for hundreds of years. Theory, simulation since, maybe the 1960s has really accelerated science. And since about the 2000s, this is the next paradigm, and perhaps even the final one, I think, is inverse problem. So you've given the output, what is X? So you want to invert, take the data that you have and put it through a computer program and find out what gave rise to that. So I'm just trying to show that this is, inverse problems sound a bit exotic, but in fact they're very mainstream and very important. So coming to the innovation game in a nutshell, it's really a funding mechanism for computational science research. So computational science, as I said, is part of all science. It isn't, of course, all science, but it's not like a subset in the same sense that biology is a subset of science, for example, because it pertains to all science. It gives you better theories and it gives you better experiments, tells you what the experiments to try and gives you better sort of probes and all that kind of thing. So we're a funding mechanism for computational science specifically, simulations and inversions. Innovation game provides, this is FEA means fundamental and early stage applied research. I should have put that somewhere. And fundamental and early stage applied research, that's the stuff that the private sector typically won't fund. Because as I said before, it either doesn't have an application or it's too risky in early stage. So it's funded, done in the private, in the public sector, and they can't get private funding. But it's still extremely valuable because you get this sort of downstream spillover effect. And if you didn't do any of that, there would be no sort of basis on which to build the other stuff and find the applications often unexpected later on. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why it's very terrible if all the scientists in academia leave and go into industry, because they do a different type of science typically. But in the context of the innovation game, fundamental and early stage research ends up being funded in exactly the same way as private research. And as I'll explain in a moment, the deal would be a private funder comes along, and rather than saying, you do the research and, I get the IP, the deal is you do the research and I get the tokens that will be generated in a way that I'll come to in a second. So TIG does not rely on public funding, and all research, the output of the IP, for example, is a public good. So this would be for the applied research, early stage applied, late stage applied, fundamental research, as opposed to being privately owned, which is what typically happens for late stage applied research. And TIG's allocation of funding for the early stage applied research, which is usually already a public good, but there is an issue with that because it's not determined by a market mechanism. So what you get is a sort of allocation by committee. There was a great talk earlier on about the issues around peer review. Applying for grants is the same as peer review. You have a sort of a committee of people. And having a committee of people decide resource allocations is known to be a terrible way to allocate resources. In the Soviet Union, for example, they decided which companies should get more resources to expand their operations and which ones shouldn't. That was for ideological reasons, and but in science the reason is because there literally is no other way to do it. So it's a terrible way to allocate resources, but there is no alternative because there's a market failure with respect to this type of research. The market can't price it. So it's justified because there's no other option, but it's still not a very good way of doing things. 2 minutes left. Blimey. Okay. Okay. So this is the innovation game. Let me just skip ahead. Okay. So the way this goes, the problems that you have a set of inverse problems. The instances that people are asked to solve, these benchmarkers, which are very much like Bitcoin miners, are random instances of particular types of inverse problems. They have to the innovators or another player. This is the ones represented by the brain. And they can really just upload their algorithm. So it's almost like Bitcoin, but the algorithm for doing the Bitcoin mining is subject to upgrade continuously by people, anyone who think they might be able to mine more efficiently. And if their algorithm gets adopted, widespread by the benchmarkers, that is deemed by definition to be an improvement on the previous algorithm. So you don't have to have a committee of people saying, is this good, is this bad, should this person get more funding, is this good research? It's the definition is if it's adopted and they get more tokens. And this has you can license the IP if you're using it for commercial purposes, but the license fee is scaled according to ability to pay, and that means that it remains a public good because you're not sort of excluded on the fact that you can't pay. So if you're a small company, you don't make any profit or revenue, the license doesn't cost anything. If you're a huge company, the license will cost a little bit, and that's the way that it works. Just to skip to the final bullet point, it incentivizes 3 types of optimization. Code optimizations, we probably all know about, sort of tweak the code, make it faster. Algorithmic optimization, which is really the job of mathematicians or computational biologists and computational chemists. There were a lot in the maths department in Cambridge where I used to work. They were, in fact, they were chemists and biologists, but they used to work on, algorithms, mathematical strategies for doing inversions and simulations more efficiently. And the third is hardware optimization. We want to incentivize that too, in a similar way to the way Bitcoin incentivizes optimization of hardware. So I will skip on to this bit because we're running. It basically works like Bitcoin. This was all I was saying. And summary, I've been through this already. We had a hackathon, and this is all very family friendly. My friend Ying brought his little baby, and this is actually a good way to conceptualize what the innovation game is. It's just a hackathon, but there are no judges. So you don't require judges because everybody, as well as writing a better piece of code, you should run the sort of so-called benchmarking on your computer continuously, and you earn more tokens if you use a more efficient algorithm, of course. So you don't use your own algorithm, you use whatever the most efficient one is. The incentives are set up so that you're always, most tokens you get is, you write the best algorithm you can, but also you use the best algorithm, and that is the definition of who has the best algorithm. So it's like a decentralized hackathon, that's it. There's no central authority and no judges. And this is how you can find out more. That's it, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you very much, don't worry. We're going to take 2 quick questions. So this is going to go to whoever puts their hand up first, I guess, if anyone has. Oh, go for it, Alex.
What's your thoughts?
What are your thoughts on like impact certificates for funding early stage research?
So impact certificates, my understanding of them is that they're a more general idea. So you get, you could have sort of any sort of idea that I guess you had to figure out a way to measure it. Ours is very much more narrow. It's really just inversions, scientific inverse problems. And the good thing about that is that it's just purely objective. It's just machine checked. So there is no question of, did they fulfill this criteria? Didn't they fulfill that criteria? Which sometimes when you get into the weeds, that can be a bit of an issue. You have a difference of opinion. In this case, like Bitcoin, there's no, who's got the faster ASIC? You just turn it on, right? It doesn't matter. You don't have to argue about it. It just, the machine decides. So ours is less general, but it's more, less subject, I suppose, to potential edge cases where subjectivity gets in the way.
Any other questions?
Oh, great.
Okay, thank you very much for the nice talk.
Sure.
How do you make sure that the development costs do not rise above a level that it's not beneficial for companies anymore to invest into the development of algorithms, but just buy the tokens afterwards and license the code once it's there?
So are you worried about companies not developing anymore?
Yeah, exactly. Why? What is the incentive for my company to early invest, take the risk? Maybe there's no outcome of this development effort, and not just wait for other companies to invest and then license the code once it's there.
Oh yeah, free rider problem indeed. So you can kick back and let other people do it. It'd be similar to open source, I suppose. Like in open source, people, as you probably know, invest money. Even Microsoft, archetypal capitalist. They assign quite a lot of developers, in my understanding, to making contributions to open source projects. One of the reasons is because they want to decide what kind of things get done first. Because there's all sorts of things you can do in an open source project, and they will direct them in one way or another. The output is something that they will get to use, of course, because it's a sort of, they don't have to pay any extra. In fact, the license fee is just a one-time thing, and you get to use all of the IP and TIG. So the answer is similar to the reason why people contribute to open source, and why they don't just kick back and let somebody else do it. In practice, they don't, because they want to be able to concentrate on the thing which they hope will advance the fastest.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
So the last talk of the day is going to be on defending malicious clients in federated learning with blockchain by Xuying Zhang. And there's also another session going on simultaneously in the other room on revolution towards decentralized academic publishing
Do you work for
by
we should talk about it after. Yeah, I'll come closer. Please do. Yeah, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Plug you in. So basically, just try and stay in front of. I'm just like blindly trying to whack this in. Do you have notes or anything, or do you wanna? Oh, you can do that. Please. It's gonna show it in a second, but basically it'll show up on this screen. This is what everyone's seeing. I don't know why it's not showing up. Oh, it's asking for permissions. Maybe let's try it again. Where? Trouble with these. It's okay. I also shared with you on the Google Drive. This one doesn't work. Yeah.
So strange. Did I need to turn on anything or? Something where it's like blocking like outside sources or something. I'm not. Do you have a backup? Yeah. Yeah, it's not responding. Yeah, I shared it. Hi. No. Something to do with my settings.
We'll try another reconnect. You don't have a HDMI. Oh, there is one there.
But like sometimes I ask for something and it's like fast for a second.
All right.
I didn't ask anything. Well, this is an HDMI thing if you want to try it with this. Oh, that one.
Yeah, probably this side.
It looks like it's.
It should come up on this. Oh, there we go. Okay.
It hasn't come up on the big screen.
Oh yeah, I'll have to do that myself manually when I get back up there.
Thanks so much.
No worries.
Okay. I'm just waiting, right? Yeah, cool. Yeah, no, it's fine. Ooh, it's happening. Hi everyone, super grateful to be here and thanks for staying to the last. Today I'm presenting Flock, which is a startup I co-founded firstly with a group of friends from Oxford, and now we're a loose association of somehow 10, 15 people. We are doing this on-chain federated learning thing, and we're doing it in 2 steps. So firstly, ensure that everyone who come with a good intention can separate themselves from the people that have bad intentions. And secondly, ensuring everyone can do so in an efficient manner. And this is the first step, which we've just concluded the R&D stage for. You can actually Google, we've published a paper with the same title, and it just won the Best Paper Award in Europe's blockchain workshop. Some people call it a NIPS. And this is in the middle of engineering. So what we're trying to do, I think the benefit of talking last is that you probably are already familiar with the problem. So there is a growing tension about the need to feed the machine learning models with more and more data and data privacy concerns. We know data breaches are on the rise, so this is not just enterprises. Even for myself, I have experienced data breaches from British Airways, Marriott, so my personal data probably on a dark web somewhere. Current standard solution is anonymizing my data and sending me a big consent form saying use as your own risk. But we already know re-identification attack, which traces your identity from your attributes, is very effective. Like people published papers about it 10 years ago, but still this is a standard practice. And if you work as a researcher, you should know better than I do that sometimes you would like to access the data and those people want you to do so, but you can't because of regulatory restrictions. In healthcare, we have the HIPAA. In other areas, GDPR. So before this, I used to work in consulting, and I've seen firsthand the bank branches, they want to cooperate and train a fraud detection model, but they couldn't share the data because country regulation required customer data stay in the domestic server. So in the end, African countries have a less effective algorithm compared to their European peers just because they don't have enough data. So this is a problem we're targeting. We think federated learning is a promising solution. Now, a few projects have touched on it. I'll just quickly introduce what it is. Basically, the tagline is, while you're training the model, the source data stay at source. So you see here, we deploy a local model to each data source, and the data source, while training those models, they come up with how you can improve the performance. We call them model updates or gradients. And the interesting thing here is only the gradients are shared among local models, so the source data stay at source. Currently, in the current framework, the model updates are aggregated on a central server. So it's either hosted by the federated learning organizer, or in the case touching on like a big tech company. So the most famous example is Google Keyboard. And those of you who have Android phones, you probably are using it for like 5-6 years. Basically, you know, like touch screens are very fiddly, and we need a way to predict the next word or sometimes autocorrect. In the case of my name, it's always getting autocorrected to something else. But that's a side note. Interestingly, you know, people's text messages are very private information. We definitely don't want to send them to Google for them to train a next word prediction algorithm. So Google deployed a model for next word prediction on our phones. So you are tuning the model while you text, and only the model updates are shared to the Google server. Apart from Google Keyboard, there's also applications in other industries. What we're trying to do at Flock is to make this happen on a bigger scale and enable smaller organizations to also conduct federated learning. And while you're trying to roll out a framework that comes from a walled garden, maybe Android or iPhone or even Meta, you always run into the problem of, is it going to work in the wild? So we know TensorFlow federated behind Google is very powerful. It powers the next word prediction algorithm I was talking about. Similarly, Meta has its own framework and FedML, etc. But if you're running it in an environment that you don't control, you always had to worry about malicious participants. So while I'm the data source and I participate in the model training process, I might have various malicious intents. So imagine your algorithm is, we talked about like in healthcare, like drug discovery, and I'm a competitor pharma company. I might participate just to drag you down. I might participate with poison data or sending random updates so that your final model is not effective, and I can defeat you in this drug race. Or it could be, you know, I'm just someone who is wanting to have a ransom. So I say, I can send you so many meaningless updates, so sort of like a DDoS attack, and I only stop if you pay me a ransom fee. Or I can just send you like wrong upgrades for no reason. So, you know, like malicious clients, they can impair the model performance significantly. And this is an issue we need to solve if we want to have federated learning running in the wild or in the more open environment. Currently, this problem is not surprisingly not very well targeted, because the companies who use most of federated learning are the big tech companies that we know about, and they control the data sources. What I mean is, you know, when Google builds the algorithm for next word prediction, it knows from which area it can collect the raw updates. And if there is a malfunctioning, can shut down that channel. But for smaller companies, maybe research consortiums, they don't have the same level of control over data sources. And this is currently leading to like a post hoc correction. So if I see abnormal updates, I might consider shutting down that client. But if you have a lot of clients, then the monitoring become a huge effort. So we see this problem is effectively about trust, trusting your clients to behave, trusting your peers to have the same level of good intention as you have. And we know like blockchain is a good trust engine. It can manufacture consensus using crypto economic incentives. So more specifically, I'm talking about the proof of stake mechanism. So I guess you guys are all familiar with it, but briefly, you have put on a stake to do something, and there's a corresponding reward slashing mechanism that is decided upon peer decision, peer review, and you get rewarded if your behavior contributes to the system and slashed if otherwise. We also find that an on-chain solution brings other benefits to federated learning as well. So if you remember, in the traditional federated learning, the model aggregation happens in a central server, and obviously there's a lot of cost hosting and maintaining that server, but we can do it on a smart contract. So you don't have to trust a central party doing the aggregation correctly. You don't have to invest a huge amount of money because the central server is a single point of failure. Also, like a lot of literature in federated learning is about bandwidth and communication costs between the client and server. If the model updates are sent on-chain, then it's direct peer-to-peer communication. So how it works in a high level, we have two participants. So you see on the top row, we have proposers of model updates, and the bottom row, they are sort of the voters or validators or assessors of the model updates. So to start, you have participants, every participants, they need to put down a stake so that we can punish them or reward them if they behave or misbehave. And the proposers, they conduct local training. So the training isn't happening on chain. They only send the model updates on chain. And once it's aggregated, the on-chain aggregation step is a simple like weighted average of local updates. And once step 3 is completed, you have the community of voters voting on aggregated updates. And they can have a positive vote if they find model updates improve model performance. And then the updates get incorporated to each local model. If it doesn't improve model performance, it's a negative vote, and that particular update gets rejected. So broadly, I think we're all pretty familiar with maybe the first step and the second step, like staking and off-chain training. I'll just focus more on how the proposer and voters work in a proof of stake setting. So a question I often get is, how do you assess the quality of the update? So we do it in a peer-to-peer way. So while training, each node have to leave a portion of data as holdout data. So this is quite intuitive for those of you who work in machine learning. You always have part of data to train and part of data to test. They do the same. So once they receive updates, they will test it on their holdout data. And if they find it's a good update, they give a good score, if not a negative score. And then the votes are aggregated. If it's above a threshold, the update gets incorporated. If not, the update gets left out and people who propose the update get slashed. So that's a voter. So how do we tackle malicious client in this case is that if you imagine in each machine learning training round, there are multiple rounds of training. And for us, it's a multi-round game. So if I'm a proposer and I consistently send bad updates, I'll get slashed in each round. And over time, my stake will run out. And that means I'm no longer qualified to play in this game. And that's how the malicious client gets filtered out. And if you think about like the process as a whole, you basically can trust that if I participate in this round of training and there are people with malicious intent, they might poison one round of data, but that's fine. Like to get a good performance, you probably have 70 and 80 rounds. And over time, those people will be filtered out. And I can trust the process happening without a central coordinator and without trusting like a particular server stored somewhere. Yeah. So I guess that's a point of decentralized security. So whereas Google keyboards, you rely on the security and good functioning of the server stored in Google, in here you just trust the smart contract for reward and slashing operating as it should, which you can always check and even run a client yourself. Also, the flip side of malicious client is hardworking or good clients. Those people, if their updates get incorporated, they will get a reward. So this is quite a granular reward because in each round, if you are contributing, you get a reward. So I guess it links to the data and how data get funded point we talked about earlier. Finally, because of aggregation for model updates happen on-chain, you have a verifiable audit trail, like who is sending a bad update, who is sending a reasonable update, you can trace. I think that's our system overall. And if I can just advertise a bit, so thank you. We are looking for builders of all sorts. So currently this system is being engineered, and if you're a machine learning engineer, federated learning engineer, or blockchain developer, or like builder of a different sorts, please talk to us. We'd love to show you what we're doing and have everyone contributing. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So we have a few minutes for questions, if there are anybody. Yes, over there. It's a long way, but Alex is, yeah, she's on top of it.
Is there an on button? Oh, there we go.
It takes a second.
Yeah, so is there a threshold for the staking and slashing? So say, for example, sorry, actually, I should start with another question. Are the updates counted before a person is filtered out? So, yeah, if you could answer that one first, please.
Yeah, so this filtering out is like an ongoing process. So each update needs to be aggregate first, so then people can vote on. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So then the follow-up question would be, is there a threshold for staking? So say I was a bad actor and I allocated X amount of tokens because I decided it was worth that amount of money to sabotage you. Could I still basically maliciously act on your system by staking enough tokens before getting?
Yeah, good question. So like the system in the paper with the same title, we talked about different system parameters. So you have staking threshold, reward ratio, slashing ratio, and threshold for aggregate score to count an update. So depending on how much you trust the participants and how important it is to filter out malicious update, you can raise the threshold for staking, you can raise the reward, you can raise the slashing ratio. So this set of parameters are all configurable. If you think there might be some bad actors with really strong intention to derail the model, I think you can just raise the threshold for staking and slashing ratio. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. Can you send me a link to that paper as well?
Yes, it should be the same title.
Okay, yeah, I'll look at it.
But I'll send it to you later. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
Tremendous, huge fan of your guys' architecture and everything, everything you guys are building. What I'm curious for machine learning developers, if they're used to using PyTorch or TensorFlow or any of those technologies, should Flock integrate with those tools, or do you guys provide different libraries for them? I'm curious what the onboarding process should look like.
Great question. Yeah, exactly. For the easy onboarding, the system is built with PyTorch. So anyone who knows Python can use it. There are some readily available frameworks like TensorFlow, Federated, or FedML, but then that just creates additional barrier because people have to learn those frameworks. But having said that, I see our value add here is more like incentive consensus mechanism. So, we're open to be integrated with any of those federated learning frameworks. If that answers your question.
That's great, thank you.
And thanks for the talk. So one thing that worries me about federated learning is like, isn't there a risk of like basically the data leaking into the model so that you can like potentially even like extract the data from the model?
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. Model inversion attacks have been like one of the bigger issues. So like in this one, we're more about creating a decentralized and secure environment, but we have a research strand looking into how to counter the model inversion attacks, which is basically working out the raw data from the model updates. And this also has been proven, well, not 8 years ago, but 2 years ago, that is easily done. Our approach is, our approach is basically doing two things. So firstly, we do compression. So you, instead of sending the full set of gradients, you compress and only send a fraction of that. Interestingly, if you think about model updates, not all the updates are meaningful. So that's what backward propagation can rank the most meaningful updates. And if you only send those ones, it's harder to reverse engineer the data. And secondly, it is more about like encryption and using either homomorphic encryption or k-anonymity, those kind of privacy measures. And finally, there's something quite new that we're playing around with. You can have mix-up on the gradient updates. And this is, to be frank, something I don't quite understand.
What, sorry?
It's called gradient mix-up. I can put in touch with our research engineer. He's writing a paper and furiously doing experiments at the moment. But k-anonymity and homomorphic encryption, I know that is new to me as well. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, I guess that's it for the first day of DeSci London. So as I mentioned earlier, there's the drinks at the Lighterman. I keep wanting to say Lighthouse, Lighterman. There's more information on the Telegram group about that. So yeah, looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow as well.
I would love to follow up. Are you going to the light? Okay, cool. Yeah. Sorry, you were saying?